Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a great Sunday so far. Let's see, we have in the chat at the moment, we have Rebel, Catman, Indiana Forest, let's see, Anna, as well as Brooklyn. We also have Ari in here, Media, and everyone else who's in here who I may have forgotten to welcome, or if you're just now tuning in or may not be chatting, glad to have you in here as well. Sam, and yeah, let's go ahead and switch on over to our main scene. We do have an active tornado warning, which is one of the reasons why I started a little early. So there is an active tornado warning out here across extreme eastern Virginia, very far east Virginia here. We have an active tornado warning for the next 32 minutes. So there is a little area of rotation that we're monitoring right over Stratford Hall, moving up to the northeast, going up towards probably eventually going to just go into the coastline area. So this is likely going to be a very short-lived tornadic storm. It's not really that impressive, but it is worth a tornado warning. There is a little area of rotation there, so that is a tornado warning for the next 32 minutes, and we actually have a tornado watch out for portions of Maryland and a good chunk of Virginia, and another severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued for Virginia, North Carolina, and then our severe watch that we had earlier this afternoon back out in southeast NC, back into South Carolina and Georgia. So quite a few watches already out here along the southern line to the mid-Atlantic and the southeast U.S. The severe watch out here for like the Jacksonville area, Wilmington, NC. This is just for the line, so once this line moves offshore, that's it for severe storms for this watch. But we should see some redevelopment of some thunderstorms probably across central, northeast North Carolina, as well as into central Virginia. And then those will move into northeast Virginia, potentially producing a tornado or two. So we're going to continue to watch this area. I don't expect much, but we could definitely see a tornado or two, especially around and south of the DC area. But the main risk today is a moderate risk for severe weather outlined by the SPC back out here in portions of Texas and Oklahoma, where we have a likely derecho that will develop at, actually technically is already developing. Those thunderstorms currently severe warned in the Panhandle of Oklahoma. That's going to likely be at least some part of our line by the time we get towards 10 o'clock tonight. So a very, very long live stream is in store for us today. I will have Lucky to help me out. He'll be tuning in probably towards 6 o'clock, to be honest. He's always on the later side of things. He said 5, but he's typically later. And the main threat today, in terms of time frame, is definitely going to be after. It's going to be after 6 p.m. Eastern. So starting at 6, we should see storms approach the moderate risk area. But our peak activity should really be just after the sun sets, from probably about 8 o'clock Central Time, all the way through about maybe as late as midnight Central for that peak moderate risk area. And the absolute peak for damaging winds will likely be focused across this corridor out here, including the DFW area, back out into Wichita Falls, Texas, all the way up into Lawton in southwest Oklahoma. So it should be a very significant damaging wind threat today. You can see your tornado threat. They've maintained a very large, they've expanded this a lot since yesterday's outlook, but they have maintained a very large 5% tornado risk across a very large chunk of central southwest Oklahoma and much of northern Texas. Big 5% risk there. I don't believe we will see an upgrade to a 10% or a 10 sig anymore. It looks like our tornado threat should be at least somewhat on the lower side of things, but we could still see a few tornadoes today, possibly even an isolated strong tornado. Main risk today, obviously driven by damaging winds. That's why we have a moderate risk today, a very large 45 hatched risk for damaging winds. They expanded this very notably off to the west and the southeast over the last couple of updates. They actually disextended it from Oklahoma, so I think it looks generally actually about the same, but it didn't get pushed into Oklahoma City. It looks like Oklahoma City is outside of that primary risk for damaging winds, but still could see upwards of probably 90-mile-an-hour winds in Oklahoma City and areas in that red hatched region. So a very large and potent severe weather outbreak is expected today. The SPC wording is very, very aggressive. Very aggressive wording by the SPC today, obviously due to our moderate risk. 100-mile-an-hour winds, 5-inch hail, and a few tornadoes are likely. A severe weather outbreak is expected with a regional outbreak of severe storms across portions of the southern plains. So very strong wording from the SPC. And if I go back here, they do say a couple tornadoes are also expected. So we are anticipating a couple tornadoes, multiple events of 80 to 80 to 100 mile an hour wind gust, and then multiple hail events of 3 to 5 inch in diameter hail. So very, very large hail, very significant hail, and very significant and destructive damaging winds will be the main threat today. But a couple tornadoes are also a very high likelihood across much of our risk area. The hail threat, they've still maintained a 30 hatched hail threat. We don't have a 45 sig just yet. I don't know if we are going to. Personally, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if they had a 45 sig out in this area for large hail, but it seems like their confidence may be a little bit too low to introduce that. So we're going to continue to watch this risk very, very closely. We'll obviously be live for much of the day today and into the overnight hours as well. That enhanced risk goes all the way back out into nearly Shreveport. It also includes Texarkana. So if you're in anywhere of the orange or red shaded areas, you're at risk of a very significant damaging wind bag today. Let's see here. I mean, it's definitely possible that we see our line just continue being significant all the way through Shreveport and the Arklatex area. So we could definitely see 60 to 70 mile an hour winds going into the eastern side of our enhanced risk and into our slight risk tonight. It's just our chance for wildly high damaging winds, for instance, like the potential for 100 to 110 mile an hour winds like we have in Dallas. That high end of potential will likely rapidly decrease after storms exit Dallas. Which, I mean, this is going to be... this is going to probably end up being one of the most destructive derechos we see in Texas and Oklahoma for quite a long time. And it is in the overnight hours, so to be honest with you, I do think today could be a particularly dangerous and deadly derecho. When it's never a good time when model runs start to simulate 120 mile an hour winds moving through a city of near 1 million people. So we'll see how it verifies, but I personally, I don't see an outcome where this isn't potentially one of the worst derechos to hit Texas and Southwest Oklahoma in years. So we'll see. We'll see which way things trend, but right now, at this moment, I think things have trended probably even more notable than what model runs were showing yesterday. Our instability is significantly overperforming. I was looking at it earlier today. I've been watching mesoanalysis like a hawk, and I mean, the HRRR this morning was simulating about 2,500 to 3,000 cape over Amarillo, Texas at 2 o'clock Eastern time. And now there is 5,000 cape, not 2,000 or 3,000, but 5,000 cape. And in some spots, we're up to 5,500 in north central Texas. So just that high of instability. And remember, derechos and damaging winds absolutely thrive off of high-end instability like that. So we're looking at a very high chance for very significant damaging winds. I mean, just crazy numbers. Our D cape is up to 2,000, which if you've been here before, you may or may not know that 1,000 D cape is plentiful for significant damaging winds. We have 2,000 in portions of Texas today. So, I mean, we're looking at a very, very high-end setup for a derecho. We did have some early morning convection. We talked about that yesterday with a possible bust mode. We did have some early morning convection, and it is still ongoing across Texas, but it really isn't doing anything. Like, really, right as these storms move out of the area, it's just rapidly destabilizing. Matter of fact, this area right here where these storms are, you'd think, oh, there's probably like no cape because they're using up all the cape. No, our newest mesoanalysis has 5,500 instability over this afternoon now convection, and this convection has been training over this region for at least the last 2, maybe even 3 hours. So just morning convection is not affecting our setup for some reason, and we never saw that crazy outflow boundary either. So that's really, really bad. That was the main bust factor today, was seeing a morning outflow boundary wipe out some of our warm sector across the Texas Panhandle, and that did not happen. We do still have a tornado warning in effect out here in far eastern Virginia. Not really that strong of rotation, just some very broad velocities across portions of eastern Virginia here in this tornado warning. And again, that is in effect for the Stratford Mill region out here in far eastern Virginia, right along the coastline. 120-mile-per-hour winds, that takes a lot to get to. That is very difficult to get to, but the environment, if we see a well enough organized line and we get a organized bow echo with strong outflow winds at the perfect time, which would probably be just a couple hours after sunset, likely maybe 11 o'clock Eastern time, 10 p.m. Central, it wouldn't be impossible. I don't see it being impossible. But personally, I think our max wind gust today will be 100 to 110 mile per hour winds. I think that's the most we're going to be able to see today. But I mean, 120 mile per hour winds theoretically with this setup is not entirely impossible. Welcome, Hoops. Glad to see you in here. Let me go ahead and show you guys the mesoscale discussions we currently have active by the SPC. So we do have 2 main mesoscale discussions. The one in Missouri I didn't even see till just now. So we have a new mesoscale discussion out there in Missouri for the potential of large hail upwards of 2 inch in diameter, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and a brief weak tornado will all be possible. A severe thunderstorm watch will likely be needed in the next couple of hours for portions of the mesoscale discussion area. And that extends from just northwest of St. Louis, Missouri. It goes into west central Illinois, all the way back down into just north of Tulsa, Oklahoma, also including Independence in southeast Kansas. So pretty good sized mesoscale discussion there for a severe watch being likely. Another mesoscale discussion also recently got issued. Let me go ahead and quickly pull that up. I like to show you guys the graphic whilst I read it on my other monitor. So that's for this red area here, which is, I do see it being a little bit difficult to see, but hopefully you can see that at least to some extent. That includes cities of Amarillo and Lubbock in Texas, and it is for the potential of a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. Very large hail, upwards of 4-inch in diameter, up to 90-mile-per-hour winds, and a few tornadoes will all be possible. A severe watch or tornado watch will be issued over the next few hours. And it will likely be issued before 4:30 Eastern, that's 3:30 Central. So in the next hour and a half, we should see a tornado watch or a severe watch. This will not be the main watch of the day by any means. This will likely be still a high probability watch, whether it be a high probability severe watch or a high probability tornado watch. Either way, the highest probability will be damaging winds and hail. So we'll see which one they go with. They will probably, I have a feeling, go with a tornado watch for portions of the Panhandle of Oklahoma and the Panhandle of Texas. And then later on this afternoon, we will likely see a PDS severe thunderstorm watch across portions of Texas and Oklahoma. We'll likely see a PDS severe thunderstorm watch across Wichita Falls, Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, Seymour. All those areas will likely be in a PDS severe watch late tonight for the potential of damaging winds exceeding 100 miles per hour. I think we will see a PDS watch. That's what I believe. I think we will see a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. I'm quite confident in that. Let's see, update to our tornado warning out here in Virginia. Still continuing, radar indicated for 18 more minutes there. Still a broad area of rotation. Not anything too over the top. Just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that warning. These severes have recently been issued in the Panhandle of Oklahoma. That's the start of our event. This is the start of our event. Storms have fired right now across the western Panhandle of Oklahoma, and these will be the storms to track from western Oklahoma all the way into the Panhandle of Texas, and then eventually all the way into Louisiana. So those will likely be the start of our derecho. That will likely be the start of our derecho. But it's not going to be a full-fledged line and a really classic-looking derecho probably until the overnight hours. Likely, the question is how much convection fires. If we see a lot of convection fire in the Panhandle of Texas towards 5 o'clock Eastern, then it's going to be a little bit messier. If we don't see that, then we could see a line of damaging winds start as soon as these storms enter Amarillo or north of Amarillo. There's questions on how many storms we will see, and if we see a bunch of storms in front of our main line, then that could promote a more messy start to our potential derecho. Joplin, you'll likely see the potential for some large hail and damaging winds. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but I don't see a whole lot happening in that portion of our risk area. We do have a slight risk that extends up into Illinois. The main threat here will definitely be damaging winds, large hail, and we could see a spin-up tornado, but overall, across the board, the tornado threat is on the lower side today. We do have two main 5% tornado risks, but just compared to what we normally see with moderate risks, it is a lower-end tornado threat. Compared to our normal, normally when we talk about a moderate risk, we're talking about strong to violent long-track tornadoes. Well, this one, we're talking about the threat for a few spin-up tornadoes, maybe a strong tornado in the moderate risk. Nothing like we normally see for other moderates, because this moderate risk is for just wind. Nothing else. Already starting the day off strong with a 2.5-inch hail severe north of Guyman in the Panhandle of Oklahoma. Today could easily end up being a tornado outbreak. If we see a line that ends up forming early, then yeah, we could see a bunch of spin up tornadoes that easily hit criteria for a regional tornado outbreak. But it is a lot more likely that we see a very widespread severe weather outbreak. And nearly regardless of what happens with the tornado threat, the damaging wind threat is going to be more substantial. Even if we see a strong tornado or two today, the damaging wind threat is likely still going to overshadow that. That's how high end our damaging wind threat is. It's that high end that it will likely overshadow the, even if we see it, strong tornado threat today. We will see likely widespread hurricane force wind speeds across Texas and Oklahoma tonight. On our next meso analysis in 20 minutes, the number one thing I'm going to look for is this convection here affecting our environment? On the last meso analysis, it wasn't, but on our newest one, there's a chance it is affecting it. These storms should die off in the next hour and a half. Some of them already have started to die off, so we'll need to watch for that. I don't think they're a big underperformance factor, but it is a more messy storm mode factor. But our big time winds won't really start up until likely, I'm thinking probably after 8. We're probably 5 hours from the main event being underway. There's a lot of uncertainty on how today is going to convectively evolve. We have a lot of uncapped instability all over the open warm sector. So that's just going to allow for really storms to fire freely. And that could allow for a sloppier mode of severe storms. But regardless, we will see it congeal up into a line by the time it gets to Fort Worth. We're going to see it congeal up into a big line before or as it hits Fort Worth. Because that cold front will slam all the extra convection we see, and then it will congeal everything up into a line around Fort Worth or that area. But you can see that significant wind risk. It does go all the way back into Amarillo, so we could still see 80 to 90 mile an hour winds before we even get a good line going. Just normal severe storms could produce downdrafts capable of producing 80 to 90 mile an hour winds before our derecho really even starts to get going. We'll get the new SPC outlook in an hour. I don't think much will change. I don't expect anything to change. The main thing I'm waiting for is actually the meso analysis here in about 10 minutes. New severe storm over northwest Oklahoma. And that's what I'm talking about. We could literally just see random severes pop up out of seemingly thin air out here. It could literally just pop out of thin air. Because we have so much instability. No longer a tornado warning in effect out here across Virginia. This is our first round of discrete supercells. We will see a second round later on today. I don't know exactly where those will fire, but maybe somewhere out in here where those really get going. I don't expect to see much in the severe watch area. This severe watch is 1 county to my east. But, I mean, that threat is... that is the very, very low end watch. So, main threat there is damaging winds up to about 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to watch all these severe storms. If you're in any of them, just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. You will be fine. Preparations in front of the risk area. I want to talk about that briefly. If you are in Fort Worth, if you are in Dallas, Wichita Falls, Memphis, all in Texas, Ardmore, Lawton in Oklahoma, you should have a preparedness plan now. You should treat this like a hurricane. To be honest with you, you should treat it like a hurricane. Prepare hours, multiple hours in advance. Much of this area isn't going to be impacted by storms. Okay, it doesn't say PDS. Much of this area isn't going to be impacted by storms until very late this evening into the overnight hours. So prepare very, very far in advance. I'm a bit distracted because I want to go see if this possibly is a PDS severe. Okay, I don't think this is a PDS severe watch. Let me go check this. Nope. It is not a PDS watch. But it is only for the far northern side of our enhanced risk and moderate risk area. So it barely goes into the moderate. That MCD was further to the south. Yeah, see, that MCD was all the way down into Lubbock. So that gives us a even better opportunity of seeing a PDS watch tonight. Tornado probabilities on that is 2010, so like we were expecting, very low chance for tornadoes. A quite low chance for tornadoes. But yeah, preparations in Dallas, Fort Worth, Wichita Falls, if you're in the moderate risk area, very simple preparations that you need to be doing. Just make sure where your safe spot is. Go over that safe spot with your family. If you don't have a really good safe spot, try to contact some friends in the area, see if they have a better safe spot, or let your neighbors know like where a better safe spot is, or just something. Make sure you got a good safe spot that is preferably a basement or a storm shelter. The last thing, but still a good option, would be an interior room. That is still a good option, but really you want to have a basement or a storm shelter out here to just prepare for these wind speeds, because they are going to be like tornadic-like wind speeds. So just make sure you're hyper weather aware, make sure your weather radio is on, make sure your phone's fully charged, make sure the alerts are turned on, get a bunch of bottle of water, just make sure you have a lot of water and food in your safe spot, whether that safe spot be your interior room, a basement, or a storm shelter. I would highly recommend it being a storm shelter or basement. Like I said, if you could go to your friends or your neighbors, see if they have a storm shelter, and if you have a storm shelter, try to invite your neighbors in. I know there's not many underground storm shelters out here in Texas, but there's plenty. There's likely plenty of above ground storm shelters that people own personally. So that might also be another thing. Today we're expecting very, let's see here, very significant damaging winds. So you could order a storm shelter for next season if you don't have one. It's a very, very good idea if you live out here in Tornado Alley or really anywhere that is oftenly hit by severe weather, just to get an above ground storm shelter. And like I said, if you don't have a basement or a storm shelter, which probably much of y'all aren't going to, make sure you know where your most interior room is. Maybe even just right now, maybe just start to bring mattresses in there, or like helmets. Make sure you have helmets, bicycle helmets, any helmets that you can, and put them in that interior room. Just things that will save you time. Things that will save you time. Putting extra water in there, making sure your family knows where that safe spot is, putting helmets in there. That way, when you're in a severe for possibly up to 100-mile-per-hour winds tonight, you don't have to go running around the entire house during that severe storm trying to find these things that you should prepare for well in advance. But our cold front is way back up here in western Oklahoma right now. So, like I said, you have plenty of time. This is not the main round here in Wichita Falls, southwest of Wichita Falls, in northeast Texas here, in the Panhandle at least as well. This is not the main round by any means. This is just really some heavy rain and some lightning and thunder. It's not the main round. We do have a new mesoanalysis here. Wow. 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 Wasn't expecting to see that. How high is that? 7,500 instability. Just west of this convection. 7,500 instability. Uncapped. Now that is a lot of cape. Gracious day. $7,500. And this is an area that just got hit by storms, so you would think that that instability would be lower, not higher. But it actually went up. Like, storms literally just recently moved through this area, so... I mean, in 2 hours, we went from 4,000 to 7,500 cape in 2 hours. Dude, talk about rapid destabilization. That is insane. Wow. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button too. Share this stream with your family, friends, social media. We want to try to reach as many people as possible with the word of severe weather today. We do have our first main severe thunderstorm watch out. Our next one will likely be a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, and that will probably end up including the Dallas area tonight. Let's see, what was that? That's the fire outlooks. Yeah, the next SPC Day 1 outlook should be out here at 4 o'clock Eastern, so that's still a little while away. Wow. I mean, considering we have so much clearing, I'm not ridiculously surprised, but I mean, that's a lot of cape. That's a lot of cape. If we look at satellite, you can see we have a bunch of clearing all over this area. And there is a new CU field starting here. You can see a new CU field starting west of Amarillo. So I do think overconvection is a very real... it will be a very real issue today. That's definitely a very real issue in terms of having our organized line. But like I said, once that cold front pushes through, it's going to congeal all that overconvection up into a line. No matter how overconvected it is definitely going to congeal up into a line. It's not a tornado watch because we're not expecting much of a tornado threat today. I'm not surprised it's not a tornado watch. That really doesn't surprise me. The tornado threat just isn't really that high. We don't have a lot of good shear. We don't have a lot of... we have a lot of dry air as well. There's a lot of dry air. We also have pretty high temperature dew point spread. So there's a lot of things that will keep our tornado threat on the low side. But once things congeal up into an organized line, that's when our tornado threat will be the highest. Because once something's congealed up into a very well-organized line, yeah, that's definitely going to allow for a more potent tornado threat, spin-up tornado threat. You know, a lot of the times you want discrete storms, but today discrete storms are actually going to end up being big-time hail. So that primary tornado threat will really be with organized lines and embedded supercells inside of your line. Nah, if we see prefrontals, it's likely just going to be with, it's likely just going to be hail. I really don't think prefrontals are going to be that big of an issue in terms of tornadoes. We would have to see a prefrontal latch on to an outflow boundary, and then that would increase your tornado threat. I want to show you guys a bit higher definition satellite. It's even slightly more high definition than the one above my face cam. So this is a mesosector. It's called a mesofloater. And you can see all that clearing. There's clearing everywhere across Texas. We do have those thunderstorms that have fired across north central Texas and southwest Oklahoma. That is literally in the moderate risk area, but those storms are legit not even affecting the environment. The environment is so crazily favorable that these storms are not even putting a dent in the environment. Where these storms are, there is still 5,000 Cape. I mean, as long as we stay above that 2,000 Cape threshold, we'll likely see still significant damaging winds there. Like I said, a derecho thrives off of high instability. So when you have widespread Cape of 5,000 in isolated areas from 6,000 to 7,500, a derecho is going to very much thrive off of that. Very much thrive off of it. And if we go back here, I want to do a full 200 frame loop. You can see storms literally fired right over that area that currently has 7,500 Cape. We have 7,500 Cape like right in here, according to mesoanalysis, and that's literally right where storms fired. What was that? Probably about 3.5 hours ago. I do want to watch that CU field. Yeah, storms are starting to fire on that CU field. So I do think, like I said before, our storm mode will probably be on the sloppier side of things. And then eventually congeal up into a line as that cold front really starts to push through. Let me check here. Gracious. How much wind is that? The new HRRR shows 110 mile-an-hour winds. Look at that beast. That is a beast of a line. This is midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. And the newest HRRR has this stuff congealing into a line quite quickly. 7:30, 8 o'clock, it's already going into a line. Whereas one of the older HRRRs, like literally the HRRR an hour ago, it didn't have it really being organized into a line until midnight Eastern, which is 11 p.m. Central. So that's your crazy line portrayed by the HRRR run. That would be right over Wichita Falls, going right towards Dallas. We'll see what the rest of that run has to show. Let's see, I'll put it off to the side for now. As that renders in, I'll keep showing you guys it every now and then. So please be hyper weather aware if you're in the main risk area, and not just the moderate risk, but also the enhanced risk too. The enhanced risk and moderate risk areas are under the gun for extremely high damaging winds today. Although the moderate risk is the highest confidence of where those damaging winds may track, we could still see wind gusts near 90 miles per hour in portions of the enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 orange areas here. And again, that hatched hail threat also goes all the way back up into central Missouri, so we could see significant severe weather all the way up here with some of these storms going all the way up into potentially as far as Columbia and central Missouri. So far, 3 severes in our main risk area. This, again, is where we were expecting our main storms to fire, and that's exactly what's happening. So the main thing to pay attention to over the next few hours is just to see how convection evolves. See how quickly it turns into a line, and see how messy things get. Literally, the newest HRRR is literally like a worst case scenario for the Dallas area. I'll show you guys, I'll show you it once it gets one more frame in. Central Missouri, yeah, they'll pull a watch pretty soon. We already have a severe storm, so that should encourage them to issue it at any moment. Severe watch will be issued before 4:15 Eastern, which is 3:15 Central. So, within an hour, we will see a new watch. That will include Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. I'll show you where. In this red highlighted area. Right in here. Northeast Oklahoma, Southeast Kansas, and a good chunk of Missouri. That will include Joplin and Springfield, Missouri as well. And it will be a severe watch. So the only tornado watch we will probably see today is the only one that we have issued right now. This might actually be the only tornado watch we see, because the watch in Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, that's going to be a severe watch. And then I have a very good feeling we'll see a PDS severe watch, probably a big PDS severe watch issued in this area tonight. We'll know soon. And by soon, I mean in like the next 5 hours. If we get a PDS watch or not, we'll probably see them talk about it near 6 o'clock Eastern. Like about 2.5 hours from now, they might issue that MCD. And then the watch, we should have a watch out, whether it be PDS or not. It has to be out likely around or before 00Z. Uh, 00Z is 8 p.m. Eastern at 7 p.m. Central. I think storms will fire almost over Lubbock. So I do think Lubbock will miss the main wind risk, but Lubbock will likely still have a chance for a few severe storms today. It's hard to say who's going to see storms because, like I said, there's a lot of uncertainty on how our convection evolves. That's a new tornado warning. New tornado warning up here in Virginia. Third one of the day. So if you're in that tornado warning over, let's see, Downings, Fairplay, in Eastern Virginia, make sure you're in your safe spot. We did get a new severe, and it is a considerable severe just to the southwest of Boise City in the panhandle of Oklahoma. I mean, Kaylee, I really don't see a way how it's not a PDS severe watch. Personally, I really don't see a way we don't see a PDS watch tonight. That's my opinion. Yeah, the new HRRR takes 90 to 100 mile an hour winds right through the northern side of Dallas. This would be 90 to 100 mile an hour winds right through here. And this is even later. That is for 1 a.m. Central. 1 a.m. Central. So, man, if you're wanting any sleep tonight in Dallas, you better go get a nap right now because I don't think there's much sleeping tonight. I don't think there's going to be much sleeping tonight if you're in Dallas. Not until that line fully pushes through, which won't be till likely 2 a.m. Another significant severe for 1.75-inch hail over Guyman in central Oklahoma. Want me to play it again? Okay, I'll go back to that model run. Keep in mind this is just a model run, so it's not going to play out like this. But this particular run shows 3 supercells forming southwest of OKC at 8 o'clock Central Time. But you wouldn't see 100-mile-an-hour winds with that. You would definitely see some large hail near probably 2-inch in diameter, chance for a tornado or two, and 70, maybe 80-mile-an-hour winds. But not as bad as what it's going to be further south. But again, there's a lot of questions on how convection evolves today. This changes every run. If I show you all the runs here. Man, why is that so zoomed out? You can see how it's consistent on the general placement of that line, but the intensity and exactly where the greatest winds are different every run. And I could do one for like a little bit further back to the west. And you could see how it changes. It changes a lot. Things have trended slower. I mean, one of the runs yesterday had the Derecho moving through southeast Oklahoma at 9 o'clock. And now, 9 o'clock, it's in southwest Oklahoma. So, yeah, just don't plan things around model runs, because model runs are going to be... They're going to be changing frequently. So, that's why I said if you're out in front of this line, if you're out here in the enhanced risk or the moderate risk area, especially in the moderate risk area, you definitely have a lot of time to still prepare for this line of damaging winds. The area I'm most worried for is definitely right in here. This is the region I'm most worried for tonight. Southwest Oklahoma, up into Vernon, Texas, all the way back into Fort Worth, Dallas, and then Greenville, Texas. That's where I'm really worried about, because a lot of model runs have been consistent on that area, seeing like 100 to 110 mile-an-hour winds. It looks crazy. Let's see. Day 3 SPC outlook. They kept a marginal. We got a marginal risk, finally. We'll probably end up with a slight risk, though. But right now we have a day 3 marginal. It'd be nice if we could keep that. Look at NATOcast. For what? For tornadoes, wind, or hail? Oh, are you talking about the 75 sig wind risk from NATOcast? I bet that's what you're talking about. Has like a 75 or a 80 sig wind risk over Dallas. That's crazy. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's the absolute calibrated version, so that's always gonna overdo everything. I'm pretty sure that has like a 45% wind risk in Virginia, and that thing isn't gonna verify. New severe watch just got issued out in Missouri and Illinois. I will tell you what that's for. Yep, severe thunderstorm watch. Main threat by a milestone is hail, and then damaging winds of upwards of 80 miles per hour, and a brief spin-up tornado or two can't be ruled out. There you go. There's a better look at that. So that goes from northeast Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, all the way through portions of Missouri, into just a few counties of western Illinois. I don't think you're in that, Kaylee. I don't believe you're in that. It's only one county in northeast Oklahoma there. I mean, there's still a few more. It's like 6 counties here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 6 counties in the watch in northeast Oklahoma, but what I mean is it doesn't go, further to the south there. Oh, 7 counties. They just connected that. Yep, so they just expanded a watch and issued a new watch. So for this new watch, there's 6 counties in it. But then for the previous watch, they just expanded it and there's a bunch more counties in that. Hey, at least that means they don't expect much severe weather for you, Kaylee. New tornado warning in eastern Virginia for 30 minutes. That's actually a pretty good area of rotation there. That's close to Warner in eastern Virginia. It's going to go very close to Warner in eastern Virginia, so make sure you're in your safe spot. The northern one is rotating a lot less at the moment. That's like a 4-hour drive for me. That's literally like a 4-hour drive. Ain't no way I was chasing that today. New severe out here in Oklahoma for 1.75-inch hail. They upgraded that. So it's not a new one. It's an upgraded severe. That's west of Carmen in north central Oklahoma. So that's another significant severe. We're going to keep seeing these significant severes for a long time. For a long, long time. Now that we've started to see them, we likely won't stop seeing them for probably the rest of this stream. Storms are becoming a little bit more spaced out here in north central Texas. So they may be taking up even less of an environment that they already were. There is a storm that is fired just on the southeast side of Amarillo, Texas. That does have a good chance to grow upscale into a severe storm in the future. That does have a chance to grow upscale into a severe storm in the future, so we'll watch that. If it does become severe, it's going to go near Groom and Howardwick in the central panhandle of Texas. Wait, Kaylee, so you wanted severe storms today? I mean, there's still definitely a chance. We see severe storms outside of watches all the time. It happens all the time, so you never know. Happens to me all the time, Kaylee. I get into MCD for a watch and then they don't issue it for me. Yeah, but these storms are going to stay as big time hailers here. That actually could be rotating a little bit. Some of these definitely could have some upper level mesocyclones that could turn into closer to lower level mesocyclones and thus increasing the tornado risk with them. This is probably the only one that has a low tornado risk with it right now. The other two, they just look like hail. So this one here, just to the southwest of Boise City and far west Oklahoma in the Panhandle, that's going to be moving to the southeast eventually to the likely barely to the west of Stratford in Texas in about an hour. That might have a low tornado risk with it. But like I mentioned before, the peak tornado threat will be when these storms congeal up into a line and then are able to rotate. We could see a spin-up tornado or two before they turn into a line, but it's not very likely. Today's been slower than I thought it'd be. The main event is at like 8, 9 o'clock tonight, dude. Well, look at that. A Pennsylvania tornado warning. Wow. That hook echo surprised me, but velocity is not very strong. So, new tornado warning out here south of the Pittsburgh in southwest Pennsylvania radar site. We could switch, I guess we'll switch over to our tornado warning scene here. So there's your Hellcat go. Right in there. The rest of your supercell goes up into a base like that. Definitely a really good looking supercell. Not the best rotation though. Very weak rotation. And that's just west of Hickory going into, it will be going into Hickory here over the next couple minutes. Probably about 10 minutes is when it will hit Hickory in southwest Pennsylvania. And it definitely could drop a tornado as it moves off to the east. Still have 2 tornado warnings out here in Virginia. The southern one, which is over Mascot going towards Warner, is still on the stronger side of things. The one north of that is very, very weak, and they will likely let that warning expire in 9 minutes. So we've already seen 3 tornado warnings out here in Virginia, and now we've seen 1 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, again, gonna watch this area of velocities southwest of Boise City in the far west panhandle of Oklahoma for just the potential of a quick spin-up tornado at some point in the future. Yeah, NATOcast really paints Virginia as the biggest tornado threat today. Man. Yeah, so if you do live in the moderate risk area, by the way, if you do live in this moderate risk region or even the enhanced, honestly, I would recommend staying up for the event, especially if you are in the moderate. For sure, I would recommend staying up. But once you get past the moderate, like this area, you guys aren't going to start seeing severe storms till probably near 1 a.m., if not 2 a.m. Central Time. So it's going to be a bit more difficult to stay up for that. But like if you live in Dallas, if you live in Wichita Falls, Sherman, Texas, Ardmore, those areas, you guys should be hit by that line. Likely Derecho, probably Wichita Falls, maybe 11 o'clock midnight Central, and then Dallas will be closer to 1 p.m., or rather 1 a.m. Central. I'll go over that timing here. Let me check. Give you a time frame of when we're expecting this line to roll through Dallas area. Yeah, so it should be in this region here around 8 o'clock. This is all in Central. Everything I'm about to say is in Central. So it should approach Memphis around 8 p.m. in the panhandle of Texas. Vernon, it should approach Vernon near likely 9:30 or so, right around 9:30. Wichita Falls likely near 10 to 11. And then 11 o'clock should be in like Jacksboro, Gratford, Graham at 11 p.m. Midnight, it should be in Gainesville, Sherman, Denton, McKinney, Plano, Dallas, Fort Worth, all that at midnight. 1 a.m., it should be on the east side of Dallas going into Greenville, up towards Leonard, maybe into Paris, Texas. 2 a.m. should be moving into Clarksville, Mount Pleasant, Waynesboro, Van, Canton, Athens, Eastern Texas. And then by the time we get to about, let's see, I got to do that again. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. 3 a.m., about 3:30 a.m. is when it's going to start getting near Texarkana, New Boston, in kind of the border of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. Should be about 3 to 4 a.m. It's going to be a very late event. It will be a daytime event for areas on the northwest side of the moderate risk. This region should be mainly in the day, getting into sunset. Once you get towards Memphis, Plainview, Childress should be sunset risk. And then anything after that, it should be complete nocturnal event. Complete nocturnal event for Vernon, Wichita Falls, Lawton, Ardmore, Dallas, Bradford, Fort Worth, all those areas. It will likely be completely nocturnal. Tyler, let me see. Yeah, so this is out towards Tyler and Longview, so completely overnight. That area, there's a bit of uncertainty on when the line will weaken, but it looks like the line should still be quite significant by the time it gets to that area. I'm expecting the line to weaken as it moves into Louisiana and Arkansas. So Tyler, Longview, Mount Pleasant, Texas, I would still anticipate up to about 90 mile an hour winds being possible tonight in that area. 80, 90 mile an hour winds will be possible. Still could see some spin up tornadoes as well. Maybe some large hail embedded in the line. But damaging winds, I mean, it's really not even going to be close. Damaging winds will by far skyrocket as the main threat tonight. Too much instability for a derecho, there is no such thing. Too much instability does lead to overconvection, and thus for tornado risks, a lot of instability, like the 7,500 we have today, could be considered too much instability for a notable tornado risk. But for a derecho like we're anticipating today, I mean, 7,500 Cape, this thing is going to explode. It is going to explode. It is going to be wild. There is the chance the maximum winds today could approach 110 to 120 miles per hour. The absolute highest gust, there is a chance somebody today could see 110 to 120 mile per hour winds. There's a chance. That's like the strongest gust we could see. We could actually get a gust as high as 120. Let's see. So they did cancel the tornado warning over here in Eastern Virginia for the Simon's Corner. No longer under a tornado warning. See how it says expires in 3 minutes, and it doesn't say radar indicated the hail threat or anything like that. It just says expires in 3 minutes. That means they've canceled the warning. Whereas for the one to the south, you could see it says radar indicated tornado warning, and it expires in 18 minutes. So that means that's still in effect for 18 more minutes. Still under a tornado warning here in Warnard, in East Central Virginia. Go back up to Pennsylvania. Still tornado warning in effect for Hickory, Southview, Midway, McAdams, Westland, and Southwest Pennsylvania being your safe spot there. Yeah, there's a lot of fuel, so it's not like when the sun goes down, the threat goes down. When the sun goes down, the threat goes up. That's literally what it's going to be. And the reason for that is because that's when our cold front is really going to slam all of our storms. The cold front will slam all of our prefrontal convection, depending on how much we get, probably at about 9 Central Time. And once that happens, everything's going to congeal up into a line rapidly and intensify very quickly. Southwest Missouri, the derecho will likely track across Texas and southwest Oklahoma. But southwest Missouri could see some large hail, upwards of 2-inch in diameter. Could see 70 mile an hour winds, and a brief spin up tornado or two will all be possible inside that entire watch. So in this whole watch, there's a chance for 70 mile an hour winds, a spin up tornado or two, and 2-inch hail. Right now, we do have 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds here over Mound City in southeast Kansas. And I don't really expect too much out of these storms. I think it's only 1 or 2 storms today out in this area. Will likely hit that 70 mile per hour severe mark. I don't expect it to be like a full line. I don't expect it to be like a line like what we're going to see in the Texas and Oklahoma border. Let's see. All right, still continuing the radar indicated tornado warning. Very small warning now over Warnard in East Central Virginia. It's gonna make it to Shreveport. I can guarantee it. It just should be a lot weaker. It should be a lot weaker by the time it gets to Shreveport. That's the thinking. Oh, wow. That storm exploded quite a good amount right there. Yeah, there is a storm here south of Memphis in the panhandle of Texas that exploded quite a lot. Hail up to an inch, actually 1.25 inch in diameter there, as well as 60 mile-an-hour winds will be possible. That exploded quite quickly. We do get a new HRRR here in about 10 minutes. But again, we really want to focus on mesoanalysis, satellite imagery, radar. Those are the things you really want to focus on day of. Like I said, it's not horrible to use the HRRR, but you really want to focus on more of your nowcasting tools day of. I like to compare the mesoanalysis to the HRRR to see how accurate it may be. Wouldn't be shocked if this is trying to produce a tornado here, just to the southwest of Boise City in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Not sure how tight that is. On radar, it looks very, very impressive, but this could easily be corruption. You can see how it literally appeared in just one scan, so very easily could be an area of corruption. But we will keep an eye on that to see if it strengthens at all, see if anything tries to drop out of that. I know there's some chasers out in this area, but a lot of the chasers actually targeted, from what I know, at least like half the chasers I follow are actually going into like southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri. But there's still quite a few who are targeting the wind bag today. Let's go back over to the tornado warning in Pennsylvania. We got a new one. New tornado warning for New Staten and South Greensburg here in west central Pennsylvania. Pretty good area of rotation there. It's nothing like ridiculous, but it is enough to warrant a tornado warning. Hold on, something else just... Wait, what? Oh, okay. Looky there. Oh, hello. Hello. We got a tornado on the ground here. It is an observed tornado warning in the panhandle of Oklahoma and northwest Texas. So that's a tornado on the ground. First tornado of the day, and it was actually unwarned, and now it is observed. So that's a tornado on the ground southwest of Boise City on the Oklahoma-Texas panhandle. I'll see the population of that. I do want to stay with these storms here in Pennsylvania. This one looks to be weakening over South View, so if you're in that warning, still seek shelter, but it seems like that is weakening quite quickly. Really going to keep an eye on that one in New Stanton, because it could intensify, currently right over Madison. So there's 90 people and 2 schools inside the observed tornado warning in far western Oklahoma in the Panhandle and the extreme northwest portion of the Panhandle in Texas. Yeah, very tight area of rotation. I'm not surprised that's producing a tornado. It's difficult to tell if it was corruption or not, but now that we have an observed warning, we know it's not corruption. So that is a tornado on the ground. One thing I didn't read is the area forecast discussion. I actually want to see that for the Dallas area. Let's see. Yeah. They're very confident in greater than 80-mile-an-hour winds going into Dallas tonight. A significant wind event is likely to impact Dallas and surrounding areas in North Texas and Central Texas tonight. Likely during the 04 to 06 Z timeframe. That's 11 p.m. Central to, I think, 1 a.m. Central. It's good to read their forecast discussions because sometimes they can add on a little bit of information on that the SPC doesn't always include. That just new scan there just moved off a bit to the southeast, so still a likely tornado on the ground. First one of the day, and actually a new tornado warning. Wow, these are actually going tornadic. I gotta say, I'm surprised. I am surprised. I did not believe we would be seeing these storms go tornadic. But there you go, your blue polygon there. That means an observed tornado warning in place. Not strong rotation, but it is definitely up there. It's about 80, 90-mile-an-hour rotation. That's actually pretty strong. That is actually pretty strong rotation. And then look at this one. This one just really exploded on that last frame. It really started to look more like a supercell. And thus they have tornado warned this one too. Yes, it is an observed tornado warning. Southeast of Felt in the west panhandle of Oklahoma. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There's your new tornado warning there in still the panhandle of Oklahoma. More in central, closer to the central portion of the panhandle of Oklahoma, northeast of Guyman. I'm quite surprised that's actually tornado warning. We actually got a tornado out of this. I did not expect that. The environment out here, let me go give it a check real quick. I mean, yeah, you're at about a 20-degree temperature dew point spread when this, since the storm is still moving south. It's literally moving into a very, very high spread. And it's got, like, no wind shear. Wow. This is in an environment with 14 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Normally, we need about 150, at least 100, but normally look for 150. And we got a tornado on the ground with 14. With 14. I'm quite surprised. All right, let's go back up to Pennsylvania. Because there's two tornado warnings up here. The one over McDonald actually looking a little bit more impressive. Still on the weaker side of things, but it is a little bit more impressive on that newest scan. One approaching New Stanton. Still on the weaker side, but I mean, both of these could still drop a quick tornado. The only one in Eastern Virginia, I mean, that's still impressive as well. But all of it is weak rotation capable of producing quick spin-up tornadoes. All right, let's go back over to... You know what? Actually, what I'll do is I'll keep these. We'll keep this radar site in Virginia and Pennsylvania, and then we'll use GR2 out here for now. So that's a very intense area of rotation. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Got to go back here. We got an update. New tornado warning for Oakdale. So they've continued that tornado warning now into Oakdale, Bridgeville, and continuing through McDonald in southwest Pennsylvania. Let's go back over to here again, and I want to go see if I can get a chaser on this. Gracious day, we got another update out here. All right, the tornado warning has been canceled out in Warner. Tornado warning has been canceled there in eastern Virginia. So that's looking at the storm on the border of the Texas and Oklahoma Panhandle. That is severe warned. Let me just make sure this is muted so that way you guys can't hear it. See if anybody's got a tornado on the ground on this thing. Gracious day, another update. Alright, tornado warning is still continuing for New Stanton in southwestern Pennsylvania. They're updating these polygons very frequently. That's a really strong area of rotation. I don't know how much of that is rotation or not. Well, none of the chasers I know are on this storm. In the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas. Oh! I actually got one. Wow, is that, yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a strong photogenic tornado. The chaser feed is now frozen, so I can't see it, but this is definitely a strong tornado on the ground, very photogenic as well. Proxy just tagged me in the photo I literally just looked at. But I have a chaser too now. But he's frozen. But there definitely was and likely still is a strong tornado on the ground here in the extreme northwest portion of the Panhandle of Texas. Yep, already one strong tornado today, and I didn't expect that at all. Not one bit. Tornado warning in Southview was canceled, even though it expires in literally 1 minute. New SPC outlook. Looks relatively unchanged to me. Really going to be difficult for me to tell until it fully comes out. Yeah, it looks relatively unchanged. The biggest thing was they got rid of the slight risk on the coastline of South Carolina. That looks like the biggest thing they did. Yeah, it looks unchanged to me. 20Z update with convection moving off the coastline of the South Carolina coast. We've removed and reduced probabilities to a marginal risk. Let's see. Elsewhere, the remainder of the forecast remains on track. Widespread, significant, damaging winds and large to very large hail, as well as a few tornadoes remain possible across the southern plains. Yeah. So the main thing and really the only thing they changed was getting rid of the slight risk on the South Carolina coastline. Everything else remains very much on track. Still likely a strong tornado on the ground in the northwest panhandle of Texas. And we could still see a tornado at any moment out of both of these tornado warnings in Pennsylvania. Let me go back to Texas again. Yep, still a very strong area of rotation. I'll see if that chasers perhaps back. Nope. So definitely was a strong tornado on the ground. Again, the chaser I'm watching, he froze. So I can't tell you if it's still on the ground, but definitely going to treat it like it's on the ground because we had at least 3 chasers confirm a strong photogenic stovepipe tornado on the ground. At least 3 chasers. Welcome, Pete, to the stream. I apologize, I forgot to welcome you. I'm late. Alright, update to our observed warning. It is still observed for 14 more minutes. Still observed for 14 more minutes in the panhandle of Texas. This is likely still on the ground with how tight that couplet is. And of course, they did continue the observed warning, so... Yep, chaser is still frozen. Yeah, I've already seen 3 photos of it online. I've already seen 3 photos of the photogenic tornado online. Yeah, so this is at about like 100, near 110 mile-an-hour rotation. Near 110 mile-an-hour rotation. Alright, let me see if this HRRR changed at all. Because HRRR is running behind on instability, so... Oh, it's 18Z HRRR. So I gotta go to a different website because College DuPage is behind. It's supposed to be the 19Z. Yeah, the newest HRRR still has supercells exploding about 5, 6 o'clock in the eastern Texas panhandle. This is probably still a strong tornado on the ground. This is likely getting to a long-lived strong tornado. On that newest scan, it barely even moved. There's a chaser out here. He's having the time of his life because it's probably in an open field doing minimal damage and a strong photogenic stovepipe. Probably going to be, actually, I would nearly guarantee this is going to be the only photogenic strong tornado we get today. Anywhere in the U.S. I would nearly guarantee it. I'm shocked it even happened. They do all split up. There's chasers all over the place in Texas right now. And I can... Man, I haven't even pulled up Radar Omega since I looped the radar at the start of the stream. Let me pull it up. Alright, here's all the chasers in the last 15 or so minutes. And they are very much spread out. You can see there's about 2 to 3 chasers out there on our observed tornado warning. And there's a bunch of chasers around Amarillo all the way back down into Memphis, Texas. And then there's going to be some hanging around the Fort Worth and Dallas area. There's some up here in Kansas and Missouri. Now, some of these dots are just people who are checking radar, and it shows them as a spotter on their phone. But those green dots are people who have recently logged in like the last 5 minutes. So, like, this person here on I-44 is definitely a chaser. So a lot of these are chasers. I know there's some out here in Virginia. I bet that's a chaser right there. So there's, believe me, the chasers split up. They're never is there all chasers on one storm. They split up. Man, I keep clicking that. So still likely a strong tornado on the ground. Northeast of, or rather well north of Ware in Texas. And that is in the Texas Panhandle. Yeah, and the HRRR nailed this storm too. It's been very consistent. It has been very, very consistent on this storm firing. So I didn't think it would be a tornado producing storm. I thought it would just be hail. But it turns out it is actually a tornado producing storm. And a strong photogenic one at that. Let me go find this really quick. Okay. Waiting for the new meso analysis to see how our environment's doing. That should be in the next about 10 minutes or so. Update for our tornado warning in Pennsylvania. They have actually canceled that. Yeah, they've actually canceled the tornado warning out here in New Stanton and Youngwood, South Greensburg, and Southwest Pennsylvania. Tornado warning has been canceled. Tornado warning still remains in effect for Oakdale and surrounding areas, all the way to Bridgeville, and still for McDonald in Southwest Pennsylvania. No tornado warnings active in Virginia. So we're down to these two in Pennsylvania. And then the confirmed one here on the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle line. And then our radar indicated one back out here east of Guyman in the Oklahoma Panhandle. We're actually down to 3 because they canceled one of those in Pennsylvania. So we have the one in Southwest Pennsylvania over Oakdale, and then the 2 in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. Still likely a strong tornado on the ground with our observed warning in extreme northwest Texas. Keep clicking it. It's probably about to, if not lifted now. Yeah, it's likely about to lift based off of those velocities. Well, that was something I was not expecting. I was not expecting a strong tornado on what was the first main storm of the day. This was literally the storm that I pointed out before we started stream. I said first main storm firing west of Boise City, Oklahoma. I said that in the chat. And this is the first storm to produce a tornado. Definitely was our first main storm. Let me see. Give me just a second. I gotta check something. I need to see this. Alright. We are good. It deviated. That's probably why it produced a strong one. I mean, it didn't deviate much, so let me get a longer loop. 100 frame loop. No, I mean, it was always moving southeast. Still an observed tornado warning for another hour. They'll likely downgrade that at some point in the next hour. They'll likely downgrade that tornado warning. I don't think we're going to have an hour-long tornado. I highly doubt that. Still tornado warning for Bridgeville in southwest Pennsylvania. Again, the tornado warning over here in New Stanton has been expired for a while, but weatherwise still has it being there. It is indeed expired, no longer under a tornado warning in New Stanton in southwest PA. Again, extension to our observed tornado warning that now goes all the way down just to the northwest of Ware in the northwest panhandle of Texas. Gracious day, how many times am I going to accidentally click that? I'm going to accidentally click weatherwise like 6 times. Wow. Yeah, so this was able to produce a tornado. It was quite surprising because it's in a very elevated environment. So it's typically a lot harder for storms that are elevated to produce tornadoes. But, man, this one developed a photogenic, strong tornado. With like 2 to 3 chasers on it. Most of our chasers targeted like central or north central Texas, not in the northern panhandle, and then another batch targeted like southeast Kansas. All right, let's go back over to here. Big time severe thunderstorm warning for observed 70-mile-an-hour winds was just issued. You could see a huge area of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour velocities there going towards Medford in north central Oklahoma. That is a big severe thunderstorm warning. What did that say? 2.5-inch hail out here in southeast Missouri. 2.5-inch hail on that severe thunderstorm warning in Fort Scott, southeast Kansas. This isn't Missouri. Fort Scott, southeast Kansas. It does include a very small sliver of southwest Missouri. Very small sliver of southwest Missouri, but much of that severe is in southeast Kansas. There is no destructive severes at the moment, but we are very much getting up there in significant severes already. We are already up to 6, 7, 8, 9 significant severes. Already up to 9 significant severes, and we ain't even close to having our derecho yet. It's not even close to forming, but those storms are now severe east of Amarillo. Just as I was talking about 30 minutes ago. Accidental click again. They are now severe warned over and east of Amarillo in the panhandle of Texas. Instability is maintained around the 6,000 to 7,500 range in the central panhandle of Texas. And then, I mean, it's continuing to slowly climb up there in central and north central Texas. The lowest instability we have is located over central Oklahoma in our main risk area. Throughout our main risk, enhanced risk area, our lowest instability is 2,000 in central Oklahoma. That is one of the most photogenic stovepipes I have seen this year. That is a chaser dream. A photogenic supercell with a photogenic stovepipe tornado over a field. That is literally a chaser dream that just happened up here on the Oklahoma-Texas border. Border of both panhandles there. $2,000 instability is still really good, yes. But that's the lowest instability we have. But 2,000 is still really good. All right, let me go here again. If I find it again, yeah, I'll quote tweet it. I should have done that before. I don't normally repost stuff on Twitter, honestly. We'll see if it comes across my feed ever again. I think it might be lost in the void. It may be lost in the void. All right, so we're down to that one observed tornado warning here in far northwest Texas. And that's it. It's our only tornado warning. Yep. We're down to this single observed warning. And see, this is how I expected it to look. This is how I expected it to look. Hail core, minimum velocities. Not the craziness that it was doing just earlier. That is crazy how quickly that intensified. Yeah, it was an elevated storm and it produced a tornado. Sure did. Elevated storms can still produce tornadoes. It's just a lot harder. It is a lot harder for them to do so. But I mean, when you have a very strong area of rotation of like 130 mile-an-hour velocities on a well discrete supercell and a good hook echo, I mean, it happens, and we got it. We managed to get it. Allentown, Pennsylvania. Let me see. Why did that take me to Ohio? Allentown, Pennsylvania. No, I have to do. I'm gonna have to go to the Pacific. It's still not working. All right, Radar Omega. I hate to use it, but there you go. So that's East Central Pennsylvania. Not doesn't seem like much is happening right now other than just light rain. And it will probably stay that way. We'll probably just see some light rain for the next hour or so, and then there's a chance for some heavier rain near 7, 8 o'clock tonight, but it's very, very isolated. I don't think you'll see too much out there. Alright, back down to radar indicated. So, back down to a ordinary tornado warning now. Oh! A PDS severe watch is likely to be needed. A PDS severe watch is likely to be needed shortly. There you go. We are about to get a PDS severe watch. For up to 115 mile-an-hour winds. There we go. A 115 mile-an-hour winds. Wow. There you go. That's crazy. But there you go. Let me go ahead and show you where that will be issued at. So a PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch will be issued for Lubbock, Plainview, Matador, Crowell, Childress, Vernon, Wichita Falls, Gainesville, Graham, and likely either a county out of or including Abilene in Texas for the potential of 115 mile-an-hour winds, likely 4-inch hail, and a few tornadoes. Wow. They do say a tornado watch, possibly. They do say a tornado watch or a PDS severe watch. I would guarantee it's going to be a PDS severe watch. I don't think it would be a tornado watch. If it is a tornado watch, it would still be a very high-end damaging wind threat for a tornado watch. "115 mile-an-hour winds. Jeez. Yeah, that's still not pink. It's still not pink on their chart, so the peak intensity for winds could actually go even higher. But I think that's the highest peak wind speeds I've ever seen for the SPC, that new mesoscale discussion thing they do. Tornado warning just to the south of Richmond, Virginia. So that's a new tornado warning for Brady Oaks, Winter Park, and Hampton Park. Pretty good area of rotation there, and a pretty classic supercell. What is the environment out here? These tiny little rain showers be spinning a lot. Yeah, there's barely any wind shear out here. I'm shocked they're spinning so much. Yep, storm's still exploding east of Amarillo, Texas. We're going to continue to see that cell likely intensify, and more storms will likely intensify after that as well. Jeez. 115 mile per hour winds, y'all. They're going to be a doozy. That doesn't include the Dallas area, so there's a chance we get another PDS watch or a high-end wind probability tornado watch for Dallas. But it's going to be a while before we get that. I'm surprised they issued that MCD. They issued that MCD a lot sooner than I was thinking. They mentioned the large hail threat and tornado threat will be the primary concern for the short term, and then a damaging wind threat will increase significantly past sunset. I don't know, Kaylee. They're moving slow. They're moving slow. And there's a chance they survive all the way till they get to you, but I don't know. They're going to be moving really, really slowly. Severe warning in Virginia as well. There you go. Look at that. I got it before weatherwise. Did you see that? I got it before weatherwise. That's because it was issued by National Weather Service Blacksburg, and I get see that. That's my National Weather Service. I get that instantly as they issue it. That's for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm assuming 120 is pink, Sam. I'm assuming 120-mile-per-hour winds is pink. And so they went with red for winds up to 115. Let's see here. We'll keep an eye on the one east of Amarillo, because I do think this has a chance to pose a tornado threat in the future. But the chance of that is still on the lower side, but we'll keep an eye on it. Right now it's producing big-time hail and already 70-mile-an-hour winds. Let me go back over to here. It's still 70-mile-an-hour winds ongoing in north central Oklahoma. Multiple velocities of 50 to 70-mile-per-hour winds along this line. They actually reissued that, so now another 70-mile-an-hour severe. So Medford, Deer Creek, Blackwell, Marland, Billings, Hunter, Enid. Let's see, Carmen. All those areas in north central Oklahoma under a significant severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. A lot of damaging winds there. Yeah, so again, the SPC on that new mesoscale discussion also noted that the wind threat would significantly uptick later, probably closer to sunset. They also mentioned additional development should occur in front of the main dry line. The potential will rapidly increase for destructive winds of at least 80 to 100 miles per hour, and a PDS severe thunderstorm watch is likely to be needed to cover this potential. So we're about to get the first PDS severe watch of the year. I don't know of how long, though. I'm not sure when the last PDS severe watch was. It had to be last year. I'm thinking it was probably last year in like Iowa or something. but I don't know for sure. Let me see. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it on this list. There's a crazy list of all the warnings and watches that we've seen, and man, I'll be scrolling for years. I'll be scrolling for the rest of this live stream trying to find that thing. So plenty of storms now ongoing here. This active tornado warning in the northwest panhandle of Texas is currently trying to intensify in rotation. We'll see how strong that can get, but right now it is relatively broad. Still a broad area, very weak rotation on our tornado warning southwest of Richmond, Virginia. Those are our only 2 active warnings. And both are radar indicated. So there's a lot of different PDS things you can get. You can get a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which means that destructive hazards are about to be or possibly already ongoing in a specific area. For instance, 80-mile-an-hour winds or 2.75-inch hail. You can get a PDS tornado warning, which means a strong tornado is ongoing. You can get a PDS radar indicated tornado warning, which means a strong tornado is about to develop but has not yet been observed. And then there's the watches. You could get a PDS tornado watch, which is a very high-end tornado watch for the potential of long-tracked violent tornadoes. And then what we're going to get today, here over the next probably hour and a half or so, we'll get a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. What that means is there's going to be an environment favorable for destructive severe storms across a large area, and it will be a high-end severe watch. So we have the possibility to see near maxed out or maxed out wind probabilities. In this case, it will be a PDS severe watch for damaging winds upwards of 115 miles per hour. So the reason why it's a large watch is because there's a large area that's likely going to be affected. It won't be a tornado watch. No, that's not possible. They mentioned it, but it's not possible. If they issue a tornado watch, it will literally be... That would be stupid. I'm going to be honest. That would actually be stupid. There's no way it would be a tornado watch. It's going to be a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. All right. ARRR still is continuing with that line tonight, which, not a shocker. I mean, man, there's definitely going to be some microbursts tonight that have the potential to drop 110 plus mile-an-hour winds. Kaylee, you might want to get the app, but I've never had any bad glitches on weatherwise. The only small glitch I've had on weatherwise is when I zoom in and then change my products very quickly on radar. Like that. See how it zoomed me back out? That's the only glitch I encounter. See, it keeps doing it. So you have to zoom in slowly and then click and then change it. And it doesn't do it. Keep showing me current scans, changing weather radar sites 7 a.m. It's doing it with every radar. Where's my phone? It's over here. Weather-wise. Let's see here. Nope. Mine's good. Yep, mine's perfectly fine. The PDS Severe Watch will be issued before. It'll be issued before 6:15 Eastern. So in the next 2 hours. 5:15 Central, 6:15 Eastern. Before that time. Our main line probably won't be fully formed until I would say at earliest 8 o'clock Central. That's the earliest I'm expecting the line to form. At least right now. It might need an update, Lakeisha. That's happened to the browser. If I don't close the browser, then I'm stuck on old scans. It might need an update. Mine just updates on its own, though, but I don't know if that's a setting I have turned on. Nine minutes left on that tornado warning over Brady Oaks in East Central Virginia. Also, new mesoscale discussion just got issued. You can see it's a box. We got the box MCD pulled out today. And that is for the continuation of the potential for a couple tornadoes across portions of Maryland and Virginia. I'll read you the exact MCD in just a second whenever the SPC site wants to load. Oh, back on the ground. Second tornado from this storm. Tornado is back on the ground here. East of Tex Line, northwest of Dalehart, in the far northwest panhandle of Texas. That MCD back out in Virginia. A couple of tornadoes and damaging wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour will be possible through the early evening. A couple of tornadoes will remain possible. Enhanced lower level wind shear should support a couple of rotating thunderstorms potentially producing tornadoes. Yeah, really, Kaylee. Yep. That's a complete box. It is. It's a full box. It's actually pretty rare to see those. I'm sure we get a couple a year, but reminds me of the good old days. Man, I miss the squiggly mesoscale discussions. But the new ones are they're really good too. Yeah, that rotation not very strong. But it is present, and we have an observed tornado warning there. Give me just a moment. Okay. Trying to see when Lucky's going to be able to join. Gotta wake him up from his nap, y'all. He's probably still asleep. These storms are still there. I wonder if that's going to cause an overconvection issue somehow with the line. I don't. There's no way we avoid very significant damaging winds today, but I think that overconvection could try to prevent some of it from being so widespread. But never know. There's a lot of questions on how things will congeal up into a line today, so Lucky can join when Brad crashes. Well, he better join pretty quick. What's it looking like, Pete? I saw Chase led a few laps. I don't know how long he led or anything like that. I gotta watch the first few laps and then I went live early. I'm glad I did, because things started popping off pretty early. So I'm glad I went live when I did. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you hit that like button. We're now over 120 likes, so I greatly appreciate the support. Yeah. Also, we did just hit 9,800 subscribers, so I really, really appreciate that. Thank you guys for the support already today. It's really appreciated. We are now less than 200 subscribers from the big 10K. Less than 200 subscribers away. So, we'll see when we get there. We'll get there eventually. I hope. Watch us be stuck on 9,800 forever. But I really appreciate everybody for tuning into all these live streams. And yeah, this live stream, it's going to be a long one, so buckle up. This is only the start. This is the weird peak of our probably tornado threat, honestly. I didn't expect us to get already a strong tornado and then 2 tornadoes as a whole. We could definitely see quite a few more, though, as the line congeals up. There is a lot of questions on how the tornado threat will evolve in the line, too, so there's a lot of uncertainty with the line itself. We know it's going to be a bad line. We know it's going to be a very damaging line, but we don't know how widespread and exactly how bad. I would be very surprised if we don't see at least 100 mile-an-hour winds today. But we could see well over that. And I also appreciate everybody for tuning into the video earlier. That was an urgent video. So that was probably the fastest video I've made in a year. Or about a year. I made that video. I got it. I filmed it. Made the thumbnail, description, title, put the comment thing in the comment section. I did all that in like 20-25 minutes. And the video itself was almost 11 minutes long, so that was one of the fastest videos I've made. And it was an urgent video, so I didn't have to edit anything. And then like 20 minutes after I got that out, we went live. I just want to get a video out because whatever I could do to reach more people about the word for severe weather. Oh, speaking about that, I made a TikTok last night about this threat and it absolutely exploded. I haven't uploaded a TikTok in like 4 months. Oh my word, it's literally doubled in views since I last looked. Gracious day. Well, yep, definitely hit some people on TikTok with the word of severe weather. Jeez, dude. I swear, it's so easy to reach people on TikTok with weather content. I was thinking about doing live streams on TikTok, but it's just difficult because it's a vertical format. Like you just said, look off the coast of North Carolina. Hey, jeez. Now, why can't that happen on North Carolina, right over like Lucky's house or my house in Virginia? It's always got to be offshore or very, very coastal. Oh, look at that. Tornado warning. Wow, now that is some crazy rotation. I don't know if I've ever seen rotation that strong before. That is insane. That is some wild rotation. So that is a tornado warning for about the next 44 minutes here. Well to the southeast of Amarillo in Texas. But our tornado that's on the ground is with this storm. Now, that is a good area of rotation. It's still pretty broad and on the weaker side of things, but it's getting there. And it did just recently produce 2 tornadoes now. This one, I don't... Maybe there's a report? Yeah. There ain't no rotation with that. If you couldn't detect that sarcasm, there's no rotation there. I do think it could begin to rotate in the future, but right now it doesn't look like it is to me. But it definitely could really start to rotate in the future with the lack of convection on the southwest flank. So that may just be a very early precautionary tornado warning. Let's see here. NATO cast, let's see what that says. Yeah, that has a 5% across Texas today. That's likely where the line forms the most. I think our main line will really be across this region in here. That's where my confidence is highest. Like, somewhere in the eastern, the central end of the eastern portion of that moderate risk and even into the enhanced risk is where I'm expecting the line to be the strongest. I'm a bit surprised the moderate goes that far west, but we could definitely see damaging winds near 90 miles per hour that far to the west. Yeah, either way, I think the Dallas Metroplex and anybody around that is likely going to be under the gun for the highest wind speeds tonight. I do think we could see a second PDS severe watch too. Assuming that we are going to get a PDS watch, which the SPC said it's likely. And again, that should be out before 6:15 Eastern. All right, still a observed tornado warning for 11 more minutes out here. Tornado likely lift. It likely lifted, and it's probably trying to drop right back down again. Really good looking supercell here for a cell that's located far from our radar site. And again, that's in the northwest panhandle of Texas. Our tornado warning for light rain. Barely any rain out here. Look at this. Like, literally over half the warning is not even getting rain right now. And that's in effect for about 41 more minutes. And again, that is well southeast of Amarillo. Back out in Pennsylvania, Virginia, nothing happening there. There is one severe that is on a weakening trend just north of Chatham and north of South Boston in Virginia. So just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows there. Abilene, Texas, that's a little difficult to say. There's definitely going to be damaging winds to your north, capable of probably 100 to 110 miles per hour. Um, but for Abilene, that's where the cutoff is. That's where the cutoff of the line is. We don't know how large the line is going to be. Abilene is in the enhanced risk right now. We don't know how far south or north that line is going to stretch. Yesterday was crazy. Somebody in the Discord server added me about it. It was a PDS tornado warning, radar indicated. And I didn't go live. I saw it at like 5 minutes after it got issued. I saw it. And then they actually extended it. And this sucker had hail contamination. The National Weather Service put a PDS warning, radar indicated PDS tornado warning for hail contamination. You know, that thing we always talk about being contaminated. We're like, not too sure if it's rotation or not. Yeah, they tornado warned that and put a PDS tag on it. And like 2 scans after, it completely fell apart. And then within 30 minutes, it was not even tornado warned. It wasn't even tornado warned within 30 minutes. And then we had an absolute strong wedge tree ripper in Missouri. I'm pretty sure we had a wedge tornado in Missouri. It was either a wedge or a very, very large stovepipe. I would have to go look at the video again. And it was an absolute tree ripper. Lofted debris a little higher than 10,000 feet up. I almost went live for that, but I caught the tail end of that one. I didn't realize how strong it was until it lifted. I was too focused on the PDS warning in northeast New Mexico, and I didn't realize there was a strong tornado in Missouri. Am I going to be live tomorrow? Most likely, yeah. Most likely. What's tomorrow's Monday? Ooh, I cannot go live in the morning. I know that. I cannot go live until probably after 2 p.m. I've got stuff I have to do tomorrow. So I will not be live early. But I imagine I'll be live maybe for coverage or a briefing. I'm 50-50 on coverage or a briefing tomorrow. I don't know why I'm in like there's a big slight risk to my south. Yeah, to my southeast, and the 2% tornado risk goes into almost Greensboro. I don't even know why that's there. I don't see that happening at all. I don't know why that risk is so far into North Carolina. All right, update for this warning. It's back down to radar indicated. I'll fix that in just a second. Let's go here, here, and back down to radar indicated. So no longer an observed warning there. Trying to see anything else I may have updated. We're getting a new HRRR, but again, we're really using current observations now. So the biggest thing is 15 minutes after every hour we get a mesoanalysis. That's what I really look at. Caleb, I'll probably be here till like 2 a.m. Being realistic, if things go the way we're forecasting, I'm going to be here for like the next near 9-10 hours. Got a notification of a severe in Chicago. Where? Oh, I'm blind. It's right there. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in downtown Chicago. Pretty sure that is literally downtown Chicago right there. For 60 mile-an-hour winds. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also 1-inch hail possible there. You have glasses? Well, if you have to really point that out, Capybar, you must be pretty dang blind if you can't see that. They're quite large. If you just now noticed that, you have not been paying attention to any of my live streams or videos. This dude. Great observation there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. Southwest of Howardwick in Central Texas. North Central Texas Panhandle. Continuing a radar-indicated tornado warning here. Just southeast of Tex Line in the far northwest panhandle of Texas. I think there might be some wind today. I don't know what makes you think that. I have no idea what makes you think that. Have no idea. I mean, the SPC says 5-inch hail likely. That's what they had on their text. So, that's what I put in the title. They had 100-mile-an-hour winds, a few tornadoes, and 5-inch hail all being likely. Let me see. Okay. Might be getting winds up to 75, possibly near 80 miles per hour up here. That's going to go into South Haven, South Central Kansas. A lot of damaging winds happening in an area where I was not expecting anything. This area is under a slight risk 15% wind, and we have like three significant severes for damaging winds. And then this one is still warned for 2-inch hail, downgraded a little bit, but still warned for 2-inch hail there. North of Arma in southeast Kansas. All of our tornado warnings are currently active in the Texas Panhandle. One of them will expire in 2 minutes, but we have already a new extension for that for the next hour or so. Our other tornado warning is for whatever is happening down here, southeast of Amarillo. Not much rotation on that storm, but it's tornado warned for some cloudy skies. Being your safe spot, I doubt we'll see anything out of that. The biggest threat is definitely large hail near 2-inch in diameter. They also upgraded this tornado warning, actually the hail threat on it. The warning itself isn't confirmed or upgraded, but actually the warning for hail has been upgraded. So they upgraded that from, I think it was 2-inch hail. Now it's 2.75-inch hail. Actually, it might have been 2.5 hail, and now they upgraded to 2.75 hail. Either way, they upgraded the hail threat with this warning. It is still a radar-indicated tornado warning for the potential of a tornado to drop at any moment, but the hail size was upgraded slightly. That is a destructive amount of hail. We've seen a lot of 2-inch hail and a lot of 2.5-inch hail severes, and now that's our first tornado warning with 2.75-inch hail, but it does not count. It does not count as a destructive severe because it is a tornado warning, not a severe warning. We now are under a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch until midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. A particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for Wichita Falls, Texas and surrounding areas. I will get you more details in a slight moment. That is a 90, 80, 80 watch. So, wow, 60 for tornadoes too. Yeah, so there's a 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 20% chance at least one of those are strong. The wind threat is a 90% chance. A 90% chance of 10 or more 60-mile-an-hour wind events, and an 80% chance that at least one of those are greater than 75 miles per hour. There's also an 80% chance of 10 1-inch in diameter hail events, and a 50% chance that at least one of those are greater than 2-inch in diameter. This is a particularly dangerous situation. 105 mile-an-hour winds likely. Lord have mercy, that is absurd. 105 mile-an-hour winds likely. Jeez. That is insane. I'm trying to get this out on Twitter. Yep. 5-inch hail likely as well. Man, that is insane. So that is for Plainview, Lubbock, Snyder, Abilene. Abilene, Texas is now under a PDS severe watch. Wichita Falls, Texas, Lawton, in Oklahoma. Norman is barely outside of that. Norman is barely outside of that. Can I zoom out a little bit? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Wow. Let's see here. Watch probabilities. So from left to right, which is tornadoes to hail, it is 60, 20, 90, 80, 80, 50. I already went over them. Here they are on a text. So probability there for tornadoes, wind, hail, PDS situation, yes. Actually didn't expect the probabilities to be that high for tornadoes. Widespread damaging winds of 105 mile per hour wind gusts likely. 5-inch hail possible. Few tornadoes likely. Increasing intense severe storm development is expected through this late afternoon into the evening. Widespread damaging winds will evolve. And that goes all the way till midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. That's our first PDS severe watch in a long time. Did we get a new warning somewhere? Something updated. I think that was this one updated back to radar indicated again. Actually, it updated to 4-inch hail. So this is now a PDS severe for 4-inch hail and 80 mile-an-hour winds. That is a dire situation, so we are actually going to switch from a radar indicated tornado warning to a PDS severe, because this is a very high-end PDS severe thunderstorm warning for softball-sized hail and 80 mile-an-hour winds. This is a very dangerous storm located just to the southeast of Amarillo, Texas. 4-inch hail is already ongoing. Wow. Already a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. The first one of the day is for softball-sized hail and 80 mile-an-hour winds. Now that's a doozy. Wait for this to load real quick. There's also a tornado warning for the hail core and the southern side of the storm too. So very dangerous supercell here. There it is on the SPC page on Twitter. Severe thunderstorm watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Widespread damaging wind gusts likely, with 105 mile-an-hour wind gusts also being likely. Widespread large hail likely, with isolated very large hail of 5-inch in diameter possible. A few tornadoes are also likely. I'm waiting to see it on the SPC site too. Yeah, so this is a very rare severe watch. This is possibly the highest end severe watch we've ever tracked on this channel in its entire 5-year history. So this is right up there with the 2021 Derecho in December. Seeing them say 105 mile-an-hour wind gust likely is not something you see often. It is a very, very rare situation. Doesn't look like this is going to turn into a derecho from here, huh? It doesn't look like it's going to turn into a derecho. A lot of the times when we see derechos, especially the one from 2021, you think storms just instantly fire up in a line and then rapidly intensify from there, and that's what warrants the PDS severe watch. But this is actually starting off clustered to discrete, and then it's going to congeal all up into a very dangerous MCS to likely derecho. And there it is on the SPC site. This is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS severe thunderstorm watch. And again, moderate low, high, high, high. So the triple high, that's what gives it the PDS status. That's just crazy. 105 mile-an-hour winds likely, dude. Oop. Wow. Alrighty. Still 4-inch hail, 80 mile-an-hour winds ongoing with this supercell southeast of Amarillo, Texas. Let me go over here to Virginia again. Yeah, these storms are definitely on the weaker side right now. So the main area we're going to be focusing on is definitely in Texas. But we're also going to be seeing a lot of severes in Missouri, Oklahoma, and Kansas here. But yeah, if we take a look at the SPC Outlook, that PDS watch, it's hard to see the outline, but it covers a little bit over half of the moderate risk area. This is what it covers. So this is the portion of the moderate risk that the PDS severe watch covers here. Yeah. So it covers about half of the moderate, right in the middle of the moderate risk area. I still believe there is a chance for a PDS watch tonight in this area too. I do think we could see another PDS severe watch going into Fort Worth and Dallas tonight. if everything goes as modeled. Rotation may start to pick up on this storm here, just west of Howardwick, with that outflow boundary being very close to the hook, and this now getting a good inflow notch with it. This may begin to ramp up in rotation. Look at Legacy's mod dumb on the SPC. Yep. Yep. That seems legit. Right over Tennessee, Kentucky. Look at that. You're surrounded by likely severe storms. And then just right over Tennessee, Kentucky, there's nothing. There's severe weather to the southeast, to the east, to the far to the west, to the northwest. Nothing up in Ohio. But you got a good old little mod dome right there over Tennessee. You can blame Legacy for that. Also, we're about to get the first hurricane of the Atlantic season out here. Just thought I'd throw that in real quick. This is about to become our first hurricane of the season. And then we're going to get a tropical storm here. And then behind all this, we have another chance for a tropical storm or tropical depression. What? What? Yeah, so that's going to be the first hurricane of the Pacific. I might have said Atlantic. Yeah, tomorrow is not even comparable to today. I went over it at the start of the stream. I may go over it again later, but now we've moved into full coverage here. Give me a moment. Yeah, so random tornado warning northeast of Dallas. That's for a storm. I mean, there's really not much rotation with that, at least from what I can see. But it is all by itself, so it may be able to drop a tornado. So precautionary tornado warning there, out for Cooper and Roxton in northeast Texas. Cluster of severe storms southwest of Shreveport. Significant severe for 1.75-inch hail there. Still haven't, weatherwise still hasn't gotten the probabilities on that watch yet. Yep, there you go. This is a particularly dangerous situation. That's your severe watch. I'm not in a 5% today. I don't even have to go look for that. Yeah, still gonna watch this area right in here. It's on the east side of the tornado warning. It definitely could ramp up as it moves off to the east. And could try to drop a tornado in the future. Let me switch this up. Should have a new HRRR to see if that still continues with the... Oh, somehow it got worse. Wow. That got a lot more widespread. It doesn't congeal up into a line early, but it's a lot more widespread on that newest run. Observed 4-inch hail. So observed softball-sized hail with this storm in Texas. Show you guys the new HRRR. Looks like a full-fledged tornado outbreak on that frame. So there's going to be the chance for a very large hail and a couple tornadoes. And it's very sloppy. It is a lot sloppier until we get to the Dallas area at midnight. And then we get a full-fledged derecho. But this won't be classified as a derecho if this is how it plays out. Because your line... Well, I can make out the line possibly right here. At 01Z. But there's just... On this frame at 10 o'clock Eastern, there's too much convection in front. And so the line doesn't organize very well. It goes through the cell mergers, and then after the cell mergers is when it really starts to organize. Look at that. That would definitely pack 100 to 115 mile per hour winds with it. Right through the Dallas area. But then 19Z, relatively quite a different scenario. And then 17Z was also quite a bit different. So there's quite a few uncertainties on how convection evolves, and that's what the big question is today. But no matter which way it evolves, we're going to see very significant damaging winds. All right. Yeah, 105 mile-an-hour winds are likely today. So I'd be pretty shocked if we don't get at least 100 mile-an-hour winds. Well, found your target cell right there. That's where most chasers are probably going to go. A fully discrete mothership supercell in front of all the overconvection mess in a very favorable environment. Not favorable in terms of the temperature and dew point spread. It's not very favorable, but outside of that, it's quite favorable. And the fact that it's latched onto an outflow boundary should help increase the lack of wind shear it has. So this will likely be a strong tornado threat in the future. If the HRRR is correct. And that is our most destructive storm of the day so far. 4-inch hail is observed, and 80 mile per hour winds may be ongoing. Yeah, crazy hail core there as well. Very well pronounced hail core, so likely seeing 4-inch hail dropping with this. Let me go back over to this really quick. Okay. Should get a new meso analysis actually now. Let me go check what that has. Yeah, that area has been affected a little bit by overconvection. The southern area right here near, let's see, where is this? Like this area right in here has a little lack of instability. It's down to about 3,000 to 4,000 Cape. Little lack of instability there. But that, I don't think that will affect storms much. And then the storms that are ongoing across Texas and Oklahoma, they're not really affecting Cape much. Now, the ones in the northern panhandle are. These storms are definitely affecting instability, but they are also our main line, so no shocker right there. That outflow boundary is very close to latched on to the hook echo. So, again, we'll just keep watching this area for a tornado threat in the future. It looks like they're probably going to let that tornado warning expire in 9 minutes. They haven't continued the tornado warning yet. In like 9 minutes. Whoops. I think I said lucky the wrong thing. Well, good for you, Cat, man. You're very lucky. Alright, they did continue that tornado warning. 4.5-inch hail. Yikes. .5-inch hail. That is crazy. So we've nearly verified the 5-inch hail that was possible today. And it's only 5:22 here, Eastern time. Local time, it's actually 4:22. Man, this thing exploded. This was that little, the little updraft I pointed out over Amarillo like 2 hours ago. Yeah, this storm came out of that tiny little updraft. I still don't see much rotation with that, but again, it could ramp up in the future. So 4 to 4.5-inch hail is ongoing here. Just to the northwest of Memphis, well northwest of Memphis. That's observed 4.5-inch. Wow, dude. It's starting off really strong with the hail threat. Observed grapefruit-sized hail. We are past softballs. Yeah, Pete, I already know Denny won. I already know. I could tell by reactions from Lucky, and now you say that in chat. That's like his first one in like, I don't know, probably... I don't know the last time he won, but I know that's his first one in a long time there at Michigan. Glad I didn't waste 3 hours of my life watching that guy win. Oh, hi, Lucky. What'd you waste 3 hours of your life for?
I actually didn't watch. I actually just.
Why are you on the other side of planet Earth?
I'm not, but bro, my mic is literally so close to my face.
Yo, you are so low.
Turn me up.
You are up.
Bro.
You are so low on Streamlabs. You're 110% on Discord, your max volume on my headphones, and you're nearly maxed on Streamlabs. This dude's literally a mile away from his microphone.
I really am not.
I'll just turn you up on Discord to speak again.
Hello.
That changed like nothing. I just put you to 200%.
Let me see. Oh, that's why.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Oh, there he is.
Better?
Much, much better.
Let me see. Hold on. Dude, that's.
That's much better.
What about now?
Yep, you're almost perfect now.
I was at 100%. I like to keep mine at 50. It was at 20%.
Dude.
On like the PC settings.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm keeping mine at 50.
Makes sense. Tornado back on the ground for the third or fourth time with this supercell northwest of Dalehart in northwest Texas. And lucky you've joined at the
I pro-
perfect time. We got 4.5-inch hail observed, 80-mile-an-hour winds ongoing, and a confirmed tornado.
Bro, I promise you, if I see that stupid flag, I'm gonna lose my mind.
All right, well, I'm gonna go get me some food, y'all. Lucky's gonna talk for a little
Wait,
bit.
okay, give me like 30 seconds, bro. I just gotta see if he pulls out the flag.
Well, I mean, you could just talk whilst I go, because I'm hungry and my food's getting cold, and
There's actually no booze. There's no booze.
I'm gonna need that food, y'all, so that way I could stay here for a lot more hours. So I'll be right back. Don't hate Lucky too much.
They're going to. It's
I'll
bro.
keep it
They're
on the
going.
4.5-inch hail severe, but there's also that observed warning in Texas.
Wait, is Weatherwise an app yet on PC? I've been using like the uh the browser, I guess.
For weatherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
Is
too.
so it's not an app yet?
Yes, it is an app. It's been an app for a few months or for like a month,
Oh. Oh.
but you have to
Oh.
pay
I
for it.
have to pay for it?
Yeah, it's like 7, 8 a month.
Oh, heck. Just to have the app?
Yeah.
And then I got paid for another subscription?
No, the app comes with a subscription. They both come with each other.
Is the max subscription $8?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Huh.
All right, I'm gonna go get me a burger. I'll be right back.
Oh, you lucky. All right, guys, what is up? How is everyone doing today? Let me pull y'all up. Do that. It will be very nice to look. That's Cap. That's Cap. You're not gonna be nice. All right. Yeah. So we do have a confirmed tornado warning for. Looks like New Mexico. Uh, yeah. I don't have my stuff pulled up because I literally just joined. I do remember. So give me like 30 seconds to pull my stuff up, and then we'll go to coverage. Alrighty. All right. Let's see. So yeah, we have a confirmed tornado warning. No, it's not New Mexico. It's actually the northwestern tip of Texas. So for a 2-inch hail, and it's also a tornado warning. Let's see. Now right now, I do not see anything that would look to be a CC. But that does not mean anything at all. So if you're in any tornado warnings, please be in your safe spot. We do have a storm, a tornado warning storm just we have northeast of Dallas. It's radar indicated. Trying to see it. We can't let Lucky go into a villain arc. Nah, don't worry, guys. Who told me to stream? Indiana? Hey, yeah, why y'all so mean to me, bro? I didn't even do anything. I didn't do anything to y'all. But yeah. Yeah, we do have a, like I said, confirmed tornado for northwestern Texas. Uh, Dalhart looks to be like the major city closest to it, but you are not in that warning. When Lucky was in school, people threw him in the trash can. That's so cap. But I was there for like half a day every day. I only had 2 classes. You know, we have a tornado warning just southeast of Amarillo, Texas. That just looks like your classic supercell. So yeah, just please be in your safe spot because this storm is, well, grapefruit size hail is what is possible with this storm. So yeah. What up, Zach? How are you? All right. Tier needs to fix Nightbot. Yeah. Maybe just time him out for like 10 seconds. Not no 600. And dude, cause 6. Dang. Okay. So that. Okay. And so we're definitely gonna keep an eye on most of these storms. I think we just got another tornado warning just issued. All right. I think we just got a new warning northeast of Amarillo. It's a tornado warning.
All right, I'm here to supervise Lucky.
They're talking about throwing me in trash cans.
Man, just ignore him and talk about the weather. That's what I do. You just have to learn.
Okay, and they're talking about, they say that I get thrown into trash cans at school. It's not true, but okay. Then Indiana told me to stream, so
I got to
dude,
back up on that 4.5-inch hailstorm.
that storm is crazy. The one that you're on. That's just a crazy storm. Now that I know what those look like in person, that is a crazy storm.
They're talking about your bad driving. You hurt trash cans, dude. They're not saying you're trash.
I didn't hurt trash cans. The trash can hurt me, actually. TRJ Lucky said he hated. What? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with ignoring chat. How about that?
It's a very good option sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, when they say that I said that I hate them, what? Anyways, how's your burger? Is it good?
I'm eating the tater tots first.
It must be nice. Tater tots too.
Mm. And I didn't invite you.
Of course you didn't. Why would you?
You're busy watching a race.
I was out to eat.
And that too. And
I
see,
couldn't even watch the race.
you got
at
food
the
too.
place.
So I couldn't even,
Yeah,
even if
but
I invited you,
actually,
you couldn't come.
Mine was pretty good. Ooh. That food was great. All right. So that's that tornado warning storm in like southeast uh Texas, like northeast of Dallas. Uh they allowed that to expire or they just canceled it. So that's good.
Fun fact, Southeast Texas is nowhere close to north of Dallas.
South, what are you talking about? South, well, okay, bro. Okay, if we're talking from
Southeast
where this
Texas
event,
is freaking
if we're
Houston.
talking, if we're talking about from where this event is right now, all these tornado warnings.
That's the
are up
Panhandle.
here.
In the Panhandle. That's where they are.
Southeast of the Panhandle, bud. Okay, how about that? That better?
You could say, well, north of Dallas is Northeast Texas, dude. And then when you're referring to the Panhandle, just say the Northeast Panhandle of Texas.
Yeah, you know what?
It's such a big state, I confuse it all the time too. So I can't even blame you at all.
Like, I low-key just feel like that's southeast. And if we're talking about this event, this is low-key like southeast. But yes, Houston would be southeast. That's just south. Or like 30 minutes from ocean. Maybe not 30 minutes. Maybe an hour. But yeah, so they allowed that storm in northeast Texas to expire, that tornado warning. So now we are left with 3 because there's none in the East Coast at the moment. Obviously, don't let me jinx us. That'd be not the best.
What's the
Yeah,
highest DBZ
definitely.
on that 4.5-inch hailstorm?
Oh yeah. I'm trying to find it. Right now I have 73, 74, 75.
Is that as high as it goes?
I think that's as high as I can find. 75 on my end, and I'm at the 535 frame. Wait, this might be okay. No, it's 75. That's still crazy. Yeah, dude. No, that's crazy. 75, dude. Imagine me going into that, bro. Dude, I I might as well just run away. I think I'd have to park my car in someone's garage, bro. But hey, so this is a hailstorm. But yeah, let's see. Oh, so we got another tornado warning issued for the northwest panhandle of Texas. This one is just is moving south at 25 miles an hour. Let's see. TJ, unless I'm just not good anymore, unless I'm rusty. I don't see. I mean, I see why they warned it, but I don't see any like, you know, crazy rotation at the moment.
My eyes literally whined when I switched to velocity because it literally looks like a strong tornado is about to drop.
Which storm?
The northwest panhandle of Texas.
Wait, where? Can you circle where you see it? Okay, well, okay, I see yours now. You have a different. You have a different um
Oh, you're on GR2 and it breaks velocity.
No, I was on Radar Omega.
Well, that just sucks. Get rid of that.
So stop the subscription too.
Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Save me about a good amount of money.
I might unsubscribe from it too. Not gonna lie. I've thought about it for a while, so if you do it, I'll do it. Because I don't really think it's worth it anymore. Ooh, I just did. Yeah, but I'm trying not to. No, Lucky. Hmm. Oh man. Plus. All right, I'm gonna unmute you. I'll be right back, and then I'm done eating. Crazy dude, you're unmuted.
Okay, guys. Lucky, how was that storm that hit you 4 to 6 days ago? I've gotten hit by a good amount of storms in the past 4 to 6 days. Actually, one that wasn't severe, but it low key just died right as soon as it got to my house. Yeah, now I see why it's warned that rotation. that TRG has circled, but he's not on velocity. But right there's some crazy rotation. Let me see. I don't like this. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're good. Finally fixed it. Oh, I had to fix something, y'all. Got 24 touch and 69. So that is about 89. That's 93.
What activities am I missing, Caden?
69 touch and 24 for that storm.
Very gate to gate.
Yeah, very. That thing is gate to gate as you could probably almost get.
And I had to eat. I had to take a break because now I'm going to be stuck here for probably like 6 hours with no food. So I really need to eat.
What the heck is a MSD?
I think he means MCD. Wait, why is it MCD? It is MSD. I don't know why we call it MCD.
Well, the National Weather Service, they do MCD.
Because it's
Well,
mesoscale.
they just do
Scale
MD.
is S. But anyways, it's for out here in Louisiana.
Not even for me.
In Texas. Back observed for the Panhandle of Texas, Northwest Texas. Where is the mesoscale discussions? They're way down here. We have so many warnings, I can't even find them. There you go.
All right, guys. Type of 1 in the chat if you think me and TRG should cancel our Radar Omega subscription, or type 2 if you think we should keep it. 1, we delete it. 2, we keep it.
Let's see.
We'll give y'all like, and you don't spam it either.
So potential for 3-inch hail, 90-mile-an-hour winds, and a few tornadoes will be possible over the next few hours. A severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch will be issued shortly. Or eventually, I should say.
I think they want us to cancel our subscriptions. I mean, we can always resubscribe.
I wonder if they'll issue a different watch too. I don't know if this is going to be the main watch because this is for prefrontal stuff. So I don't know if this will be the main severe watch for Dallas, but Dallas is probably going to be in a severe tornado watch here shortly. In about an hour or so. I don't even use Red Omega anymore, so. The only time I use it is for my intro and outro, and that's it. The only thing is, Weatherwise doesn't have MRMS just yet. But that's not like a crazy thing.
Bro, honestly, it sucks, but just go to the Weather Channel. They have it.
Yeah, no.
First off, that would probably be copyright. Not copyright, right? No.
I might end up trying to get GR Earth again. Because GR
Nice,
Earth
nice.
is awesome. But yeah, tornado back on the ground here for like the 4th or 5th time out of this supercell. West of
confirmed?
Dalehart. Yep, back confirmed. Sure did.
Go confirmed. Was it just now?
So
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was very recently.
Okay.
Where are these 4-inch hail reports? Because I haven't seen one.
Hey, TJ, can you mute me real quick? I gotta test something.
Go ahead. No. Oh, there it is. There's one. MPing report of 4.25-inch hail. Found one. Want me to unmute you? Okay. What did he say? Uh, someone said funnel cloud with confirmed debris. Buddy, that's called a tornado. So, yeah, there is a tornado on the ground with this storm south of where. Imagine if there's this huge wedge tornado and it's not fully consolidated, and like me and Lucky go huge funnel cloud with debris on the ground. It's like that would be called a tornado. Just a heads up, y'all, if you ever see a big funnel cloud and there's stuff being picked up, that means it's now a tornado. Now, if you see a big funnel cloud and there's no debris at the bottom, that means it's a funnel and it's not yet made contact with the ground. But once debris gets picked up, even if you don't see it fully consolidated to the ground, it means it's a tornado as long as you see that debris cloud and above there's a mesocyclone with a funnel cloud. But that's where it could get tricky because sometimes you can have gust tornadoes too. Those don't have mesocyclones or funnel clouds. But what'd you say, Lucky? Boy, I don't care. Boy, oh, wait, what, huh? Bro said bro said September and then, or was it July? I forgot when you said. All hurricanes are funnels. Yeah, there was a person in the chat the other day. Lucky, I'm going to unmute you. There was a person in the chat the other day. He said, so hurricanes are basically derechos because they're wind. I thought that was crazy. I'm like, yeah, so then hurricanes are basically tornadoes because they spin. Like, that dude had some lucky logic right there.
What's that supposed to mean?
Hmm?
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, there's your tornado report. Emergency management confirms the tornado is on the ground. Was on the ground. Past tense. I I can't imagine that rotation is not corrupted. I mean, our radar beam is scanning through literally 4.5-inch hail right now. So that's probably very, very corrupted. Man. And good luck spotting what this storm's doing. I do think, though, it's likely rotating rapidly now. They may not reissue that tornado warning. I mean, it's currently the area. If we were to see a tornado, the area is currently outside of the tornado warning. Look at that outflow boundary west of Amarillo, or in Amarillo, I should say. It's in Amarillo, Texas, in the Panhandle. That thing's wild. Let's see. See what the... I want to see what the next mesoanalysis has to say. See if that outflow boundary is doing anything to the environment. All right, Lucky, so you're going to head to sleep.
What?
He's halfway across his room again.
No.
Yeah,
Bro.
he definitely was.
Ow!
And you just broke everybody's ears. Thanks, Lucky. Next SPC update won't be till 9 Eastern. It's like 3 hours, 10 minutes. Wichita Falls get the derecho, if it is classified as a derecho, which it likely will be. Right now you guys are just getting heavy rain, but your main wind event should be closer to 9 o'clock Central.
Ow.
Likely around 9 Central tonight. Jeez. Can't believe we've already seen 4.5-inch hail. 4.5-inch hail for both of these warnings still. 80-mile-an-hour winds for that northern one for 9 more minutes. There's even hail in the hook echo. There's literally hail in the hook echo now. This thing is dropping hail everywhere, dude. I don't think it's nearly as intense as what it once was, but it's probably still producing 3 or so inch hail. I imagine they're going to downgrade this warning pretty soon. And then our observed tornado warning is... I forgot to change the scene. Our observed tornado warning is west of Dalehart still, over Ware and Middlewater, in the northwest portion of the Panhandle of Texas. So update to our one of our warnings. Tornado warning has been canceled, so no longer a tornado warning for our destructive severe storm. It's now been canceled. So we're left with 2 tornado warnings, I'm pretty sure. Yep, 2 tornado warnings, one in the northeast side of the Panhandle of Texas. Why did that have what? What? Why did that get warned? I've seen rain showers stronger than that area of rotation. Yeah, there's like nothing there. The warning expires in 8 minutes anyways, so that's not going to be there for much longer. We got boundary mayhem happening out here around Amarillo, Texas. Boundary mayhem over here. They only dropped that a little bit. They only dropped that hail threat by 0.5, so it's still a PDS severe for 4-inch hail. And they re-upgraded that wind threat to 80 miles per hour, and it is still a Tor possible severe as well. That's going to be heading towards Turkey and kind of north central Texas there. Wouldn't be shocked if we get a tornado warning at any moment on this cell as it moves south. So just if you are in Turkey and north central Texas, make sure you're very close to your safe spot. Because, I mean, that could literally get warned at any moment. Whenever they deem it necessary to reissue that warning, it could happen at any moment. Yeah, it looks like this dropped another strong tornado, so it's dropped about 4 to 5 tornadoes, and at least 2 of those were strong. So we will get a severe watch here for Dallas pretty soon. Probably in the next 30 or so minutes. And it will not be the main watch. So we will likely get a big severe watch issued across this area in here for these prefrontal storms that are firing up. And then later on, half of that watch will probably be upgraded to a PDS watch. We'll see which way the SPC goes, but I do expect they will issue either a very high-end severe watch, maybe now, or issue a lower-end severe watch, and then later on upgrade some of that watch to PDS. Rebel, why are you rage baiting? This dude. But what'd you say, Lucky?
Guys, if you didn't know, Dallas is in northeast Texas.
Yeah,
Dang it, bro! I don't even memorize it. I still said it.
Bro still got it wrong.
Guys, if you didn't know, Dallas is not in Southeast Texas. It's in Northeast. I learned that today.
Dude. Brooklyn, I'm not too sure. There's a chance you get in a severe watch. These storms should die out in about an hour or so, but if they don't die out in an hour, we'll likely see a new MCD for either a watch extension or a new watch. I'm kind of 50-50 on if you get in a watch or not out there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah, this is probably still a strong tornado on the ground west of Dale Hart here in the northwest panhandle of Texas. Very classic hook echo there. Not as classic of a base of a supercell, but that hook echo is really classic. Really good inflow notch there as well. And that's your very tight area of small rotation. So likely it is a strong stovepipe or possibly even a strong rope at this point. Just based on how small those pixels are. I did see before it was a strong stovepipe. We got a report of it like 10 minutes ago. We had a photo of it. Yep, still continuing with, again, 4-inch hail and let's see, that's 80 mile per hour winds. 4-inch hail, 80 mile an hour winds here for the next hour or so. I don't know exactly, let me see. Yeah, hour and 3 minutes on that. That is a PDS destructive severe. Velocities are just full-on contamination, so we're not going to be able to read any velocities in terms of rotation off of that radar site. Definitely very messy across the panhandle right now. But, I mean, our moderate risk, we have a 80 mile per hour severe with 4-inch hail in our northwest side of the moderate, so our moderate risk is still currently verifying despite all the messiness in the panhandle of Texas. And this stuff will eventually begin to organize as it moves into the Fort Worth area tonight. Let me see where that comes from on the HRRR. The HRRR has this storm here being a supercell in about 2 hours. It has fired in a really good environment. So we might have to watch a messy rain shower. You can see that right in here is where that rain shower is. And we'll see if that can grow upscale as it moves eastward over the next 2 hours or not. Yeah, we could be seeing definitely 80 mile an hour RFD winds here. Just like the other day, we could definitely be seeing RFD winds of 80 miles per hour with this storm. That's moving towards, again, Turkey in Texas. Yeah, definitely a lot more convection than what we were anticipating. But a lot more convection leads to a lot more severe weather in this area. So that's just ended up likely helping to overperform our enhanced risk out here. Or at least perform it to what we were anticipating. But just remember the main wind bag is after dark. The main wind threat is after dark, definitely after 9 p.m. Eastern.
Oh!
Good morning.
I'll just go and come back at 9.
Okay.
I'll stream it too.
I mean, it's not like you're saying much anymore.
I mean, fair. Let's see how fast they say yes. Chad, y'all want me to stream tonight?
Everyone
You don't
say
count,
no.
TRD. Everyone say no.
What?
Look, listen to TRG.
All right, I think we have one tornado warning.
Oh, they actually said no.
Yeah, one tornado warning in effect. It's an observed warning for 14 more minutes.
Bro, someone said ill no. Y'all should we want your hurricane forecast instead? Y'all want it that bad?
It's not gonna happen, y'all. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. He doesn't make videos.
I do make videos. I made about 7.
Oh man, how tempting it is to
Look,
pull up your channel right now.
do it. Do it. I dare you.
Oh man.
Do it.
I bet the last video is probably like 8 months ago at this point.
Whatever that high risk was.
Which one?
Our most recent one.
Oh, that was like 3 months ago.
I know. I won't know 3 months ago. It was like 6. Let me see.
No, our
I know
last
it
one
was.
was literally like 3 months ago.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. That was. Yeah. That was the video I made.
Sweet. I forgot you did that one. Man, you did a video on one of the biggest outbreaks of the year, if not the biggest. Dude. He's got to upload a 1-second video as we speak to rig it.
No,
I
I'll make a
I
video
bet if
right
Lucky
now.
does a hurricane forecast video, it's not going to be a video. He's going to do a community post.
No, it's not. I can make a video, bro, if I really want to.
Oh, hear that? He doesn't want to make a video for you guys.
I never said that. Hey guys, 4 days from now, guess what happens?
You delete your channel?
No, I walk across that stage.
Oh.
But you forgot about that,
All right.
eh?
I'll talk to you at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're not going to stay in here for 3 hours, are you?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
All right, now at least.
All right, bye.
See you later, brother.
See you later, brother. Told you. He can't stay. There has to be too much action for him to stay. He didn't even stream the high risks, so I don't know. I don't know what action there has to be for him to stay. I can't pull up the right tab. There we go. He probably is going back to sleep, to be real with you. He probably is. He probably is. It would not surprise me. Yeah, Indiana, he had like 8 months without a single video, and then he did a video on the high risk. It like took him all day, but he did it. Chat, hold on. Y'all. It's too predictable. It's too predictable. He's too predictable. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, my word. He's literally going to take a nap. That's insane. That's just insane. They're still continuing with severe thunderstorm warning for 4-inch hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds into Turkey, Texas. Yep, read him like a book. I'm surprised he's not already asleep. I'm really surprised. Yeah, the new HRRR does not have a derecho today. The new HRRR does not have a derecho. Instead, it looks more like semi-discrete to clustered storms until it eventually congeals up into a line at midnight. It doesn't congeal up into a line until almost 1 a.m. Eastern. Let me go to here real quick. There's no mention of a watch extension yet, Kaylee. I don't know. Maybe you got it quicker than I did. Let's see. Nope. I don't see anything new. We did get a new severe watch for Dallas. Notice how that expires in 4 hours? Because they're going to issue a new severe watch, possibly a PDS one tonight. So that's valid till 10 o'clock Eastern. So that is why that's not a long duration severe watch. I'm waiting for the rest of this HRRR to render in, or at least some of it, and then I will show you guys what it has. Because it's not fully rendered into where the line starts to weaken just yet. Alright, our only tornado warning expires here in 6 minutes. In just 6 minutes, we will lose our only tornado warning. Today's hail threat and tornado threat has already really performed. Obviously, it hasn't been as widespread yet. That's because storms haven't moved off to the southeast into the entire moderate risk area yet. But we've already seen 2 strong tornadoes and about 4 to 5 tornadoes. We've seen already 80-mile-an-hour winds and 4.5-inch hail. The biggest question is, when does this turn into a line? That's the question ain't nobody gonna be able to answer. Because look how this stuff looks like right now. It doesn't look like it's gonna turn into a line at all. Like, ever in its entire lifetime. It does not look like it's ever gonna turn into a line. But eventually it will. Could be as early as 9 o'clock in 3 hours. Could be as late as 1 a.m. Eastern. New tornado warning radar indicated for the next hour. So, unfortunately, we will not be tornado warningless in 5 minutes. They just issued a new radar indicated warning. Okay, there we go. Still a bunch of severes up here. I don't see any extension yet. Well, it's extended on radar Omega, so it did get extended. Weatherwise is behind. But yeah, you are into a watch now. You guys are right. Yeah, that doesn't show it either. So right now, only radar Omega shows it. So yep, Tulsa is into the severe watch. So this is the new HRRR, which is one of the many scenarios that will be possible for today. And it has trended away from a derecho. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean less impacts, because it still shows widespread significant damaging winds with isolated supercells tonight. And then as we push this forward, it continues to show more widespread likely supercells and a mixture of clusters still producing widespread damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes. And then by the time we get to about midnight or so, it does congeal it up into a line, midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. It congeals it up into a line as it goes into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, pushes through Dallas, and then the line itself begins to weaken as we go towards about 3 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Central. This would not be classified as a derecho. It's likely too short of a full line, but it's still the same impacts. I mean, if we go to the HRRR this morning from, I don't know, let's go 07Z. Nope, we'll have to go to 12Z. You can see it still shows the 12Z still had this messy cluster of storms in the panhandle of Texas. And then things congealed up into a line before it got into Dallas. So the only thing that changed is really it looks like storms could be a bit more widespread and not as organized into a line, but rather multiple storms, individual storms, and clusters, a mixture of all modes, a mixture of bowing segments, clusters, and discrete storms across north central Texas. And then as it enters Dallas, then things completely congeal up into a line. And if anything, this actually increases some hazards. This would increase the chance for a couple of tornadoes, possibly even a few strong tornadoes if we do see these discrete storms fire. It would increase the chance for up to 5-inch hail. And that wind threat would still maintain around the same. We would still be looking at the potential for 100 to 110 mile an hour winds being a possibility. So we would still maintain the same hazards. Just the tornado risk would actually be a little bit higher, which I find that exact scenario, I find a bit unlikely at the moment. I find that a bit unlikely to occur. We obviously have all these messy storms, but we'll just have to see. It may take as long as till these storms get to the DFW to congeal into a line. But here's the NAM. Here's the NAM for 7 o'clock, and you can see how messy it looks in the panhandle of Texas. That's not going to turn into a derecho, right? Well, 2 frames later, there's your line starting to form. 2 frames later, 9 o'clock, NAM 3K has line forming, and then by the time you get into 11 p.m. Eastern time, it's a full-fledged derecho, lasting all the way until Louisiana. Now, for some reason, this kills off the line very quickly. I That's probably something to just do with the NAM. I highly doubt the line's just gonna disappear in 30 minutes to an hour with that potent of an environment. So there is still a chance we could see the line form as early as 9 o'clock, but it's probably going to be later rather than sooner. New mesoscale discussion just issued out here for our normal severe watch. That goes from Dale Hart all the way back down into Childress, Texas. Also includes extreme southwest Oklahoma for the potential of 4-inch hail, 80 to 90 mile an hour winds, and a few tornadoes being possible. And that MCD is right in here. So that's where we're still continuing with our significant damaging wind threat and large hail threat. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go back to our only tornado warning now, no longer observed. Our observed one just expired. Not even a minute ago. You can see a very weak area of rotation. So this thing's weakened back down to a very weak region of rotation. So Otter, what's going to happen is this is a severe watch till 9 p.m. Central Time. So at 9 p.m. Central Time, or before that, we will see the SPC issue a new mesoscale discussion, and it will likely be a significantly higher probability to wind severe watch. So we will likely see a PDS severe watch issued once this one expires near 9 o'clock local time. They've issued this to expire at 10 Eastern, 9 Central, and by that time, storms will be likely still west of Wichita Falls, but that should give them enough time to have that watch expire, issue the mesoscale discussion, and issue either a high-end severe watch or a PDS severe watch. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this storm. Like I said, the HRRR wants this to be a long-lived supercell going into portions of central Texas. It's still firing up right now east of Lubbock, so we'll watch that closely. This storm here is likely going to pose a very significant hail and wind threat. Tornado threat will be present, but the tornado threat is a little bit lower now that this storm's moved away from the main outflow boundary. But still could see a spin-up tornado. Still could see 4-inch hail and 80 mile an hour winds out of this as it goes into Turkey in Texas. Another mesoscale discussion. This is going to be for Missouri. So this is for our other severe thunderstorm watch. So that's for Tulsa. That includes Tulsa, Oklahoma. That was just now issued. Let me take a look here. Alright, it's not yet in. We gotta wait for it to fully render in. Takes a minute for the graphic to fully come out. Let me switch back over to this. There we go. Let's see. Severe threat is spreading eastward across northeast Oklahoma. Watch issuance 395 has been locally expanded off to the south, and additional expansions may be needed depending on how long the convective trends last. Large hail, locally damaging wind gusts will be the greatest hazard, although some tornado threat cannot be ruled out with any sustained supercell and not being cut off by its own outflow in this regime. So big time hail, damaging winds, and a spin up tornado will be possible with this cluster as it moves through Tulsa over probably still a good 2 hours or so, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours from Tulsa. Yes, that red was the MCD. Right here is that MCD I just read off. That is indeed a mesoscale discussion. So again, one tornado warning remains out here. Southwest of Dalhart. Or Dalehart, my bad. In northwest Texas in the Panhandle. A derecho is definitely possible. If that line forms early, we will see a derecho. If that line forms at like 9 o'clock, like some models indicate. But if it takes a while to get going, like it's in Dallas before it forms into a good line, then it likely won't be classified as a derecho. No, that MCD was after they extended it. The MCD was saying the severe watch has been extended and could potentially be extended further depending on how long the hail and wind threat lasts. Still radar indicated for our tornado warning out here southwest of Dalehart. Yeah, weatherwise just must not realize they extended the watch. It could use a different source than what Radar Omega uses. We now have a PDS severe for 90 mile an hour winds. This is an extremely dangerous situation where 90 mile an hour winds have been observed. So a train spotter has measured 90 mile an hour wind gusts south of Bryce at 5:09 Central. This is officially a 90 mile per hour extremely dangerous severe. Measured 89 mile an hour wind gust. Does that say 89? That says 83. Measured 83. The measured 90 was somewhere in here. '83, '89, not the same thing. So that was a measured 83 mile an hour wind gust. And now there's a measured 90 mile an hour wind gust. We'll wait to see if we get that report or not. And again, this is an extremely dangerous situation, so this is an EDS severe. Also, this storm's dropped upwards of 4.5-inch hail, too, so this thing has been very, very dangerous. Let me go back over to here. Still, I don't know if Weatherwise has reports yet, but I don't receive reports on Weatherwise ever. That might be something I have turned off in settings. I might have to look at that. It's almost like you're not supposed to use model runs day of. You rely off the HRRR too much if you literally use it day of. I like to use the HRRR to compare it to meso analysis, but I never take the HRRR very seriously day of. It's always inaccurate. So again, that's an observed extremely dangerous situation for Turkey. For 90 mile an hour winds that has been observed from a trained weather spotter. Measured wind gusts of at least or around 90 miles per hour. Although it doesn't look impressive on radar, it's far from radar, so It doesn't surprise me that a train spotter recorded 90-mile-an-hour winds with this, considering how favorable our environment is. The event is ongoing. If you're really trying to forecast what's going to happen 1 hour in the future, literally just look at your radar software. It's going to be a lot more accurate than a model run. Which right now what I'm seeing is a lot of overconvection that's likely going to stay completely overconvected, with isolated large hail damaging winds being possible over the next couple hours. That stuff will likely not turn into our main line. It will eventually congeal with some storms to form our main line. This supercell further to the west, that will probably stay by itself, maybe until it eventually dies out or starts to become overconvection itself. And again, even if we stay with an overconvection mess, it's still the same hazards. We just simply wouldn't see a derecho. It would still be 100 to 110 mile-an-hour winds, multiple tornadoes, and upwards of 5-inch hail. Oh, there's that report. 90-mile-an-hour winds on the nose measured here. Oh, wow, that's the NSSL team. Yeah. Okay, no wonder why they upgraded that. Wow, that is literally from the NSSL team right there. That is crazy. That's definitely a official source right there. So they measured a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust on their mobile mesonet. Yep. That is easily enough to warrant a EDS severe of 90-mile-an-hour winds. Measured 90-mile-per-hour winds on the nose right there. And again, that's heading into Turkey and Parnell. And again, this is in Texas. Also a new severe back out in Far East Texas. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds on that. That's going to head into San Augustine. Still radar indicated warning there. Still plenty of severes in northeastern Oklahoma. We never saw a good tornado threat develop out here. I don't think we're expecting much more of a chance to see a tornado threat develop out here, so we could see a spin-up tornado still along that cluster north of Tulsa, moving into Tulsa over the next hour and a half, but not going to see much tornadic activity out there. There is also a lone supercell out here south of Weatherford, Texas. We'll keep an eye on. And like I mentioned before, a lot of these storms are just going to pop up out of nowhere because we have so much instability. I'm not surprised we have an overconvection issue whatsoever. It doesn't surprise me one bit. But again, it's still going to end up being the same impacts. Even with overconvection. I mean, if you look at your moderate risk area, our first EDS severe for 90-mile-an-hour winds, likely not going to be our last one. And it is right on that west side of the moderate. And again, that is observed by the NSSL team themselves. Hokako's getting very crazy here. It's starting to get a lot crazier. for a hook echo. So in this case, overconvection, it still makes it a very significant event. We probably aren't going to see just one main line sweep through the whole risk area, but instead we're going to see multiple different supercells producing probably near or just under the original threat. So it's still very significant. Overconvection still is going to cause very significant severe weather. The only thing that may change is the fact that we won't see a derecho today, because we're not going to see a very well organized line track through the whole risk. Instead, we're going to have like supercells here, here, one here, and then a bunch more will form in this area. And then eventually all that will congeal up into a line probably northwest of Dallas. So it's multiple storms as opposed to just one line right now. I'll show you here. So see all this overconvection, it's still going to pose 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, large hail up to 5-inch in diameter, and then a couple tornadoes. And then eventually, once that cold front hits everything, probably around or before 11 o'clock local time out here, Central Time, things will congeal up into a line near or west of Dallas. And that's going to be too short-lived to be classified as a derecho. Going from north of Wichita Falls all the way to Shreveport, that's about 280, 290 miles. So that won't be classified as a derecho, but it is still going to be a very prolific and significant wind bag. They did drop the hail threat on this EDS severe to 3-inch in diameter hail, but still seeing 90 mile-an-hour winds with it. Let's see, we got a new meso-analysis. The only area we're having instability issues is northeast Texas, and that area is pretty much done with storms now, so that's not really an instability issue, that's just the main line has moved through. Elsewhere, we're still on track. We do have a pretty good cool pool southwest of Wichita Falls, well southwest of Wichita Falls. But that's only over a small area, and even in that case, there's still over 2,000 instability there. Alright, let me see if this updated at all. No, well, tornado warning just updated. And it's back to observed. I'm not surprised with how that hook echo looks, though. That doesn't surprise me. That does not surprise me. Yeah, it needs to be 58 plus mile-an-hour winds through its entire 400-mile path, but it has to have multiple, well spread out 75 plus mile-an-hour wind gust. Yeah, so we do have a tornado on the ground here. Not surprised with that hook echo being so notable there. Not very tight velocities. Not really that tight at all. But it is enough to produce a tornado. So even weak little areas of rotation like that can produce tornadoes. And again, this one is well off to the southwest of Dalehart now. Just northwest of Channing in the northwest panhandle of Texas. It's going to be a bit weird watching all this congeal up into a line because it's so messy right now. It seems like it's actually impossible. It seems like it's going to be impossible for this to congeal up into a line, but it will happen. Again, sometime after dark. We're still not even in the peak threat, and we've seen 4.5-inch hail and 90-mile-an-hour winds, so that shows you how significant we're expecting the overnight portion of this event to be. Severe thunderstorm warning there for the northern side of Dallas. For 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for about the next hour or so. That is not your main round. That is one of the multiple rounds that we are going to see around and in the Dallas area today. Again, since we're having so many more storms, so much overconvection, instead of it just being a one-and-done line / derecho, instead we're going to end up seeing some places multiple different rounds of supercells. Let me go check this really fast here. Yeah, so still plenty of significant severes, although quite widely scattered. Still plenty with only one destructive severe, which is the observed 90-mile-per-hour EDS severe, also warned for 3-inch hail too. Currently over Turkey and Parnell in portions of Texas. Yeah, we should see at least one gust of 100 miles per hour today. I don't know if we'll be able to get all the way up to the 115 MCD that we had. I don't know if we'll be able to get that high on damaging winds, but I mean, it's possible once all this stuff congeals up into a line. It's not impossible to see. Let me go back over to here. All right, they did downgrade that back to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So in 22 minutes, we'll lose that EDS severe for 90-mile-an-hour winds unless they downgrade that. But they are still continuing a EDS severe. It still has the EDS tag on it for 2.75-inch hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. I'd be pretty surprised if this is still producing a tornado here. Those velocities have weakened a lot and don't look impressive at all. Let me go here. See this? This is quite overconvection too. I wanted to see how bad that is. The NAM didn't pick up on that overconvection happening. Yeah, we could still easily see 100 to 110-mile-an-hour winds for the max wind gust today. I think anything more than 110 is going to be pretty difficult to get to. They did downgrade that severe instead of 80, or rather instead of 90, now it's back down to 80. So they did downgrade that back just a bit. Let me see here. We do have WOFIS running today, so I wanted to pull that up. But obviously that doesn't go out very far. Let's see, this one goes out further. Yeah, not many of them have this being a full-fledged line by 11 o'clock tonight. I don't think we're going to see a line at 11. I think it's going to be later than that. All the WOFIS ones are handling the current convection very poorly, though. Very poorly. So still 2 PDS severes in place. They are also EDS severes, which means extremely dangerous situation. They are both for the same hazards. One goes for 19 minutes, one goes for a bit over an hour. We shouldn't see anything new from the SPC for a while. I don't expect anything new. We have the new HRRR in like a 14 minutes from now, and then mesoanalysis in about 30 or so. But the next day one outlook will be at 9 o'clock. And then the next time we could see an MCD for a new watch would probably be with this watch here. It expires in over 3 hours. It expires at 9 o'clock Central. So that's quite well over 3 hours at this point. That's about 3 hours, 18 minutes away. Let's see how long that is. Yep, 3 hours, 18 minutes. Wow. So they measured that. That was the rear flank, most likely. So this is where they measured it. Likely that was the rear flank downdraft going up and over like that. And that's where they measured 90-mile-an-hour winds on their mobile mesonet. Doesn't look as organized anymore, so I can definitely see why they dropped that back down to 80. But it shows you how you don't need a very organized line to produce 90-mile-an-hour winds in an environment like today. Actually, something I didn't expect at all. A new severe watch in eastern New Mexico. That's inside the marginal risk and part of the slight risk today. I did not see that coming at all. That goes till midnight Eastern time. Let me go see what that is for. Go see the primary hazards on it. I forgot how to get to it. There it is. Primary hazard is hail, followed by wind, and then a spin-up tornado. So the main threat is definitely hail, and then a chance for some isolated 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. And then a spin-up tornado is very low chance. It's not impossible, but it's a very low chance. Occurs like that because it is a hook echo. RFD is part of a hook echo. At least with this storm. So you have winds that are pushing from the west and also the east, from really all directions. So once your westerly winds are strong enough, it pushes your hook echo up like this. It pushes precipitation up and around. This isn't really a good example of it. That's why I'm having a hard time explaining it. That's not really a good example of a rear flank downdraft at all. This is a bit better. So A hook echo is where a mesocyclone is. That's where you have an area of rotation. And that's where you have winds in all directions. So you have winds that are pushing from the north like this, which is pushing your hook echo down. And then you have westerly winds, which is pushing your hook echo this way. Then you have southeasterly winds, which is pushing it up. And then you have also easterly and southeasterly winds, which is pushing it up and around like that. So then it creates that hook echo shape and that curve and curl that you were talking about there. And it curls the precipitation around because it's an area of rotation, so the rain is being carried around that mesocyclone. And your rear flank downdraft is part of that mesocyclone. And typically, it is the most strongest near the hook. So that report, let me go back here. So that report we got, let's go all the way back here. That report was just north of the hook. This is where your hook echo is. And then it goes into the rest of the supercell. You have your hook echo here. Then it goes into the base of the supercell, and then it comes back down like that. So your greatest rear flank winds would be right in that hook, right in there. So there could have actually even been some greater wind speeds a little bit down the road there, but right around there is where you would have 90-mile-an-hour winds. And that's what we had observed. But we have seen very, very well-defined rear flank downdraft before with classic hook echoes. The other day we had like 106. It was either 106 or 109 mile per hour winds from a rear flank downdraft. I mean, it's going to curl the same, but yeah, I mean, there's rotation at all levels. Yes, it rotates in all levels. Because it's a mesocyclone, so yeah, it's going to rotate through much of the atmosphere. They're still there. They probably just got tired of trying to argue with you to stop under playing the event. That's my guess. They got tired of arguing. I'm waiting for the new meso analysis, and then we'll take a look at some of our parameters that we have. Up to 6,000 instability in southeast Oklahoma. So we're still increasing in instability in some parts. Actually, let me see. How high does that get? Okay, yeah, that is 6,000. Sometimes it's locally even higher than that. This storm is starting to strengthen quite a bit. That's the one the HRRR really thinks is going to be a mainly a hail threat. But I can tell you this, the HRRR is wrong with its intensity. It's not as strong as what the HRRR thinks it is right now. Surprised it's not severe, though, because this could definitely be producing near 1-inch hail. If not locally greater than that. That's a pretty good sharp cutoff there. And pretty high DBZ, up to 60. Actually, up to 65. 65 DBZ there. There's no rotation on this observed tornado warning anymore, so they could cancel that at any moment, or they're just gonna let it expire in 10 minutes. We'll see what they do. But we've already had one main storm in our moderate risk area. Very early, a very, very early storm in our moderate risk area. And that promoted up to 90-mile-an-hour winds because it got into that very favorable environment. It's moving back into that cool pool. There's a cool pool in front of it, so the more south it moves, the less environment it's likely going to have to work with. Pretty surprised we have a extension for this tornado warning. There's not much here. That expires in 24 minutes, radar indicated, so we will at least go sub-observed in about 9 minutes or so. Some of it's going to die out, some of it will be pushed into a line later on, yeah. This is the newest HRRR here, just to give you an idea of how things will evolve. So right now we're dealing with a lot of convection all over the place. Some of it will die out, some of it will strengthen, and then eventually congeal up into a line towards 11 o'clock midnight Eastern time. And then push through the eastern side of our moderate risk area. Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with that. I would not be surprised if this doesn't get classified as a derecho because of where our line's going to form. It doesn't look like our line is going to form soon enough. We were really anticipating the line to form near about 10 o'clock Eastern. That is shifted to closer to 11 or midnight. And that extra hour of length is probably really all it needs to be very close to being classified as a derecho. Woodward, Oklahoma, good for the night. Actually, yeah. I think so. I'm pretty sure that's your last line passing by right now. That storm to your south, I'm pretty sure, is near where the main front is located. So I think so. There still may be a chance for some rain tonight, but I think you might be in the clear in Woodward. Oh, they did upgrade. Wow. Wow. That went from no severe warning straight to a significant severe. So that's right back up to actually now 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1.5-inch hail. It's right up to a considerable severe. Completely skipped a normal severe warning. Went from nothing to considerable. You're not in a watch because you're not going to see severe storms right now. Your watch is going to be issued late tonight. It may be issued along with the Dallas watch, or it might not. So you could get a watch potentially near 10 o'clock Eastern, or it could be a lot later than that. But Shreveport will be put in a watch. You are going to be put into a watch in Shreveport. And you will likely see severe weather. And it's going to be late, too. I mean, we're talking about, what is that? We're talking about 3 a.m. Central, so. What are the chances the line doesn't form? 0%. There's a 0% chance it does not form. Because you're going to have a cold front that slams into the overconvection and congeals it into a line. Some storms firing up along the Appalachians, actually more into the Piedmont, out here in North Carolina. Not much will happen with those, just general thunderstorms. Not much happening with this second line tornadic-wise in Virginia. A lot of it's just wind and small hail. Our main tornado threat in Virginia seemed to have been with that first line of, or rather the first wave of prefrontal storms and discrete cells. I mean, I don't see a way how it doesn't form into a line. A cold front's gonna hit it, and it's gonna form into a line. I mean, that's just gonna happen because it's got a strong cold front with it, and it's gonna happen eventually. Also, both of these storms in the eastern Pacific are tropical storms now. One will likely become a hurricane. One is forecasted to become a hurricane. 3 minutes before we go back to radar indicated. Just 3 more minutes. We do have a new HRRR coming in. I imagine that's not going to have the line forming much sooner. We're still probably going to see... Wow, what is it done? It shows a lot more clustered supercells forming. And actually, that might actually happen considering we've got 2 more updrafts south of our current considerable one. That is something. We'll see what the rest of that run has to say. But again, we really want to just... Main thing is using satellite, radar, and meso analysis to figure out what's going to happen in the future. Now that storms are well ongoing. WSV3 is too pricey for me. I forgot the exact pricing of it, but it's too pricey for me, and it's too much of a RAM user. Takes up too much components. I can't even see the price of it. Can't even find the price of it. Should be right here. Let's see. $25 a month. I mean, it's not horrible. But that is that's definitely up there for radar softwares. That's definitely one of the most expensive ones out there. I think Dallas will be added into a PDS Severe watch, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Legacy, I was talking about WSV3. It's a radar software. Pretty pricey one. It's used by big outlets like meteorologists on TV use it. Very fancy and very user appealing to the public. I like to keep my radar somewhat appealing, you know, somewhat clean, but it ends up getting messy. And then GR2 analysis, I have that very clean because that's what we use to spot, you know, debris signatures. Wasn't the Panhandle supposed to be in the storm by now? There's like storms all across the Panhandle of Texas. There's storms all across the Panhandle. Looks like this stuff did begin to weaken here. Across northeast Oklahoma. So I don't believe they're going to issue a watch any further downstream. It looks like that local expansion was probably good enough. Well, Dallas is either going to get a high-end severe watch or a PDS severe watch, one or the other. It depends on the SPC's confidence at that time, which that will be near when like probably 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, about 2.5 hours from now. I can tell you this though, you're going to be put into a higher probability watch. The watch you have now will expire and you'll be put into a higher probability watch. Severe thunderstorm warning there for Amarillo, Texas. Northern part of the Panhandle. That's for 1.5-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. Also a considerable severe for Walnut Springs and Glen Rose, southwest of Fort Worth, here in Texas. Let me see here. Norman, I mean, there is a severe thunderstorm heading that way. That might warrant a local extension further into central Oklahoma, but I was talking about like out here. I don't see us getting a watch in this portion. For these cells, I don't think these storms are going to move all the way down into like Fort Smith and still be severe. But this is a cluster that might warrant an additional county or two being put into a severe watch in central Oklahoma. I don't think Norman will get the main event, though. Give me just a second. Okay. Let me see here. I don't think any of this is going to turn into a line soon, to be honest with you. All this stuff just looks like it's probably going to stay clusters. But again, it should eventually turn into a line near midnight. I'm trying to see if this clustered mode is going to prevent our damaging wind threat from really verifying. I still think, like I said, we'll see significant damaging winds, but this might not congeal into a line soon enough to promote wind gust potentially over 100 miles per hour. It would not hurt my feelings for this to bust. We've already seen 90-mile-an-hour winds, like 4 or 5 tornadoes. We've seen 4-inch hail, 4-inch hail, 4.5-inch hail, 3.5-inch hail. I don't think it's a bust. I do think there's a chance we don't see 110-mile-an-hour winds today or 115. But I do still believe we are going to see widespread, significant damaging winds. And we already have seen quite widespread, significant damaging winds already. What runs are you looking at? I never saw one HRRR run that had a line at 23Z. I never saw one. I literally looked at every HRRR run today. I watched over half of them render in, and I didn't see a single one have a line at 23Z. I mean, shoot, you can call this a line, right? Right? I can classify that as a line. So I guess we do have a line then. Change with Arkansas, nothing. The main threat for Arkansas is across the southwest side of the state near Texarkana. Going into central Arkansas, northern Arkansas, there's a lot more uncertainties on how severe storms will unfold. Let's see here. Okay, what model run do you see the HRRR having a full-blown Derecho structure right now? Here's the newest HRRR, though. And, I mean, it still shows a pretty intense line. It still shows a very intense line forming right around midnight. But again, it's more clustered. But it still forms. Like I said, I think it's really just inevitable that we will see a line today. But that's a complete different orientation than the model runs earlier this morning. That is fully different. That is a completely different orientation. But let's go to 23Z since apparently one of these model runs had a derecho at 23Z. Nope, nope. None of these and none of these. Oh. Well, that's the 12Z. Let's see how that progressed, though. Oh, that's the 12Z from yesterday. Yeah, that's the 12Z from yesterday. That did have a line, a more organized line, but still not technically a derecho at 23Z. But you said from this morning's runs, not yesterday's. Let's see. Yeah, 5 minutes left for that warning. They did also get rid of the confirmed warning. So we're back down to radar indicated. 5 minutes left on our radar indicated warning as well. Let me go back to the Lubbock radar. They did drop that PDS severe, so I don't think we have any PDS severes anymore. Yep, we're down to all considerables and normal severes. No PDS severes. And we're also down to 1 tornado warning. But man, is there a bunch of considerable severes. There is a crazy amount of considerable severes. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 or 10 significant severes right now. And then we have just one radar indicated tornado warning that expires in about 3 minutes. Let me see here. I'm trying to see if our mesoanalysis is going to update. Sloppy. Quite sloppy. We'll be just waiting to see how it evolves. I mean, that's the big question. That is some crazy outflow boundary interactions. Huh. I mean, it still congeals into a line. It's just, it takes longer. That's the reason why we're probably not going to see a Derecho today, is because it's just going to take longer for things to congeal in a line. That's literally it. That's really all that has changed, is it's going to take longer for storms to grow upscale. HRRR wants it to congeal just northwest of Dallas now. It's been fairly consistent on that, but I mean, it's a it's a completely different orientation than the 21Z on how it congeals, and completely different than the 20Z. But it is a cam model, so we're really just going to have to watch the nowcast things and see how it evolves. Less of paying attention to the HRRR, because HRRR is going to just keep changing over and over and over and over again. All right. No more tornado warnings. For the first time, I think, since we started this stream, right? I'm pretty sure for the first time since we started this stream, we are without a tornado warning. I'm pretty sure we started with a tornado warning in Virginia, and we kept seeing tornado warnings until now. With the loss of daytime heating and it taking longer for the line to form, would that lower the threats further east? It might. I think that leaves areas in like the Arklatex region pointing to the east a lot more uncertain. I think there's a lot more uncertainty now with how today is so far evolved. I think there's a lot more uncertainty on what we may be able to see in this area. How long will our line last? Because some models have started to shift it where the greatest line, like the strongest portion of our line forms like right in here. And then instead of it moving into Louisiana, it actually moves more into Texas. It's a different orientation. Instead of it going like this and swinging across here, it ends up going like this. And then not into Louisiana. Or at least a weaker portion of the line into Louisiana. But that is just a model run, so we'll have to see. In the new meso analysis, it still shows a very favorable environment. Still shows a very favorable environment for a Derecho tonight. Or at least a very significant line of damaging winds. I mean, for all we know, this is our line forming right now. Like, literally, for all we know, this is where the Derecho is starting. We don't know how things are going to convectively evolve. It depends a lot on how many other storms we see form, because the more storms we see form, the more cell mergers we're going to see. So you never know. That literally could be our line starting up right there north of Amarillo. I mean, that looks much more organized to me. Things have already merged together. That looks a lot better of a line right now. Still a significant severe for hail going towards Walnut Springs, southwest of Fort Worth, Texas right now. There is still so many significant severes for hail and a handful for wind. It looks like out here western Oklahoma, we've got 3 of them for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And this one is Tor Possible. Rebel, are you still really just using the HRRR? If you just use the HRRR, hey, look, they just won that. If you just use the HRRR day of, you are going to be one of the most inaccurate forecasters. I can't tell you how bad that model run is day of. I still use it so that way we can get an idea of how things may be able to evolve, but considering what I showed at the start of stream and what we're seeing now, that model run, it was horrible. So that's why I always say this is just one of the many HRRR runs we'll see, and it's obviously, you know, it's just a model run. It's just a model run. Yeah, but you're fully relying off the HRRR. You're saying no Derecho because of the HRRR, no 80+ mile-an-hour winds because of the HRRR. not congealing up into a line because of the HRRR, underperforming because of the HRRR. Literally everything is HRRR. I'm sure other weather streamers like me are pulling up the HRRR and they go, this is a possible scenario of how things may evolve, but it's only one of the other possibilities today. One of the many possibilities. How's the weather looking for Abilene this evening? See, that's difficult to say. That is difficult to say. I know that there's definitely going to be risk for significant damaging winds, so you need to be hyper weather aware. You could get multiple different rounds of severe weather as well. But the main timing for storms is just after dark, starting close to about 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Central. And then the main line should be out by about 1 a.m. Central. So it's a long duration, a long window that you need to stay weather aware. But right now, it's quite clear. It's very clear around Abilene. Not much to keep an eye on around that area at the moment. But that's going to change as we go later in the day. Let's see here. So we did get a tornado warning in Oklahoma. There's an area of velocities coming together. Not sure if that's actually real velocities. It could be contamination from the hail. But something to note is we do have a clear look. This radar site is just southwest of Norman, or rather northeast of Norman, Oklahoma. And it is scanning right into that hook echo. So I really don't see why this would be hail contaminated. I do think this is a pretty good area of rotation. There's not many reasons for this to be heavily hail contaminated. Because we have a very clear radar beam. Uh-oh. Listen to this. Rebel's gonna hate this. He's gonna hate this. HRRR lover gonna really hate it. Supercells across southeast Texas Panhandle should continue to merge into a MCS as they approach from the west. While it is still uncertain on the timing and evolution of this scenario, the general thinking is that a bow echo with organized 70 to 100 mile per hour winds will be possible. Future mesoscale discussions will be written for northern Texas as this scenario comes to fruition. So still on track for 70 to 100 mile an hour winds being likely today across northern Texas, with gusts likely higher than that. That's a new MCD for Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton, Hillsboro, Texas. And that actually goes all the way into Tyler, Longview, and even just north of Lufkin in Texas. I'll show you that MCD really quick. So there you go. And I would expect that the future MCDs to also be more west, because there ain't no way they're going to let this area go severe watchless. There's no chance for that. So we will see a higher probability severe watch at some point in this area tonight. But that new MCD was strictly for that area in red. You see right here. Rebel, you're the HRRR level. Why don't you go to your little model run and tell me if that's the Derecho or not? Since you seem to be the know-it-all in this chat, you tell me if that's the Derecho. Martin, Tennessee. Probably nothing, considering you're in Tennessee. We're not going to be seeing much out there. You are in Northwest Tennessee, though, so if anywhere in Tennessee does see something, it would probably be in your area. Um, but, I mean, there's barely even rain forecasted for anywhere in Tennessee tonight. But doesn't mean you're not going to see something. I think if something does form, it will likely be very early tomorrow morning. Maybe. I mean, what outlook are you in? You're on the marginal side. Worst case scenario is like 50, maybe 60 mile-an-hour winds. But that's a very low chance of happening. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I don't think there's anything you have to worry about personally. But yeah, like I mentioned, we may be seeing our line form right now across Amarillo, Texas. And again, we're just going to have to watch for convective trends in real time, not on our HRRR. In real time, we're going to have to see how this evolves. It may be it may be our derecho starting up, or it may just be a cluster of a cluster of storms that's going to eventually congeal into a line for a brief period and then just die out as it merges with other storms. There's a lot of scenarios with it. Let me see what the NAM has here. The NAM has this being our derecho. The NAM has this being our line and our derecho, and then it eventually dies out well east of Fort Worth. The HRRR is completely different scenario. Completely different scenario. It doesn't even have this line being here. So just to compare your two convective models, one is currently correct, actually. Shocker, the NAM3K is correct at the moment. And then the HRRR doesn't even have convection where there's actually convection. Give me just a moment. Okay. What? Huh? Nah, that ain't no CC drop, Glenn. Or Gene. How do you say your name? I apologize. Powell. Is that okay if I just call you Powell? I apologize. I looked at chat really quickly. All I saw was CC drop and then just went over there quickly. Unless you got a scan ahead of me, but nah. This is all hail. That's probably what you're talking about. This is all hail and a hail spike. Especially, you got to compare it. So this is hail. All right in here. And then this blue spike that you see right in here. All this, that is a hail spike. So the radar is scanning through the storm and it's scanning the hail, and either the hail is so large or coming down so fast that it's scanning it multiple different times, and then that causes a spike in your reflectivity, your CC, and then even sometimes in velocity. You can actually see it there in velocity. You can partly see it right in here on your velocity. So be very careful when you read radar, especially if it's being contaminated by hail. But this is a really good scan. Like I said, we have a very good scan into this storm. So if there is a tornado, we would probably see a very large CC drop here if there's a strong tornado on the ground, which I highly doubt there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. But just in case there is, you want to be in your safe spot if you're in Greenfield here. That is in going into central Oklahoma. Remember, a tornado warning means the tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. In order for us to see a CC drop on radar, there has to have already been a tornado on the ground. Let me see back over here. Rebel, you can share your opinion, but when it's legit contradicting what the SPC is saying and what most other people are saying, you're probably going to get some backlash for it. Not going to lie. If the SPC has a moderate risk for severe weather and I go and say clear skies over the red moderate risk area, there's going to be people who call me out. I just provided an example. Yeah, this is a very weak line right now. If that wasn't obvious enough by us not seeing any severe warnings on it. We do have one severe warning in Amarillo. Potentially up to 60-mile-an-hour winds there, but the rest of this is all sub-severe. So we'll have to see how it evolves. Again, we're still on track to see a very significant damaging wind event today. Derecho is still possible, but there's a lot of uncertainties on how the convection evolves. Let's go back over here to Oklahoma. So looks like we are going to get a batch of storms that moves through Oklahoma City in about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So Oklahoma City, everybody around Oklahoma City, Norman, El Reno, Piedmont, Mustang, all these areas, even possibly as far as Shawnee, Oklahoma, need to be ready for upwards of 70-mile-an-hour winds, possibly 1.5, maybe 2-inch hail, and the potential for a tornado or two will be possible here. So if you are in the Oklahoma City metro or around that area, be ready for this storm moving through. Which, by the way, wasn't portrayed by nearly every single model run. There was nearly no model run that showed this moving through close to 0102Z through Oklahoma City. Which again brings me back to what I said before. Model runs day of aren't going to be that accurate, so you need to make sure you're not trusting them. You need to base your plans off the SPC outlook. If you're under that slight risk, you should definitely be weather aware, but especially under that enhanced risk and moderate risk area. And in this case, Oklahoma City is under that enhanced risk, so thus they should be hyper weather aware. And now we see a big cluster moving right towards Oklahoma City. Really, they're matching what's happening? Hold on, let's go to the new HRRR. Let's go ahead and just go off of what Rebel is going off of completely. So if you look at that time right there, it is 23:36 Zulu UTC. Let's go to in between that. Let's go between 23 and 0Z on the HRRR, the Rebels apparent just apparent what model run is saying is exactly what's going to happen. So let's see what the model run is saying. So 23Z, which was 30 minutes ago, the HRRR thinks there is barely any convection happening northwest of Oklahoma City. Remember, in 30 minutes or less, by round 00Z, we're going to be seeing a cluster of severe storms, potentially even tornadic storms, move through Oklahoma City here over the next hour or so. And the HRRR at 0Z has some storms to the south, nothing in the Oklahoma City metro, not even rain in the Oklahoma City metro at 00Z. Now 01Z, it gets some rain into the Oklahoma City metro, but this is completely wrong. This is not how it's going to unfold. And this is your new model run. That is your model run that literally just rendered in a couple of minutes ago. This finished rendering in about 17 minutes ago, and it is already dead wrong for what's going to happen in Oklahoma City. So why should we trust anything else here? Why should we trust anything else portrayed by this model run if it can't handle something 30 minutes in the future? And that's my point. Quit using the HRRR for 1 hour, 2 hour in advance. And you know, it's not before storms fire. It's not like horrible to use before storms fire. But once they get going, that's when the HRRR starts to struggle. The HRRR is horrible with where storms fire, how strong they are, and how many fire. Even the NAM3K can sometimes handle that better than the HRRR. So the storms east of Lubbock are supposed to be the line formers. We don't know. That's the thing. We just straight up do not know. That looks to be one round of discrete storms with all hazards, specifically hail and wind, but we don't really know exactly what's going to push up into a line here. Right now, the thinking is, in my opinion, this is our main line. That's my opinion. This is our line right here. My opinion is that this is our main line already formed, quite a bit weaker, especially in the middle, and it's already starting to push off to the southeast like this. That is my current thinking. But I don't really know. I don't really know. Model runs are all over the place. So our main line will be along our cold front, and our cold front is definitely somewhere up here. This is likely where your cold front is. Your cold front is somewhere up in this area. Let's go back to here. We did just get a new PDS severe for, I think, 80 mile an hour winds. Yep, 80 mile an hour winds and 2.75 inch hail. So this is a new particularly dangerous situation for Crowell, Texas. That is a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll see how those storms evolve, but they're obviously around. That's going to be an issue. The good news is these storms may take up some of the, well, they're going to take up some of the instability, but they may take up quite a lot of instability. And if that does happen, which it is currently happening right in front of us, the main second round may be a bit weaker. But we don't know that for sure, because we don't know how much cape this round is taking up. If this round is taking up, say we have 4,000 cape out here, and this round takes up 2,000 instability, that still leaves a plentiful amount of 2,000 instability for our main line later on. I don't know. I don't know how you're tripping so hard right now. Rebel, you are tripping terribly. I don't know how you think model runs were correct. You must be a blind man, buddy. You must be blind. Or you're very much nitpicking model runs in this specific area. One or the other. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't see any strong regions of rotation or anything crazy in that warning anymore, so it will probably be allowed to expire in 3 minutes. There's a chance it may have produced a spin-up tornado, but it wasn't anything notable enough to pick up on radar. But this is going to pose 70-mile-an-hour winds going right into the metro of Oklahoma City here. Might be still about an hour out. It looks like this line is relatively slow moving right now. It's taken its very sweet time moving into Oklahoma City. It is not very fast at all. Yeah, so this severe is still warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds and 2.75-inch hail. So Crowell, Benjamin, in Texas, make sure you guys are at least indoors away from doors and windows. It wouldn't be a bad idea to be close to your safe spot, because if things get rough, you're probably going to want to go to that safe spot just in case. This line merging right over Oklahoma City with this drop the tornado chances. I don't find a tornado risk very high out here. There is definitely the chance for a spin-up tornado as this line moves through into Oklahoma City. But the main risk by a milestone will be 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds and some large hail, potentially up to 2-inch in diameter. The tornado threat is the lowest of the concern. Your main concern is definitely winds followed by hail, and then that tornado threat is the lowest. But again, wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado. We've already had one tornado warning on this line, so there's the chance we could end up with another area of rotation. So we'll keep monitoring this this line here. North of Weatherford, we're still seeing wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour inside this line. So make sure you're at least away from doors and windows if you're in any of these severe storms, especially if you are out here in the considerable severes in Oklahoma. There's also a destructive severe where you should be at least away from doors and windows, if not near your safe spot, because things are probably about to get pretty rough out there near Crowell and Benjamin in Texas. There's also a few more considerables, actually. There's actually a lot more considerables here. So this entire cluster is significant severes. The entire cluster is warned for 70 plus mile-an-hour winds. with, of course, the one in Crowell being warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Sweet, Sam. We always have nice sunsets out here in Virginia, too. I bet it looks awesome out there. All right, no longer a tornado warning in effect here, but we still are at a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. That cluster, it might end up being the main show, Tyler. It's not going to be a line. It shouldn't be a line like a derecho or anything like that because it doesn't have a good cold front forcing behind it. So it's unlikely that it's going to congeal into a very significant line, but there could be embedded areas of 80 to maybe 90-mile-per-hour winds with it. We have found our cold front. We can now clearly see our cold front. On MRMS, you can clearly see your cold front. Your MCS is right here. So it just has to strengthen. It has a lot of work to do. It has a lot of strengthening to go. Right now, it doesn't look too severe. The only severe part is really in Amarillo, Texas, and then the end of it back out here towards Weatherford, Oklahoma. That's where it's the worst. But yeah, these storms are tracking right through the moderate risk area, so they're likely hurting the environment to some extent. But we have so much ingredients that we will still likely be able to see damaging winds even after this line has passed. I think we're at a tornado warning again. Yep. I was about to point that out. I was about to point out this little hook echo, but I didn't. I thought it might have been corruption, but no, there is a new hook echo that has started to develop. And this is Greenfield, Oklahoma. I hate to do this to you again, but there's a completely different storm embedded inside of this line that is trying to drop another tornado. There is an embedded hook echo right there, and that is going to move very close to Greenfield, Bridgeport in Oklahoma. Main risk is definitely still 70-mile-an-hour winds and large hail up to about 1.5 inch in diameter. But a tornado could definitely drop with that hook echo as it moves towards very close to Greenfield in central Oklahoma. You guys literally just got taken outside of a tornado warning, and now you're right back into it. Let's see. Oh, that is now an observed 80-mile-per-hour severe. Observed by a Mesonet reporting 77-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And obviously, 77-mile-an-hour winds, that's closer to 80 than 70. So they're going to round up to 80-mile-per-hour severe on that. So that's an observed 80-mile-per-hour severe. A dangerous, destructive severe thunderstorm approaching Crowell in Texas. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and definitely would not be against going to your safe spot. If it gets pretty rough out there, if you just want to be a little bit more precautionary, I would not be against going to your safe spot out there in Crowell, Texas. Could get pretty rough. And that is 70-mile-an-hour winds observed there. So if you're south of Paducah, Texas, 70-mile-an-hour winds have been observed. And if this is going towards Crowell, That's 80 mph winds observed. Is our derecho underperforming? Nope. Because we weren't expecting it to form at this time, so nope. One simple answer. No. Simple question, simple answer. Now, check back with me in 3, maybe 4 hours and see if I have a different answer. But we're not expecting a crazy line to form, or our main line to form until near midnight. Definitely a good area of rotation. We're going to have to watch this closely. This could easily drop a tornado very close to Greenfield in Oklahoma. We are still about 2 hours, 10 minutes from this severe watch expiring over Dallas. So Dallas, you're still under a severe thunderstorm watch for mainly wind and hail. Brief tornado can't be ruled out, but it's not, tornado threat is not very high. The main threat will roll through later on, and we'll likely see a higher probability severe watch issued. Yeah, so that's our area of rotation. Just southwest of Greenfield. Really good notch going on there. Decent hook echo. Can't really tell exactly where the base of that supercell goes into, but I can at least see the hail core of it. Hail core is located right over Greenfield. So Greenfield, you're in a tornado warning, but you're probably also seeing near 1.5-inch hail too. That is in Oklahoma. Whoa. They just upgraded this to Tor Possible Severe, and it's very obvious why. Also upgraded to 2.5-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Might be a hook echo trying to form right in there. See if that has rotation. Yeah, right there. Circle that again. Yeah. This could easily end up getting tornado warned here. If it does, it's going towards Jayton, Texas. That's the first time I've seen good velocities on these storms ever since southeast of Amarillo, like 2 hours ago. Imagine if our instability didn't overperform. If our instability didn't overperform, our main line would probably be doing literally nothing right now. There's 4 severes on our main line right now. This is our main line right in here, and we have 2 severes in Oklahoma, 1 severe here in Wellington, Shamrock, McLean in the northeast panhandle of Texas, and then 2 severes back north of Amarillo. A little surprised we haven't seen a local extension of our severe watch. I thought they would extend that a little bit more into central Oklahoma. Let me check the... Oh, new severe warning northeast of Tulsa. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.88-inch hail. That's going to go very close to the radar site. Very close to the radar site there. Welcome back, Catman. Left for an hour, hour and a half. What did I miss? You missed at least 80 mile-an-hour winds, 3-inch hail, but you may have also missed 90 mile-an-hour winds and 4.5-inch hail, depending on exactly when you left. You've also missed a few tornado warnings. We've had 2 in Oklahoma. We still continued with tornado warnings in the northwest panhandle of Texas until up about 50 or so minutes ago. And our main line has formed, albeit weaker. It is quite weak, but it is formed along our cold front. And as it pushes southward, it should strengthen. No way, Ponderosa. I forgot about that. Ponderosa, you tell me. You tell me, Ponderosa. You tell me. Do you think it's gonna be affected? There's totally not a tornado warning heading right that way. Yeah, doesn't take a genius to figure out the game might have some issues. I forgot about that. There is a chance it weakens as it goes into Oklahoma City, though. But it's definitely going to be, it's going to be close to 70 mile-an-hour winds by the time it gets to Oklahoma City. Just hopefully it can weaken a bit more. I'm sure they'll just continue it if it's like 60 mile-an-hour winds, but if there's a tornado warning or something, I'm sure they're going to end up having to delay it. I think this is a one and done ordeal, though. I'm pretty sure once this moves through Oklahoma City, that should be it for the rest of the night, but it's going to take a while to move through Oklahoma City. It's going to take quite a while to move through Oklahoma City. Even though it's a one and done deal, it probably won't be out of Oklahoma City till... it's going to hit OKC at about 8 o'clock Central, an hour from now. It should be in Oklahoma City in about an hour. And then it won't leave until an hour after that. So impacts Oklahoma City at 8, and then it should be out probably near 9. It's a pretty slow-moving storm. It is quite the slow-moving storm. Get a new meso-analysis here. In about 15 minutes, we'll be able to see if the environment is at least somewhat favorable out there in the panhandle of Texas after all the storms that have rolled through. I'm thinking it should weaken as it goes through Oklahoma City. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it will weaken from here on out. But there's a lot of uncertainty on what the line's going to do. It's hard to say if it will weaken, strengthen, or maintain. It's really difficult to say. We've had a lot of issues forecasting the mode today. So I can't promise exactly what it's going to do. It's hard to say whether or not a Derecho will happen tonight. Personally, I find it less likely, but it is still possible. All it takes is for our line to strengthen over the next hour and then just keep going, and it could literally easily be a Derecho. Yeah, the absurd criteria. that is that's what's difficult for today to achieve. It's difficult for it to achieve that criteria because it's got to survive for 400 miles, and I think that just might be too long. But either way, we're going to see very significant damaging winds still tonight. We will. I mean, like I said before, I still look at model runs day of. Just once convection is ongoing, that's when I take it a lot less seriously. Because it seems like when storms fire, you can figure out. When storms fire, you can figure out if the HRRR is going to be good or if it's going to be horrible. And ever since storms fired, the HRRR was good. It was good for the first 1 to 3 hours. It was actually very accurate on that storm in Northwest Texas. But then after that, it started doing horrible, and I haven't used it since. It doesn't hurt, so that way you can at least get an idea of how things may evolve, but taking it seriously is definitely a dumb idea. You shouldn't be basing your preparations off of a model run, you should be basing it off of the SPC. And if you're under that enhanced risk or moderate risk, you should be hyper weather aware and you should have those preparations preferably complete. Even in the slight risk area, you should still be hyper weather aware. Much of our activity is sticking in the enhanced and moderate risk area. Very well forecasted so far by the SPC. We've already had 90 mile an hour winds and then 80 mile an hour winds and now another 80 mile per hour winds. We've had 3.5 inch hail, 4 inch hail, 4.5 inch hail, all inside the west side of the moderate risks. So far it's performing very well. And the main line hasn't even formed. I don't know how the rest of the risk will perform, but we'll figure that out once we get there. Okay, let's go back to the Oklahoma City radar site. Hard to make out much there. Really difficult to make out much right there. The main line is with the cold front, which is right in here. As that pushes south, it will keep congealing things into a line. Alright, see you later, Legacy. They did end up tornado warning that storm just now. Broad area of rotation. That's going to go in between Crowell and Benjamin. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in between that area in this red warned region. Not many name towns out here. We got Gilliland and Truscott. Forward City. Red Springs, Texas, which is all northwest of Seymour in Texas under that new tornado warning. You'll be good to go outside for a while, Ari. I mean, storms shouldn't impact the Texarkana area. If it does start to get rough, it will likely be after. It'll probably be around 1 a.m. Central Time. But like I said before, there's a lot of uncertainty on how things will evolve. Models have not been good. New tornado warning in northeast Texas. That is on the ground. We just had an unwarned tornado on the ground, and now it is observed. So there's a tornado on the ground confirmed by emergency management in Wyndham, just south of Honey Grove. That is just southwest of Paris, Texas. "70 mph severe, just issued for El Reno, Piedmont, back all the way down into Gracemont, Binger, under that 70 mph severe, 1.5-inch hail tornado possible tag as well. So if you're in that severe, make sure you're away from doors and windows. Stay close to your safe spot just in case we end up with a new tornado warning. Our current tornado warning expires in 23 minutes. It is definitely possible that we see a new tornado warning issued if any areas of rotation really start to increase. Right now, that doesn't include downtown Oklahoma City, but the northwest side of OKC is under that severe. So like I said, that storm will be in Oklahoma City probably in about 40 to 45 minutes, right around there. Unless it slows down, which I wouldn't be shocked if it does. Really surprised we haven't seen a tornado warning out here near Jayton. The rotation did break up a little bit, but I mean, that hook echo is still going crazy. Tor possible severe there as well. They mustn't think that area of rotation is going to last long, so therefore they haven't issued a warning yet. Let's see where Ben's talking about. Oh, that's the storm you're talking about, huh, Ben? It doesn't look contaminated to me, but even in that case, the rotation's not very strong. Now that looks a little bit more contaminated to me. That looks a little bit more contaminated there, but it's definitely rotating. Just a little unsure to what extent. "60 mph winds still north of the Tulsa radar site, so that's going to be 60 mph winds in Pryor Creek, Locust Grove, going into Locust Grove, possibly all the way into east of Broken Arrow. This entire area here could be experiencing 50 to 60 mph winds with this storm right now. That's going to keep pushing off to the east, southeast. I believe that's how it's moving. Actually, hold on. I'm nope. I drew that relatively correct. It looks like that's where it's moving. That northern arrow, it might be moving a little bit more like this. That might be a little bit more how it's moving. Regardless, there's 50 to 60 mph winds ongoing in this area. If not ongoing, about to be, depending on exactly where you are. Pryor Creek likely seeing 50, 60 mph winds right now. Let's see, that should be less now, right? Yeah, hour 51 minutes left on our severe watch across Fort Worth, Dallas, that area. We should see a mesoscale discussion in about an hour and a half, so give or take right around 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. We'll probably start looking for a mesoscale discussion to be issued over the DFW for a new severe watch. We'll see what the SPC thinks. See if they go for a PDS severe watch or not. Ben, I'm a little bit more 50-50 on it. Earlier today, I was like, yeah, they're likely going to go PDS for it, but I don't know. The bit more of a messy mode might inhibit them from doing so, or they could still end up going for a PDS watch. Either way, it wouldn't surprise me if they go PDS or if they don't go PDS. Either one wouldn't surprise me. Still a observed tornado warning for 19 more minutes over Wyndham, south of Honey Grove, here in northeast Texas. So make sure you're still in your safe spot there. Emergency management confirmed a tornado. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't extend that severe watch a few more counties into Oklahoma City, Kaylee. I thought they were going to because these severes literally were heading into the no watched area. There's no severe watch in the area, so I really thought they were going to expand it by a few counties, but they didn't. Let me see this one in going near Jayton. Yeah, Jayton, Texas. Definitely be on high alert. I would highly recommend being very close to your safe spot. Can't tell how much that's rotating, but I guarantee it's rotating at least somewhat. And it is now tornado warned. So, Jayton, go to your safe spot. There you go. Spoke that right into existence. So, Jayton now under a tornado warning there in Texas. Yeah, I'm thinking the game will still go on, Ben. I think the only way how they will stop the game is if it's a tornado warning. The storm itself looks a lot weaker. It's lost all of its blue DBZ. It's lost a lot of the values it has, all the velocity values. So I think there's a pretty good chance this weakens as it moves into Oklahoma City. I think there's a good chance it weakens. Let's see. How's today playing out? A little bit overperforming on the tornado side of things, performing generally as expected with damaging winds so far. Uh, Hail threat is performing as expected. I would say the wind threat, there's a chance the wind threat is a little bit on the very close to the underperforming side of things. But we've seen 90-mile-an-hour winds. We've seen at least 2 events of 80-mile-per-hour winds. We've seen a bunch of 70-mile-an-hour winds, but so far, we haven't seen a derecho or like widespread 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. But again, the derecho, we really weren't expecting it to form until late, probably closer to like 11 p.m. But the thing that I think is going to push that back even later, possibly even into midnight Eastern time, 2-hour delay for that line forming, will be the overconvection. I think the overconvection is going to lead to a harder time in us seeing a long-lived organized line. We get the SPC outlook here at 9 o'clock, and they'll probably keep the entire moderate. To be honest with you, they will probably keep the whole moderate risk. If not, they may chomp off a small sliver of it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they keep the entire moderate at the 9 o'clock update. I mean, right now this is a good sign for Oklahoma City. The area we're watching for 70-mile-an-hour winds continues to weaken, so that That is continuing on a weakening trend right now. Confirmed tornado warning is still in place right out here, proxy. Northeastern Texas, over Wyndham, south of Honey Grove, northeast Texas. Yeah, the game starts in literally 45 minutes, and the storm is going to be over Oklahoma City, likely at 8 p.m. Central. Oh, they've already started it. So was it 8 Eastern? Let me see. Oh yeah, they have started. Wow, they're well underway. They are. It says 8:30 is actually. Oh, now you put Oklahoma City in the severe watch. It actually says they were supposed to start at 8:30 Eastern. Like if I look up the game, it says start time is 8:30. But then again, I bet this is wrong. I would like to go to the official NBA to see exactly when that starts. But they've started. They started. That's the point. Thunder's already winning. Yeah, so they'll be playing during the storm, but I do think the worst of the storms likely already occurred well west of Oklahoma City. It is on a weakening trend right now. First part of our severe watch has been dropped. So we have finally gotten rid of some of our severe watch over Guyman, Perryton. As your main cold front is pushing through, there is some isolated severe storms still in northeastern New Mexico. And those could drift possibly into near Amarillo tonight. All right, new meso analysis. Let's see how much that instability is being affected. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. It is being killed. Completely killed off. Yeah. Destructive Severes absolutely demolished that instability. No surprise there, to be honest with you. So I think our, man, I don't know when our main line's gonna form. Our storms might not congeal up into a line until it's too late and we already lose off all the instability and the storm fuel. Whoa, that definitely has 2-inch hail with it for sure. I'd say at least 2-inch hail falling with that. So that's going to be moving towards Seymour. I still expect the wind threat to be very significant. I'm just not really anticipating a derecho tonight. Not like earlier when I started stream, we were We were really confident about a Derecho, but once we saw more and more overconvection fire, that confidence started to decrease more and more. Like I said, there's still a chance we could see a Derecho, but I just see it being a very messy, clustery, significant, damaging wind threat. Let's see here. Yeah, these storms have clustered up very sloppy here. Our main cold front is back here, so that's where your main line should have formed. So once that cold front hits these prefrontals, that's when our main line is really going to form. And I think that might be too late. That might be even later than midnight, to the point where we don't see much even at midnight. But I still anticipate we'll see 90 to 100 mile per hour winds tonight. New severe warning out here for 60 mile an hour winds over Jay, Kansas, Locust Grove, Langley. Main threat there is 60 mile an hour winds. You can see this gust front pushing through right here. 50, 60 mile an hour winds pulling in behind it. So just going to get windy. It's going to get windy out there. Still weakening storm out here west of Oklahoma City, so it's looking pretty good right now. We now have a EDS severe for the city of Seymour, Texas. So this is an extremely dangerous situation for the city of Seymour, Texas, as observed 80 mile per hour winds will be moving into the city. So that is an extremely dangerous situation. Let's see. Severe watch is still continuing as well. We also just got a new severe for 70 mile an hour winds northwest of Abilene, Texas. Can't tell exactly what rotation's happening near Jayton, but it's definitely spinning. Oh yeah, I said Kansas, Oklahoma. Yep. Yes, I did say that. Yep, it is EDS. You can see it there. EDS. Extremely dangerous situation. That's because observed 80 mile an hour winds will be moving through a populated area. It's also common when there's like a bunch of mobile homes or a trailer park and there's 60 or 70 mile an hour winds moving through. Uh-oh. Rebel, you're going to really hate this one. Rebel's going to freak out because he hasn't given the event long enough. Listen to this. An organized swath of severe winds, perhaps a derecho, may begin soon across portions of northern Texas. Peak wind gusts of 75 to 100 miles per hour will be possible. A derecho is still possible. There you go. Oh, a downstream PDS severe thunderstorm watch will possibly be needed across north central Texas. Possible PDS severe watch for portions of north central Texas. A derecho could begin somewhere between 01 to 03Z and last for several hours downstream. So there you go. And it is across that portion of our supercells. It's across these supercells. I'm really surprised by that. I'm very surprised by that. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see how that evolves. See, that's a updated tornado warning. No longer observed. That has been fully canceled. Okay. New severe 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds out here. Just to the north of Fort Cobb in Oklahoma. And they did downgrade that to 60-mile-an-hour winds for the northwest side of Oklahoma City and as well as going into El Reno and Piedmont in Oklahoma. Oh, which the tornado warning up here has been canceled, if that's what you're talking about. This tornado warning south of Honey Grove, northeast Texas, has been canceled. It says expires in 1 minute, but they canceled it like 2 minutes ago already. Really surprised to see them mention the derecho potential with this cluster. Because that's not where our cold front is. I'm quite surprised by that. So they'll definitely be maintaining a moderate risk at the new outlook cycle, considering they said a PDS severe watch will be possible. I mean, yeah, it could survive in a northwest Louisiana. Yeah, it's possible. It could survive that far. You are under an enhanced risk and slight risk in that area. Watch them go high for wind. I don't think that's possible anymore. Proxy, yeah, today has reached regional outbreak status for tornadoes. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we've seen near 6 tornadoes in northwest Texas, and then we've seen 2 tornadoes out here. Where was the other one? I forgot where we saw one there, and we saw another observed one somewhere in here. I forgot. I know there was more than that though. We had at least one there, and then we had like 4 or 5. I have to go count it. I think it's close. Actually, I don't know if it hit it. I would have to go count. I think it's close to hitting outbreak status. I think most of our tornadoes were in the panhandle of Texas, and I think that was probably near 6, which if it was 6 tornadoes, that would be classified as a regional tornado outbreak for the panhandle of Texas. But I lost count. I honestly lost count. Let's see. Severe for still 70 mile-an-hour winds there. So they really think this line is going to intensify a lot. I mean, there is a lot of instability in front of it. I mean, we're talking 5,000 instability as it continues to push eastward, so it's possible. It is possible. It's tracking right through the southern side of the moderate, too. Where's that MCD at exactly? Yeah, that MCD is on the southern side of the moderate risk area. It's even into the enhanced. Today has played out weird. I have to say, it's played out a lot more weird than what models were indicating. And that happens a lot more often than not. It's still performing relatively as expected. It's just the evolution of convection has not been what we were expecting. And the timing has been off a lot. The timing has been horrible. Like Wichita Falls, you guys are supposed to be hit. I think it was like, it was late. Let me see when we were thinking for Wichita Falls. Yeah, I mean, we were thinking like 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central for Wichita Falls. And there may be some storms south of Wichita Falls at like 10 Eastern, an hour too early. But I don't know if Wichita Falls is going to get much out of this unless we see a really good amount of intensification with these storms. All right, let's go back to believe our only tornado warning. Pretty sure that is our only tornado warning in effect. I'll double check real quick. Yep, only tornado warning in effect is out here in Jayton, Texas for 11 more minutes. Yep, summer is very difficult to forecast, Ben. You are correct with that. Oh, by the way, Lucky just woke up. He's finished his 2.5 hour nap. He's finally up. Summer is horribly difficult to forecast. Kaylee, there's a chance. It depends on how your power is. If your power's like my power, you're gonna lose it right as it starts raining. But maybe your power grid is a little bit stronger than mine, so there's I don't know. I don't know if you'll lose power. I'm not sure. You'll probably see about 30 to 40 mile-an-hour wind gust. That's what I would anticipate. And that would knock out my power. Whoops. Our cold front is still moving slowly. Very slow moving. But apparently the main derecho potential, according to the SPC, will be focused with 2 storms. Apparently derecho potential with 2 storms. I don't see it happening. Assuming Boeco development does occur over the next few hours, a strong cool pool should encourage intense rear inflow jet development, upon which could support a derecho. In this scenario, widespread sustained 60-mile-an-hour winds may be expected, with multiple embedded wind gusts peaking somewhere around 75 to 100 miles per hour. This derecho could begin somewhere after 9 p.m. Eastern and last for several hours. We'll see. This VA threat certainly didn't perform. Why don't you think I chased? Why do you think I didn't chase? They rarely do. It's pretty rare to see a Virginia threat verify. The threats that verify the most are the low end threats. Like if there's a marginal or a general thunderstorm risk, those will verify because sometimes we'll get light rain to 60-mile-an-hour winds, but outside of that, typically doesn't verify. I don't see Wednesday being a big enough day to live stream at the moment. So Wednesday, I'll likely take a day off, but tomorrow, or rather Tuesday, my bad. Tuesday will likely be a day off, but tomorrow I will likely be live. So we'll most likely be live tomorrow. Tuesday, probably not, and then we'll see where we go from there. We're getting low, I'm not gonna lie. We're starting to get pretty low on severes. We've got 1 in Missouri, 2 in Oklahoma, northeast Oklahoma, 1 in central Oklahoma, and then quite a bunch here. Little bunch of storms in this area. So this threat may not be as widespread as what we were anticipating, but we're still going to see these 2 storms potentially pose a derecho risk going into the DFW. We have enough cape for a sufficient derecho, but we saw these 2 storms form and they wiped out that instability. They wiped out the instability, and now they're going to become the main threat. Believe it or not, today is up to 341 reports, 217 damaging wind reports, 12 tornadoes, and 112 hail reports. So we're up there on reports. Wait a second. That can't be right. We didn't have no 12 tornadoes. That's got to be the wrong day. SPC, are you glitching? Let me refresh it. That's got to be wrong, y'all. That was completely wrong. What was that even on? All right, let's try this again. 200 reports. Much better. 200 total reports. 97 hail, 97 wind. That's weird. Literally the same. And then 6 tornadoes. Okay, that sounds a lot better. I was going to say, there's no way we had 12 tornadoes. That was, let me go find that. I think that was June 6th. Yeah, it had the same reports on June 6th, but I literally clicked the current reports. I'll show you exactly what I did. So I went to their storm reports page. I clicked this, and it brought me to June 6th. I don't know why it did that, but it did. But there's the reports just so that way you could see them. 6 tornadoes, 97 wind, and 97 hail. Total 200 reports. I don't know why that brought me to, to June 6th's event. We got an update for our tornado warning. It has been canceled. I believe we are still at a PDS severe, though. Yep, still an extremely dangerous situation for Seymour, Texas. So we should get the new SPC outlook in about 20 minutes or so. They will likely keep the moderate risk area. What's the difference between EDS and PDS? EDS is extremely dangerous situation. PDS is particularly dangerous situation. And EDS is only issued with severe storms and typically is issued when you have a significant amount of damaging winds going into a populated city that has been observed. And or it could be a little bit lower damaging winds, maybe 60 mile an hour winds or 70 mile an hour winds. Going into like a trailer park or a mobile home. Yep. If you read the Mesoscale discussion and you listened to live stream, if you listened to the live stream, you would know that, Rebel. I mentioned 75 to 100 mile an hour winds and a possible derecho. And that was mentioned in the new SPC discussion. You were gone? Okay. Well, while you were gone, you missed the MCD for that. If you want to, you can go read it. I already read through like half the things, so. Go back up here for Oklahoma City. No longer a severe storm, so you're going to be getting some rain here in Oklahoma City, but I don't think it's going to be delaying the game. It indeed did weaken. Yeah, the most uncertain part of this whole event was what's going to happen in Oklahoma. But now we just had a bunch of uncertainty with overconvection, and man, we are getting low on severes. Good morning, Lucky. How was your 20-hour nap?
Oh, it was actually pretty good. I'm ready to start stream.
Now that the peak's already passed?
You said after 9, bud.
Well, things change. Events can sometimes underperform.
Oh man. Well, they're
Nah,
saying
I'm just kidding. They just issued an MCD for a possible derecho.
okay. How about I say, or I could just do a gaming stream if it's actually past peak, or that windbag that Dallas is getting in what 2 hours?
Try like 3 or 4.
Okay, that's fine. That's all right. What's tomorrow?
Yeah, nobody knows what's gonna happen with this event.
No one knows.
We have 2 severes right now. That's supposed to become our derecho, and the environment's favorable, but model runs do all types of stuff, so we'll just see how it goes. But SPC said 85 to 100 mile per hour winds will be possible. Perhaps a derecho and a PDS severe watch may be needed over northern Texas. And we just got a new 80 mile an hour severe, so these 2 storms are producing 80 mile an hour winds. But it's definitely not verifying how I thought. The wind threat is still nearly verifying, but it's just the convective evolution is not what I was expecting. Welcome to summer. Welcome to summer. We've still seen like 6 80 mile an hour wind events now and 1 90 mile an hour wind event.
And what's not supposed to be? Did they say 105 likely?
Yeah, 105 was likely on the PDS watch. We'll see what the next PDS watch has, if they issue one. Which they said it's possible. I have to go read that mesoscale discussion again real quick. If the SPC site wouldn't lag out, let me find out where they said it. This is the wrong MCD. There we go. Why is the SPC so buggy? I clicked today's reports lucky on the SPC site. I went to storm reports and clicked today's, and it brought me to June 6th. And now the MCD ain't even loading. So fun. Let me go through this link. Okay, fine. Holy crap, I'll just read it through weatherwise. Jeez. Wait, hurricane warning? The heck? Oh, okay. Why are those not a different color, though? I have to fix that after stream. NHC just issued a hurricane warning for the Mexico coastline. Alright, MCD. Thankfully, I can read it on Weatherwise and not on the SPC. Can't even read it on the SPC site. The evolution of which may need to be covered by a downstream PDS severe thunderstorm watch across much of north central Texas into northeast Texas. And they were talking about a scenario with widespread 60 mile an hour winds, some of which may be embedded of 75 to 100 miles per hour. And this is exactly what they have. The derecho could begin somewhere in the 01 to 03 period and last for several hours downstream, the evolution of which may need to be covered with a downstream PDS severe thunderstorm watch for much of north central and northeast Texas. Maybe I need to read that again. Seems like somebody in chat didn't hear what I literally just said. Let me just read that one more time. Multiple embedded wind gusts peaking between 75 to 100 miles per hour. A derecho is possible, and a PDS severe thunderstorm watch is possible. The storm going over Kaylee right now is dying out. I think Kaylee has a dome over her house or something. And they've maintained much of the moderate risk area, as expected. They've actually kept the enhanced risk back into almost Amarillo.
Can you mute me?
What do you want? 5% tornado risk did shrink a lot, but it was extended more into Louisiana. What do you want? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Like you're gonna be yapping for a while. I'm just gonna mute on Discord and listen to him. So, the risk area. Here is the new moderate risk. We've got a 45 significant wind risk still in place across Oklahoma into Texas. Very small portion of Oklahoma. That tornado risk was shifted further into Louisiana and Texas. And you can see the enhanced risk still goes back out west of Amarillo. Little surprised they kept a 30 significant hail risk in place, but they did. It still appears that a cluster of strong to severe storms developing across the Texas Panhandle and the Red River Valley vicinity will continue to consolidate and gradually organize into a more prominent cluster of severe storms this evening, accompanied by an increasing potential for widespread damaging wind gust across north central Texas. Let's see here. I'm not going to read all that. I'm not going to read all that. Model output indicating more intense potential has backed off. Models have backed off in intensity, which that has been somewhat apparent. Is that it, Lucky? And there it goes again. Oh, okay, that radar's down. We got a radar down. Also, 80 mile an hour wind still going with that southern storm. They did downgrade the one in Seymour, or Seymour, in Texas quite a bit. They downgraded that down to 70 radar indicated, no longer 80 observed. All right. Did they shift that moderate down a little bit? I mean, the slightest bit. They did remove a lot of it from Oklahoma, though. But in terms of Texas, they did move it down just a little bit more into Texas. Wait for the full update to come in here. That's the new tornado outlook. 5% still goes all the way into Shreveport, extended even further into Louisiana. Old wind risk, new hail risk. So still keeping a 30 significant hail risk all the way up into Amarillo, Texas. And there's our new moderate. So moderate risk is still in place across portions of Texas and extreme south central Oklahoma. Some big time hail with this storm too. They also upgraded that to 2.5 inch in diameter hail for Hamlin in north central Texas. Welcome back, Ethan. A lot of different things happened today. There was 90-mile-an-hour winds with a severe storm, but according to the SPC, we could still see a derecho with 100-mile-per-hour winds across northern Texas, but we had a lot of overconvection, and that overconvection has apparently turned into our derecho threat, according to the SPC. It definitely didn't bust. No, it did not bust. But I do think our widespread damaging wind threat has underperformed quite a bit. But the rest of the event is still... We're still going to see more to this event. I mean, the worst of it was expected after dark, so... We'll have to see how things evolve. It's a lot more isolated. I will say that, Ethan. It is way more isolated. Literally, our derecho threat is like with these storms specifically. Everything else is isolated severes. There you go, PDS severe for 4-inch hail. And 80-mile-an-hour winds over Hamlin. So yeah, we've seen 4-inch hail, 4.5-inch hail. We saw like at least 5-6 tornadoes. We saw 4-5 different events of 80-mile-an-hour winds, and then we saw one event of observed 90-mile-an-hour winds. But I don't think it was as widespread as what we were anticipating. I think the widespread portion of this event has definitely underperformed quite a bit. And according to the SPC, we could still see a derecho. All right, you have fun. Let's see. That one's been downgraded to 60-mile-an-hour winds there. We're getting the new HRRR, which should be a slightly better model run of showing us what may happen tonight, but still, like I mentioned, you really don't want to use the model runs day of. Especially when convection's already ongoing. The HRRR has already done horrible tonight, so I don't expect it to be any better. Yeah, the 0Z HRRR is completely different. I think this was one of the better scenarios to happen, Ben. I think this was probably our main bust mode that I didn't even know was the main bust mode, is overconvection. I don't think it was a bust, but I think that our overconvection definitely helped underperform this event quite substantially for damaging winds, mainly in the widespread term of things. We still could see 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds out of either one of these supercells as they move off to the east-southeast. But it's not our huge line of significant damaging winds. I mean, the ARRR still wants a very significant damaging wind event overnight tonight. It still shows a very significant damaging wind event. Not too sure about a Derecho. It might actually still show that, though. I'll have to wait for the rest of it to render in, but I'm really gonna wait to see what the ARRR has for tomorrow. That's what I'm interested in. The new public weather outlook, SPC says destructive wind gusts of 80 to 100 mile per hour winds and large to very large hail remain likely across portions of the southern plain this evening and overnight. The greatest threat for significant severe weather should be focused across northern Texas and southern Oklahoma. Yeah, so that's where our main damaging wind threat will be focused. Really going into the Dallas area. Let's see here. Let me quickly do this. Give me just a moment. Lucky went off to go do something. I don't know where he went. He keeps disappearing in and out like he's freaking Batman over here. Give me just a moment once again. I'll move it right over to, let's see. Craziest storm is probably the one northwest of Abilene right now. 80 mile an hour winds, 4-inch hail. That thing's going crazy right now. That's going towards Hamlin. Okay. Our moderate barely changed. Are you blind? They cut off like half the moderate. Dude, the moderate risk used to be like all the way up into here. They cut off like half of our moderate. What do you mean it barely changed? Half of it disappeared. There's your new wind threat, by the way. Still a large 45 hatched risk. Barely changed my foot. Yeah, this is likely producing some of the strongest winds we've seen today. Probably just to the west of Hamlin. I imagine that's producing probably 80 or greater mile per hour winds. Definitely producing significant damaging winds and very significant hail west of Hamlin in Texas. Even though they mentioned it, I doubt they're gonna issue a PDS severe watch. I don't see it happening tonight anymore, to be honest with you. I don't see it happening anymore. I do think we'll see a high-end severe watch, but I don't see a PDS severe watch being needed because we're not expecting a widespread destructive event or a widespread derecho. We could still see a more regional derecho with these two storms potentially being long-lived all the way into Dallas, but we'll see. You know, they may pull it. You never know. Like that trying to fool me. That newest scan is fully corruption. There you go. That's probably better. Yeah, we could be seeing 80 to 90 mile-an-hour winds with this. Also, the rotation on this is trying to pick up too. I wonder if this could potentially really start to rotate. How's tomorrow looking? Not nearly as impactful. There is a chance for widespread severe weather tomorrow. One model run does show that scenario occurring, so there's, depending on how it looks tomorrow morning, which we won't know till tomorrow, we could see an upgrade to an enhanced risk and a 5% tornado risk across Mississippi and Alabama for an afternoon and evening round. But there's uncertainty in the environment tomorrow. If we do get a good environment, we could see an enhanced risk with a 5% tornado risk. If not, they may just keep it at a 5, or rather keep it at a 2% tornado risk and a slight risk. We'll just see. Either it's not going to be that bad tomorrow, or we have the chance for some damaging winds and a few tornadoes. Observed 70 mile an hour winds and 1.75 inch hail for another storm. So this is starting to cluster up. This is starting to cluster up into more of a line. A line / cluster. Yeah, 4-inch hail likely ongoing west of Hamlin in Texas. I don't think the derecho is going to form in central Oklahoma. If we do see a derecho tonight, it's going to be out of these storms in here. Most specifically, those storms from Seymour down through north of Sweetwater, Texas. I don't know. The fact that this is clustering up into more of a line here, that might just be enough for them to issue a PDS severe watch. Just having that extra confidence in more of a clustered, significant damaging wind threat. Lucky he's finally returned from his second nap, actually third nap of the day. First nap was overnight. Second nap was during the start of our severe event. And then the third nap was just now. The first snack? If you look at satellite here, let's go to these. Yeah, look at overshooting tops. That is definitely a big sign of rapid intensification with our line. I don't know what happened in southern Oklahoma, but 2 bombs just went off right there. You see that? Big explosion and kicking overshooting tops with that. Wow. That's crazy right there. Um, those are going near Ardmore, Oklahoma. In our favorite radar hole where we can't see anything. I hate this radar hole, man. It's getting on my nerves. I swear almost every week we track severe storms in that radar hole. Yeah, tomorrow could easily uptrend too. Um, it's obviously summer now, so literally day of an event could just randomly uptrend like crazy. So we'll need to keep an eye on tomorrow closely just in case we do see that random uptrend. All right, let's go back to the Abilene radar site. Yikes. Yeah, that's probably producing up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. I think we may have our first 100-mile-per-hour wind gust potentially ongoing here, southwest of Hamlin. That rear flank is absurd. Lucky can't stop thinking about his favorite NASCAR driver. Yeah, exactly. I said favorite NASCAR driver. There is 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds happening south of Mustang, Oklahoma, with this cluster somehow re-intensified, but it is staying away from Oklahoma City. There could be some heavy rain in OKC, some thunder, but the 70-mile-an-hour winds looks to probably stay closer to Bridge Creek and Newcastle, around and south of Mustang, Oklahoma. Keep an eye on that severe warning, because right now it's for 4-inch hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. That wind threat could easily be up significantly on the next update. And then this storm near Seymour, or Seymour, I forgot which one it is. I forgot how you pronounce it here in Oklahoma. Easily could be getting 70-mile-an-hour winds beginning to increase around that area. Can't tell if that's very... Looks contaminated, but the question is how much. Because the evolution of those velocities not just randomly appearing in one scan makes me think that is reasonably 90 to up to 100-mile-per-hour winds ongoing. What's that based on, Ethan? Mesoanalysis or what? So we're going to keep checking back with both of these storms. We could just really stay on the Abilene radar site. That's a tornado warning in Ardmore. Yep, area of rotation starting to increase there. Going straight for Ardmore, Oklahoma. First tornado warning in a little bit. These storms will get towards Shreveport around 1 a.m. Yeah. 1 a.m. Central. Wait. Shreveport? Where'd you get that from? No, I don't think it's going to be that early. I'm thinking like 3 a.m. For some reason, I thought Shreveport as in like Dallas. I don't know why. These will be in probably East Dallas at 1 a.m. Let's see here. Yeah, so Shreveport, I'm thinking like 3 a.m. Central, honestly. Yeah, I was like, whoa, hang on. Dallas, Shreveport, two very different cities. I'm done with severe weather. I'm done. I am ready for hurricane season. I am ready for hurricane season. Something that is possibly even worse than severe weather season in terms of forecasting accurately. It's been way too active. Yeah, this how wide is this? That's my question. It is wide enough to be considered a derecho, so it just has to keep doing what it's doing for how fast are y'all moving? 40 miles per hour. So it has to keep doing what it's doing for 10 hours straight. Right? Because 40 miles per hour and it's got to make it 400 miles. But then again, the storms did fire earlier. I mean, they went severe, like, back up in here is when they were severe, so. Let me. Hold on a second. I want to go see when they went severe. That way I can get an approximation of how far they have to track for it to be classified as a derecho. Ugh. Barely, barely. I mean, they started being 60 mile per hour severes in terms of width, like right up in here. So they would have to travel. It has to stay severe all the way until it makes it past Shreveport. In order for this to be classified as a derecho, it has to keep doing what it's doing now and go all the way to Shreveport. Yep, they upgraded that to 90-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't even be surprised if it's a little bit higher than that. So that's our second 90-mile-an-hour severe of the day. That is the second one. 4-inch hail and 90-mile-an-hour winds ongoing. That is in Hamlin in Central Texas. So we should get a new severe thunderstorm watch likely in the next like 30, 40 minutes or so. We'll see if that's going to end up being a PDS watch or not. Hamlin should change its name. Pete, why you don't like that name? Because it's associated with a specific person in a specific motorsport. Still a tornado warning out there for Ardmore, Oklahoma. And again, 90-mile-an-hour winds, 4-inch hail ongoing here. Barely southwest of Hamlin. It's going to be very close to hitting Hamlin here over the next few minutes. It is moving to the southeast. So it should miss Hamlin. It's going to head... You know what? Hey, Marcus, are you still in the chat? Because I see a trajectory I'm not a fan of. It is moving to the southeast. Very, very close to a direct trajectory for Abilene, Texas. Yep, you're still here. Might want to go charge your phone or charge a device because you may not have power after this storm rolls through. Near the regional airport. It's definitely going to be more on the north side, so the further south you are in Abilene, the better. Right now, to me, I would say it's going to directly hit like Hockley. I say that's directly where it's going to hit. I think the main winds, they're probably going to go around Hockley, so maybe even on the northern side of Abilene. You might be okay on the southern side of Abilene. You might be far enough south. Another cluster of a bunch of severe storms up here in southern Oklahoma. Far north central Texas, too. Wow, Rebel, it's almost like we expected the derecho to form after dark. Shocker that it formed after dark. So surprising. Yeah, so let's just go ahead and switch back over to GR2 so I can show you that we just had an observed 100-mile-an-hour wind gust from a mesonet. So we've officially hit the 100-mile-per-hour threshold recorded by a mesonet just to the southwest of Seymour, Oklahoma. Fun fact, this is a severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds, and there's 100-mile-an-hour winds ongoing. So Seymour, there is observed 100-mile-an-hour winds heading right to the south of you. It looks like that probably will stay south of the town, or rather the city, so I would recommend seeking shelter in Seymour. Observed 100-mile-an-hour winds just off to your southwest, and it's moving to the east, so it's going to be very close to going into Seymour. So there you go. First 100-mile-an-hour wind gust reported, and we have a 90-mile-an-hour severe down here, so yep. Definitely a very intense MCS to possible derecho underway now. I heard a beep. I think that was for this. Yeah, tornado warning continues for Ardmore, Oklahoma. And actually a new tornado warning for our damaging winds. What'd you say, Lucky? What? Chat, he's eating again. I can't understand him. You want to say that one more time, more normal. Okay, I got you. That's exactly what it was. Let me see here. Jeez. Shows you how velocity isn't always correct. I don't think we had velocities over like 50 miles per hour on this. And we had an observed 100-mile-per-hour wind report. So there's 100-mile-an-hour winds ongoing. We had a report. It was north of Monday. What's up with northeast of Mondays where we had the 100-mile-an-hour winds observed? No, Lucky, it's Sunday, not Monday. It's Sunday. No, 100-mile-an-hour winds northeast of Monday, but the day is Sunday. South Bend. South Bend, Indiana? No. Some light rain. Hello, Lakeisha. Welcome to the stream. Again. Still 90-mile-an-hour winds, potentially upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds, as well as 4-inch hail ongoing. So 4-inch hail, 90-mile-an-hour winds ongoing, but we could be seeing winds as high as 100 with this severe. Just to the south of Hamlin. And this is about to go into a more unwarned area, an area that's not inside a severe warning. So I imagine we'll see a new severe warning possibly as far to the south as northern Abilene, Texas. Still surprised we haven't seen an upgrade. We legit had a Mesonet observe 100-mile-an-hour winds at this point now 15 minutes ago, and it is still radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think these velocities are completely true here. I do think we could be seeing up to 100-mile-an-hour winds, but I doubt it's up to 114-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, this part's definitely going to verify, Ben, but it is definitely more south than what we were expecting. If this cluster, say the top of this cluster currently in Seymour, say that was actually north of Wichita, so if you just teleported this cluster like 25 miles to the northeast, then yeah, our event would be starting to verify. But actually, this is on the southern side and southwest side of our moderate. But, I mean, yeah, we are starting to see our very high-end wind gusts of 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds. Let me go over here real quick. Okay. Let's go back to our Abilene radar site. 70-mile-an-hour winds observed near Haskell. That's going to move into Woodson. And then again, we have 100-mile-an-hour winds recently observed northeast of Monday. If those winds are still ongoing, it would be somewhere south of Seymour, where those winds are currently located. Or Seymour. This southern storm has taken a very sharp south turn here. So, I mean, you can see the greatest wind speeds. If it keeps going the exact direction that it's going, I mean, that is going to put it right through Abilene, Texas. But I feel like it's probably going to turn a bit more to the east and maybe avoid southern portions of Abilene, Texas. Yeah, the warning is still for 60-mile-an-hour winds radar indicated, even though we had an observed 100-mile-an-hour wind report. Man. We'll see how much this can organize too, because, I mean, really the only place where we aren't seeing much is right over Wichita Falls, which is exactly where the highest threat for damaging winds was expected to be today. And I mean, we have a big cluster of significant severe weather to the northeast of Wichita, and then we have 100 to a 90 to 100, said that the wrong way, wrong way around. 90 to 100 mile per hour winds ongoing southwest of Wichita Falls. So Wichita Falls looks to have dodged a big bullet today. A new severe thunderstorm watch should be issued at any moment for northern Texas. 30 minutes remain on that severe watch, and we now have storms that are beginning to approach the edge of our PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Which, by the way, both of our 90-mile-an-hour severes and our 100-mile-an-hour wind report, all three of that was inside of the PDS severe watch. Wouldn't be shocked if this is up to 80-mile-an-hour winds ongoing here, southeast of Haskell, Texas. Oh. Why is it no longer even severe warned? What? Totally, like 80 to 90 mile-an-hour winds, not even severe warned right now. Did we forget our warning was expiring? Whoops. Let's see if they reissue that warning pretty quickly here. We literally have 80 to 90 mile-an-hour winds, not even severe warned right now. Tornado warning does remain in effect for 29 more minutes. They like, it's a tornado warning, it's good enough. We've seen it before. Oh, PDS severe watch till 09Z. And that does indeed include Shreveport, Louisiana, now inside a 95-90. Lord have mercy, that is almost the highest probability possible. 95-90. That is worse than our other PDS watch. Wow. Our other one was 90-80. This is 95-90. Oh my word, get this. Hold on. I'm about to go see. Give me a brief moment, y'all. I gotta go check right now. Okay, it's right here. Yeah, 100 mile-an-hour winds likely. Jeez.
That's crazy. I might pack up and leave.
Let's see. Oh! Dude. 100 mile-an-hour winds are expected. Not likely, not possible, expected. Wow. That's crazy. A 100 mile-an-hour winds are expected. Jeez, dude. That includes Dallas, too. $95.90. That is just, that's crazy. That is crazy, dude. That's one of the highest severe watches I've ever seen. And that is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. 100 mile-an-hour winds are expected. And that, like I said, that goes all the way until Shreveport. All the way into Shreveport, dude. That goes very, very far. So your PDS severe watch is this right in here. It also includes Waco, Texas. And Texarkana. Actually, never mind. Sorry, it does not include Waco. It does. Wait, what? Okay. I'm going to draw this out exactly how I see it here on the SPC site. I was using just weather-wise. I'm going to use the SPC site. So it's just like this. And it actually goes back up just like that. So that is your PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch right there. Perfect. Because we have another watch that is overlapping it for 30 more minutes. So it was a little confusing there. So it includes Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Longview, Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana, Mansfield, Louisiana, Texarkana, Arkansas, New Boston, Texas, Broken Bow, Idabel, Hugo, Southeast Oklahoma. That is your PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Sam, it's on the graphic on... I posted it on Twitter. If you want to just go look at my Twitter, it's on there. And this is valid till 09Z. My brain
What's that,
doesn't
like
work,
what's that,
so
like
I gotta see what
that's at
time it
like
is. Yeah, exactly.
it's 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Yep. Bro, new. Good job, Lucky.
Thanks, bro.
5 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Central. Well, we'll see if we get 100-mile-an-hour winds tonight. Also, Abilene, Texas, now inside a PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds. It is turning a little bit more east. That's what I was thinking, but it looks like this is going to be a close call for Abilene, Texas. If it kept on that exact southeast trajectory, it would have went right into the city, but I had a pretty good feeling it was going to turn, and it looks like it did. Oh, another tornado warning out here. I didn't even see that. That's for Durant, Oklahoma. We've got a radar site over that.
In Durant.
Durant, same thing.
I mean,
Hey,
Durant.
I'm not the one who took a 3-hour
Durant.
power nap in the middle of a derecho, buddy, so it's cut me some slack.
Hey, man.
Let alone 2 power naps.
I did not take 2 naps.
Oh, my bad. You just went
I
to
didn't
go
take
to
3
eat.
either.
You took
Or
6.
4. Or 5 or 6 or 7 or... I took 1.
Wait, this doesn't even work anymore. What? I have to look this up myself. Okay, for some reason the radar site there is down. I can just try to get a different link to it. Nope, it's actually down. It won't let me click the link. Lucky, see if you can open this. Or does it just give you a can't be reached error? What'd you say? Discord didn't pick up whatever you tried to say.
Trying to find it.
It's
I
literally
mean,
in DMs, Lucky.
I know.
It couldn't be simpler to just click the link.
I mean, I'm on it. It's just nothing's showing up.
Is it an error?
Nope.
So you can see the site?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just on my end. Got it. Yeah, because it gives me a error. Another tornado warning in southeast Oklahoma. Those are right over the radar hole that I was talking about a moment ago. In southeast Oklahoma. So far, all those are radar indicated. Holy moly. Very significant damaging winds being reported in Roten, Texas. That was our 90-mile-an-hour severe. Literally, houses crumbled. Gracious day. Wow. Yeah, that was definitely 90-plus-mile-an-hour winds. Homes have been crumbled in Roby, Texas. I'm not too sure how you say that town name. I don't think it was an embedded tornado. No, I believe it was just RFD winds from the supercell. I mean, it was likely mobile homes, and I think 90-mile-an-hour winds could probably crumble mobile homes, honestly. It didn't look like they were like slabbed or anything, so it doesn't look like it was a tornado. At least based off the damage I've seen just at the moment. And it looks like it was a localized downburst. So, you know for a fact that NWS will be surveying that over the next few days. Um, I mean, you're barely inside that PDS severe watch. Either Shreveport was going to be included in it, or you were going to be one county away, and you got included in it. I still think it's going to weaken before you, but I mean, you could still see very significant damaging winds. It's hard to predict where the worst winds are going to be because it's going to be in localized downbursts like we just saw there moments ago. There's going to be sections in very small areas that could get the worst damaging winds in these severes, but widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds is expected, and then those localized downbursts could be upwards of 100 miles per hour. Yeah, this looks like a very dangerous 80-mile-an-hour severe here. Moving into Hawley. Probably going to stay on the northern side of Abilene, Texas, like I was anticipating. So I don't think this is going to directly hit the city, but it's going to be a pretty close call for the city. Those storms in southern Oklahoma they've just exploded. But they've also exploded into a bunch of crap convection too, so they look messy. But they have indeed exploded. Oops. All right.
2D.
You going to bed?
No,
Shocker.
I was saying, would you like to go do something like maybe get a snack or something before, peak? I guess
I
for
mean,
this.
I have a s'more waiting in a Tupperware, but nah.
Go eat it.
Nah, dude.
Why not?
Because I already had a big meal, so I'm good. Should I turn off my PC? It depends.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, turn it off. Do you want it to be fried? Do you want to have a computer tomorrow morning? Turn it off. Turn that computer off. But hopefully you have a phone or something to help you receive watches and warnings, because I can tell you, lightning strike, that thing going fry your computer. I have a surge protector. I accidentally got it. I didn't even know it was a surge protector until I looked it up. Um, and my PC is plugged in directly to that. So if like a power pole gets struck by lightning or something, or my house gets hit by lightning, it's came very close. It came within a mile of my house to being hit by lightning. Um, Even closer than that, there was one in the backyard. There's a bolt in the backyard in the middle of Thankfully, we don't have any neighbors back there. I have neighbors on both sides, but not in my yard, not behind me. At least not behind me for a little while.
Wait, there was a lightning strike that close?
Yeah, it
I'd
was very close.
I'd memorize the house layout. That's crazy. That close?
Yeah, so you've been at my house. So do you remember where there was a bush at the bottom in the neighbor's yard? There's a big
Hey,
bush down there, and
wait,
I'm
wait,
pretty
can you
sure
hear
it
me?
it yeah, it struck into that forest. It was to the right of that, the other neighbors. So if you turn to the right and there was a tree line to your right when you were doing that, and that's where the lightning bolt hit, somewhere in there. I know because it was loud, and it being that close flashed our power. Like I don't even think it hit our house, or I know it didn't hit our house, but I don't think it hit any power poles or anything, and it still flashed our power. So point being, yeah, turn off your computer, unplug it, make sure it's turned off properly too, because you'll get an error if you don't turn it off properly. You want me to unmute you now? All right, sure. I guess. They did upgrade this severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds. You could see this very large area of blue. And then these darker blue pixels you see in here, those are 80 to as high as 90-mile-per-hour pixels. And that dark blue one, yeah, that's 95-mile-an-hour pixel there, but I do believe that's probably some corruption embedded in there. Arkansas update. Most of Arkansas won't get much today. Isolated 60-mile-an-hour severes through much of Arkansas. The more southwest you are, the better chance you have for worse severe weather. So if you are in the Arklatex area, that is the best opportunity to see 70 to 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. But our entire main risk has kind of shifted south. We were expecting these storms. We thought they would be located up in here. But instead, obviously, they are quite a bit more well to the southwest. So I'm thinking that'll probably help Arkansas. Let me see here. Models have definitely changed, yeah, but I mean, you're still looking at 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds there. Radar indicated warning there, northeast of Ardmore. And Oklahoma, just stay in your safe spot there. It's also hard to say how much these are going to congeal up into a full line. Like right now we have the messy cluster across this area. And then we have our main MCS down in here. And it's hard to say how much those are going to merge and if they're going to strengthen a lot as they merge. I haven't had electronics fried before, no. Nope. Whenever thunderstorms roll through, I always unplug everything from outlets, and if it's not unplugged, it's in my surge protector. Like my phone charger, that's in a surge protector. My computer surge protector. My other laptop surge protector. I don't need anything getting fried. I don't need anything getting fried, man. Could be up to 90-mile-an-hour winds here going towards Woodson. That's going directly towards Woodson. Actually, never mind. That's moving more southeast. Yeah, that's kind of moving more like this way. But it will be very close to hitting Woodson. I don't think these storms aren't going to head right towards Fort Worth if they keep this trajectory, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be hit with the cold front, and that's what's going to turn them quite sharply to dead east. Well, I don't know about that because the newest HRRR doesn't have these storms going into Dallas. It has them going southwest of Dallas, which is exactly where it looks like these storms are going right now. Like, it looks like this storm is heading generally in this direction here. This one in Abilene is probably heading generally in this direction. So we'll have to see if Dallas and Fort Worth get hit by these very significant two severe storms. All right, let me put this up here. Lucky, can you cover for a minute?
Yeah.
All right. Well, actually, maybe in a minute. Hold on. Yeah. All right, hold on. Yeah, just cover really quick.
I got you. Yeah. All right, guys. So we are gonna. Y'all can't see my screen. I don't know what he left it on. Let me see. Let's see if he left it on anything. But so first off, we do have 4 tornado warnings though. 3 in Oklahoma, 1 in Texas. So please be in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings. And we have now 2 destructive severes. One for this one's one for 80-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong size hail. And this other one is also warned for in Abilene is warned for also 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail. So yeah, so definitely some pretty crazy winds, and I wouldn't even be close to like outside because those are some that's the equivalent to a Category 1 hurricane just on land, y'all.
Bunch of tornado
If you
warnings over Durant. Look at that area, dude. The radar hole is surrounded by warnings again. Every time we track this area, I swear storms are just attracted to the radar hole.
I mean, isn't that what they always do? Almost like all the time.
I swear it is.
Like they always go into
They
a radar
always
hole.
go for the radar holes.
Like a big event, radar hole probably. Small event. Oh
And
yeah,
even
no,
when you
no,
think you have good radar coverage, then they just shift a little south or north into a radar hole.
yeah, no, for real. If it's a big day, radar hole. Expect that. If it's a not so big day,
Radar hole.
either radar hole or you might finally get to get good coverage.
I swear we're always dealing with radar holes. Marcus, right now it looks like the greatest winds will stay to your north, and overall the storm looks a lot weaker on velocities. Still could be some wind gusts of 60 to 70, but right now it looks a lot weaker. The main wind gusts are associated with a thunderstorm off to your northeast. Now radar's picking up upwards of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds with that west of Woodson.
Did you see uh did you see we got I think it was 9 minutes ago, 86 mile per hour wind gusts.
I did not see that.
This is
Yep, I see that now.
north of Abilene.
Yep. No, I did not see that.
Mesonet is a source, obviously. I mean, I would hope most of these are gonna be mesonets or somehow radar confirmed. Because
I
me
don't want
personally,
no
I'm not going
people
out there.
sticking their hands outside trying to measure 100-mile-an-hour winds, man.
But that's what I'm saying. I ain't taking TRD's little wind thing. I ain't going outside just saying
Dude,
wind.
that area
Like
didn't. That area barely even got light rain, and you're telling me Mesonet got a 86 mile an
the
hour wind
boundary,
report.
boundary.
Observed 90. That's observed 90 now. Because they rounded
The
probably
warning.
to the nearest one. Yeah. They just upgraded it from 70 to 90. Let me see if they mention the Mesonet.
I see it. I see. I see. I see. I see.
Let's see. Yeah, wind threat observed. They don't mention observed by what? Man, another update to that warning. Okay, that one was canceled, so no longer a tornado warning near Ardmore, Oklahoma. Man. Lucky, do you think we're going to get greater than 100-mile-an-hour winds tonight? Either he's thinking really hard or he didn't hear me.
All right.
You didn't hear me, did you?
Oh no. My dad said something.
Okay. Radar indicated 90-mile-an-hour winds now for Woodson, but I asked you, do you think we'll get greater than 100-mile-an-hour winds tonight?
Oh, for sure.
Really?
Yeah,
Observed?
yeah.
So do you think we'll get a report of 101 or more damaging
No,
winds?
100. Oh wait, oh yeah, 101. Yeah, because we
More
already
than
got one.
100. Not 100, but 101-mile-an-hour winds or greater. You think we'll get a report of something greater than 100?
I think it's
Any
possible.
destructive? What are we talking? We got 80 mile an hour winds radar indicated. We got 90 radar indicated. We got 90 observed. We also have 80 radar indicated there. We got 70 radar indicated. So it depends on exactly what severe you want.
Don't we
We've
got like
we've got a couple
Greenshot too?
types. We've
Don't
got
we got like Greenshot?
65 radar indicated too, and we have 70 observed up south of Oklahoma City. So yes, there's a lot of destructives now.
Dude, do you think that boundary produced that 86 mile per hour wind gust?
The outflow
It had to have,
boundary,
right? It
I
had
don't
to,
I
right?
don't know because it says the Mesonet recorded it at 145Z, and the boundary was well past at that time. The boundary hit the Mesonet at 135Z, 10 minutes early. So, according to the time of that Mesonet report, no. But I mean, I think it should be the boundary. I think the boundary should have been the cause for that. It likely was, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't see why light rain would produce 86 mile per hour wind gusts.
Hey, you never know, man. It's
Shoot,
Texas.
shoot.
This
86
ain't
mile
no
per hour.
North Carolina, dude. This is Texas.
That is true. That's true. But if 86 mile per hour winds are from a light rain shower, then I've probably seen like 300. I mean, I'm just being real. I'm just being real. After all those lives we've intercepted, and we didn't even get maybe not 160, and then Texas just says, "Oh, you know what? Let me just
Light
poop."
rain,
Crap.
86-mile-an-hour winds.
Dude, like that just shows you like the environment, I guess, and like the
Wouldn't be
I
shocked
don't
with
know.
125. Okay, buddy.
Oh, so so you're saying a Category 3 hurricane, basically?
No, bro, isn't that almost Cat 4?
Yeah, that's 4. That's almost Cat 4. Oh yeah,
Cat 4 is 131, right?
yeah, we,
That's almost a
hurricane.
Category 4
Wait,
land
don't you have
cane.
a don't you have a
Command, yeah.
yeah? Isn't it hurricane?
Exclamation hurricane, I think. Okay, maybe
Wait,
not
hold
all
on.
caps. I don't know. Okay, that did work.
Oh
120,
yeah.
yeah, 130.
All
130
right.
on the
So
nose.
you're saying so you're saying a high end Cat 3 on
On
land.
land.
Wait, a good.
In the
Hold
middle
on.
of Texas.
Yeah, a good. Let me measure it. Let me measure it. Hold on.
I don't see that happening. I could see like 105-mile-an-hour winds. I think that's possible, but really anything more than that, I think is a little bit
All
iffy.
right. So you're saying 125 uh mile per hour winds, 350 miles into land. So that's a Category 3 hurricane, and 350 miles inland. You
Dude.
you barely even get that. Like maybe 30, 20.
Okay, they just
It also
upgraded that
depends.
severe too. Let me see. Okay, so the 80-mile-an-hour severe has expired and they've issued a 90-mile-an-hour radar indicated one.
Yeah, I wish that Durant radar would work. Because, I mean, there's 3 tornado warnings on top
In
of
the
it right now. So I
world?
don't think.
Observed 70-mile-an-hour winds behind our line out here, going towards Knox City, Texas. Ben, I'm gonna go a little bit more realistic. I'm gonna say
I'm gonna say 10.
136.
What? You think we're gonna get a.
126 observed. But
You,
I was 10 off. I was 10
you,
off. At
oh.
least I didn't say no 200 like Sam. Freaking EF5 wind speeds in a
Maybe.
wind
Maybe an
gust.
isolated.
Imagine you saw that
Could-
text. Isolated EF5 wind speeds associated with thunderstorms.
No tornado. I repeat, no tornado. Could you just put a tornado warning on that?
Yeah, they've done it before. They did it with the December 15th derecho. They just stopped issuing severes and just did straight tornado warnings for damaging winds.
Oh, man.
That's how bad it was.
Oh.
What happened?
Hold on. So I got carried away with
Y'all, I don't even
helping
think
you.
300 mile-an-hour winds have been observed anywhere on planet Earth. I think the only
Yes, it
thing that
has.
can go that fast is a car. A
Yes, it
car,
has, bro.
plane, maybe a speedboat. But I don't think damaging winds associated with nature can be that fast.
I'm sure at the 500 millibars, there's been a 300 mile per hour
Okay, now
wind.
maybe on the top of, like, I don't know, Mount Everest or something.
Mount Everest. Hey, yo,
It
10K
says
special.
253 in a cyclone.
Hey, 10K special. We climb Mount Everest.
And now I know, okay, I know tornadoes can hit that high, but I'm talking about a wind gust. I'm not talking about a tornado. I'm talking about a thunderstorm wind gust out of, like, storms like this being 300 miles per hour. I don't think I would count a tropical system either. What the heck is this, Google? 500 mile an hour winds is theoretically
Where?
possible.
What?
Like, dude, what? And then it goes on to
It-
say the highest wind gust recorded was 253, but you think 500 mile an hour winds is possible? In extreme scenarios, hyper hurricanes can theoretically reach wind speeds of 500 miles an hour, potentially up to 600. Like, what?
Yo, what?
Google.
What would?
Google,
Yo.
what?
All right, guys, never cheat on any more tests, you kids, because Google obviously doesn't know to answer the questions.
600 mile an hour winds possible, sure. Like, what is
Don't use
Google
Google
doing, dude?
anymore to answer questions because they don't know the answer.
I do think there's a chance we have 90 mile an hour winds about to move right through Woodson here. That is a possibility. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Woodson in Texas. It is already a radar indicated 90 mile an hour severe, so you need to be in your safe spot. Also, Marcus, your severe has been downgraded to 70 mile an hour winds, so I would recommend staying indoors away from doors and windows, but you don't have to be in your safe spot. It's no longer a PDS severe. And it looks like if we do see 70 mile an hour winds, it would likely be near or north of Holly. This line is strengthening pretty far south. I don't know, y'all. Look at this. We almost have a full line, like a crazy line of severe storms here. There's only a little area where we don't have severes there. So this is almost fully turned into our big line that we were anticipating. Somehow, some way, it's actually almost fully turned into that line. Oh, hey, velocity being broken over here. Have to use Weatherwise because Weatherwise's velocity doesn't break as often. Let's see. I want to see if the... Okay, the HRRR still keeps a very low-end scenario for tomorrow's storms. Let's go. That would be awesome. I do not know why there's a slight risk for severe weather in the Carolinas. I am legitimately thinking our slight risk lucky tomorrow is for cloud cover. Because I swear, there is not much that's going to happen tomorrow.
Yo, why are we?
And it's a 2% tornado risk. I think it is actually a slight risk for cloud cover.
Bro, is there anything on the models? Like anything?
There's light rain. Light to moderate rain, but it is literally, it looks like one of the worst slight risks I've seen this year. I can't even see what is happening over here with our tornado warnings. This is so sloppy. Just be in your safe spot if you're in the tornado warnings, because radar isn't going to be able to tell you anything. I'm going to get the Dallas radar open while you talk.
y'all want me to chase tomorrow for a cloud cover? Don't answer that because I'm not.
Yeah, we could get a lucky storm chase. You're chasing tomorrow,
You know
right,
what?
Lucky?
If something actually happens tomorrow, actually I can't. I have work.
Yeah, you have work. I was gonna say, what are you about to go on about, buddy?
Dang, bro. You know.
I might chase just so I could go get some food from Lucky's restaurant. Go get me some food from Lucky, dude. What was that, MCD? Oh, okay. That's not in the main risk area. One of the best things about storm chasing is seeing Lucky. Literally, like, the only reason why I went down into North Carolina was literally so I could see Lucky during a storm chase. I barely even went for the storm. I really went just to see Lucky. Lucky is very much employed. He is so employed, he's probably not even going to upload on YouTube anymore. Right?
That's not true. I was supposed to go live 7 minutes ago. That's why I said, oh, because I missed it.
You missed it. Bro, missed going live.
So I changed it to 10:15, so we'll see if I get it this time. Where does Lucky work?
How do you miss your live stream going, dude?
I work at a job.
Yeah, he works at a place where you work.
Caden said, what? I thought the risk was dead. I thought it busted. You know what? Just don't even answer that. Just don't even respond. No one respond to Caden. No one respond to Caden. He obviously didn't watch earlier.
Is the storm northwest of Abilene still tornadic? No. It died out very, very quickly. There is some rotation on it now, but it went from 90, maybe even 95 mile-an-hour winds down to 70 to 60.
I was about to say, it was like a little hook.
Right now, the greatest wind speeds are located north of Albany and barely southwest of Woodson, Texas. And then we have a bunch of winds that are getting close to Dallas. It looks like this line's going to head right into Dallas. Still minimal, strong convection south of Wichita Falls. That's our only gap right now. Our only gap in severe weather is south of Wichita Falls. I want to see a loop of how this sucker formed into the big line that it did, because I am quite shocked. I mean, we just saw an explosion of convection in Oklahoma. I'm very surprised we saw that. Just seemingly out of nowhere, we saw rapid intensification of thunderstorms in south central Oklahoma. And I pointed it out early in its lifespan. I said 2 overshooting tops. That's a pixel of like 100 mile-an-hour winds. That is corruption. I was thinking it was, but I just wanted to double check. Oh, it is observed 90 mile-an-hour winds still. Still observed 90 mile-an-hour winds there. That's going to be near Albany. Oh my word. SBC cancels watch issuance 398. SBC cancels watch issuance 392. SBC cancels watch issuance 397. SBC cancels watch issuance 393. SBC cancels watch issuance 394. 5 watches.
I think bro just ran out of something to talk about, so he just said that they canceled all these.
No, like literally the entire East Coast just lost all of its watches. And then New Mexico just lost its entire watch.
I mean, I don't know. There was still a watch in effect for the East Coast.
There was a tornado watch and 2 severe watches.
I know. Did we get a tornado up there today?
We had like 6 tornado warnings, but I didn't see anything observed.
Okay, so good.
And it was with the afternoon round too, so I probably wouldn't have even made it. I probably would have been targeting the evening round.
Bro, did you know
that might actually not be corruption of 90 to 100 mile-an-hour winds. Considering that is now growing and staying consistent north of Albany, we may have up to 95, 100-mile-an-hour winds there. Go ahead.
Did you know I'm not even that far from Richmond, Virginia?
Yeah, you're probably like, what, hour and a half? Maybe?
Only 2 hours.
I was going to say hour and a half or two. I'm like 4. Hey, whenever you want to go, shoot, I'll make the drive. Richmond.
Dude, no, we gotta go see Richmond,
I'll
bro.
go, man. I will.
Hold up. Wait, hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay. Let's go to the
Test has
schedule.
not been received, Legacy. You have failed. You got to redo school.
Schedule.
In my opinion, it's even better in the playoffs.
August 16th.
Dude.
It's a Saturday.
I would love to go.
It's a Saturday night.
Let me mute myself real quick. Did you go, or did you forget about that?
Oh, let me guess, they're sold out.
I don't know, but if you forgot, you're in trouble now.
I think I forgot, but I might low-key, because am I muted?
Now you are. I don't know. We might go to Richmond. I don't know, Caden. I know for sure we're going to go to Martinsville's playoffs. We're definitely going for that because it's literally like, it's so close to me. I still think there could be 95 to 100-mile-an-hour winds northwest of Albany in Texas. Newest velocity scan shows 134-mile-an-hour winds. All in favor of that being corruption? Because that is... Why is there CC there? That's definitely corrupted. That is so corrupted, dude. And it's gone on the next frame. But I do think there could be 95 to 100-mile-an-hour winds here. I don't think there's 132. But, yeah, we could have 95, 100-mile-an-hour winds with this downburst going right towards Albany. It is still severe for observed 90-mile-an-hour winds. We will lose 2 tornado warnings in less than a minute, or actually in a minute. And then our last tornado warning remains in effect here north of Durant for the next 16 minutes. Yeah, so the most significant severe wind gust right now with our main line is definitely associated in here. The highest winds will likely be just north of Albany, moving into Albany over the next couple minutes. Out of our entire line, that's where our strongest winds are. So located right there, north of Albany, possibly moving into Albany in Texas. Let's see. Apparently, I think that's a bug. Y'all ready for this? Mesonet in Norman, Oklahoma just recorded a 251-mile-an-hour wind gust.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's a bug.
No. Who said 253? Someone said 253 or something. Hold on. Someone said, hold on, I'm finding it. I swear someone said like 250 something.
See if I can
you
were
talking about it. Whatever you search up, you said the highest wind gust was 254, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
You just said we got 253?
It was somewhere around 250 with a typhoon.
I need that. I need to see that. Hold on. Where's it at?
I can't get the MEDAR up for some reason. My place file broken. my place file no happy with me. Here, I'll send you a screenshot of it, though. Just so we can save that. That's not actually right, by the way, y'all. But you can see it. It's right at the bottom. West-southwest winds at 251 mile per hour. Yeah, no, that's definitely not. That's definitely not real. It's just a glitch. Well, we got our highest recorded wind speed of the day. It's at 251 mile per hour winds. There was likely a broken mesonet or something. I don't think it was that strong. In all seriousness, though, our strongest wind gust potentially out of this entire storm so far just might be moving into Albany right now. There is a chance we have upwards of 100 mile per hour winds moving into Albany, Texas. I don't know if there's a MEDAR there. I know this has MEDARs, but I don't know if these are... Oh, look at that. There it is. It's there on Radar Omega. 251 mile an hour wind gust. 251 mile an hour winds. There it is. Just proof. There you go. West-southwest winds at 251 miles per hour. Dude. That is insane. Oh no, you can't. Look, I can't even. Let me go to this. Look at that. Look at that. Hold on, I'm going to put this correctly. There we go. I'm going to tweet about it. Dude. $251. It's crazy to see glitches like that. That's insane. 404 kilometer winds. All right. Oh, we now have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for a portion of our northern line. That is in Whitesboro and Collinsville and Sherman, Texas. PDS severe for 80 mile an hour winds there. Dude, that is a very intense velocity signature of 90 to 100 mile an hour winds right there. And they did just downgrade the... Actually, no, they didn't downgrade the severe. They issued a new severe for 1 hour, for the next hour, for 80 mile an hour winds. There is still, over this area, the PDS severe for observed 90 mile an hour winds is still in place. But they did issue a new severe for 80 mile an hour winds. Everything's just, look at that, 90, 80, 90 observed, 80, and then 70 for that one. But like everything in this area is 80 or 90. This actually might also be tornadic too. There's a chance this is potentially tornadic near Whitesboro. That is going to miss the downtown Dallas area for sure. This will stay north of Dallas. So it should track into Collinsville, Whitesboro, Gunner. Sherman, and then eventually going into Anna, Blue Ridge, Tom Bean, Trenton. Look at the terminal. Lord have mercy. That is crazy. Yo. I got to get another radar site open for that. Dude.
What?
The terminal Dallas radar site, TDFW, looking at the destructive severe, has near 100 mile-an-hour velocities.
Oh, wow.
I have 96 on my color table here. That is crazy. It also shows a strong area of rotation. And I mean, this has been already consistent, and it is a PDS severe, so I do think this could have some corruption with it, but likely that is at least 80, minimum 80 mile-an-hour winds. Let me go back here. There's a severe warning to my north, well to my north. That's like an hour and a half away. It's north of Danville. New tornado warning. And it's observed. It is observed. First observed warning in a little while here. Confirmed tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground. So that is an observed tornado barely south of Durant.
All right, well, give me 2 minutes, okay?
All right, good night. And that is the last we ever hear from him. We will never hear from him again. Those winds aren't as high going into Albany in Central Texas now. Still could be up to about 80 or 90, but not at the 95 to 100 mile per hour wind velocities that it once was. Still could be seeing 80 to 90 mile an hour winds here, right over Whitesboro in north central Texas. That's just to the west of Sherman, Texas. And it will be likely moving into southwest Sherman, Texas here over the next couple minutes. In reality, Caden, he's going to probably eat a bunch of food and then go to sleep. Let me see here. Structure fire reported near Hamlin, Texas. So there is a structure fire ongoing due to severe storms near Hamlin, Texas. They are still continuing with the 80 mile per hour severe. We should see a new severe. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah, we should see a new severe for Breckenridge here shortly. This expires in 5 minutes. And the storm isn't even going to be halfway through the warning in 5 minutes. Main area of tornado concern right now is with an observed tornado warning. Currently to the south of Durant in south central Oklahoma. This is now an extremely dangerous situation for 90 mile an hour winds for the city of Sherman, Texas. 90 mile an hour winds, radar indicated, as you can see right in here, going through Whitesboro and eventually going to move very, very close to the southwest side of Sherman, Texas. There you go. Yeah, the west side of our risk didn't verify perfectly. But now things are really verifying. It is also Tor possible. Thank you for pointing that out, Proxy. I missed that. So it's also Tor possible. I mentioned this potentially rotating because of the velocities it had in here. And it has now been upgraded to 90-mile-an-hour winds and a Tor possible severe. And this, again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a EDS severe, which means extremely high winds moving towards a populated area or an area that is prone to damaging winds, such as mobile homes, trailer parks. And in this case, it is the city of Sherman, Texas, under the gun for 90-mile-an-hour winds. I think the only area of our risk that didn't verify very well was around Wichita Falls. Like, this area in here seemed like we didn't see much severe weather. I think that's the only portion of our risk that didn't verify, like, whatsoever. In my opinion. But now things are performing way more substantially. New severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds for Breckenridge in central Texas. It's definitely safe to say that PDS severe watch is already verifying and storms have just entered into it. We've already seen an observed 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. We've already seen, what, three 90-mile-an-hour severes now? So, it is already verified. We'll see how long this continues into the overnight hours. New MCD for a derecho is likely across the northern half of Texas in the next several hours. Widespread 70 to 100 mile an hour wind gusts are likely, with widespread 60 mile an hour winds expected. Like, he just came back and heard me say derecho likely. This is a orange highlighted MCD in this area. Likely area for derecho occurrence across portions of northern Texas. So there you go. It's up to you. I mean, personally, I haven't seen a derecho go through Dallas in a very long time, so.
Yeah.
This is already one of the most prolific derechos I could ever recall. Probably
right,
ever since the definitely this year. Definitely this year. But probably since the we had like an Illinois derecho last year. That was insane. I have never tracked. The only derecho that compared to the one in Illinois last year was December 15th, 2021. That was the only derecho I ever tracked. That one and the one last year in Illinois. Those two were, oh my word, classic.
Oh, no, I bet. Yeah, no.
It was insane how classic those two were.
All right. But, so yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and start mine. Just give me 2 minutes, okay? And I'll just come back and we can just stay on mute.
All right, just deafen.
All right.
Thanks. All right, so EDS severe, which is an extremely dangerous severe, is ongoing. Is in place over Sherman, Texas right now. Or, yeah, Sherman, Texas. Yeah, it's much further south than I was expecting. Really good job on the SPC issuing a further south moderate risk. They expanded the moderate quite substantially at the 4 o'clock update. Actually, no. I think that was that might have been the 12:30 p.m. I think it was the 12:30 p.m. update Eastern time. They expanded that moderate risk well south of Fort Worth. And yeah, really, really good call on that. Really good call on that. I didn't see it going that far south, but man, yeah, it has. Let me see here. I want to see if I can do something. Give me a second, y'all. I am going to try something I haven't done before whilst being live. Let's see. See if I can do it. Waiting for it to load. It's a little bit more south. Actually, quite a lot bit more south than expected. That's the main thing that's changed with it. It's quite substantially more south than anticipated, but it's still going to continue all the way into Shreveport. All right, give me just a moment. Actually, I'll do this when Lucky comes back. That way you guys don't have to hear dead air. Let's go ahead and keep covering. So, yeah, 90-mile-an-hour winds ongoing out here. Destructive, severe, extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning in place for Sherman, Texas. Make sure you are in your safe spot right now. That is a potentially life-threatening situation. Also, 80-mile-per-hour destructive severe is issued out here in Breckenridge, Texas. This line is a little bit weaker, but it is still maintaining quite significant look to it. And this should continue for the next couple of hours. Welcome back, Brooklyn. Glad to see you in here. Came back right when the event's starting to peak.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, can you cover now?
Yeah, I got you.
I want to make something really cool real quick.
Okay. All right. So, guys, we are tracking a. I don't know, TJ. You can confirm if it's an ongoing derecho or
I mean, a
soon to
likely
be
derecho.
a likely derecho ongoing right now. With we've already seen 100 mile per hour winds. At one point, we've had a wind gust of 86 not too long ago. Actually, almost an hour ago. So, not too long. But this is, I wouldn't say just getting started, but this is definitely just starting to get crazy, and it could get even crazier than the next couple of hours, and it probably will get crazier. So, just anyone in the in the risk today, especially for the damaging winds, even all hazards are possible: tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Just be weather aware, and yeah. So just be weather aware, and be ready to have that safe spot ready just in case you get under a tornado warning, or honestly a destructive severe, like a crazy destructive, like maybe I would say at least, I mean, destructive is 80, so probably above that. Just have it ready just in case, because you never know. And we do have a confirmed tornado just south of Durant, Oklahoma. But I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, TJ, it is in a radar hole, isn't it?
Yep. And it's no longer confirmed.
Oh. Is it?
Just got downgraded right there.
Okay. Okay. Okay, because my GR2 still says confirmed for now. I thought it got unconfirmed a while back. I just said some false info. But yeah. So this is just starting, y'all. These are widespread damaging winds, like 80 plus observed, is just starting, and it's moving. You have this wind bag also moving towards Dallas. If my thing would yeah, it's moving towards Dallas. So just just a heads up, an early heads up for people in Dallas, or just anyone downstream of this, derecho, likely derecho. Yeah, that 21 did get downgraded to a radar indicated for the next 23 minutes. Let me see. We have one, two, three, four, five destructive severes in about an hour,
Jeez.
maybe even two. I would expect maybe, I don't know, almost like 7 or 8, maybe even higher. Who knows? I mean, we're already at 5, and it could just get worse from here. But yeah, let's see. What was our highest observed today? Well, according to some, if we're not counting the meso analysis of 251, because I don't know it if that's actually that. There's no way. There's no way, TRG, right? That was definitely a glitch.
Yeah, no.
That's dude. That would. I think that would make headlines, bro. 250 mile per hour wind gust recorded. That probably would make headlines, wouldn't it? But yeah, I think it's 100, if I'm not mistaken, right? The highest observed today so far. That's actually not broken.
Yep.
100. So 100 on the dot. So yeah, Ben, you were close. 103 was close.
Well, we're not done yet.
Yeah, I know. I know. We still got a whole. If we're talking about like today, like Sunday, we still have an hour and 20 minutes, and
No.
that what
SPC goes till 12Z.
I'm talking about. Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm talking about like
Go check my Twitter.
I guess. Okay,
That's what I just
Verizon
did.
told me to.
Tornado warning now for Sherman, Texas. Ooh, wow, that's getting pretty tight. Starting to get quite tight rotation with that new tornado warning over Sherman, Texas. Let me use the terminal radar.
Texas.
Yeah, Texas.
Well,
I'm not you, buddy. I know my states.
okay, okay, well, on my end, two warnings just got issued right in front of me. So
I know what Texas looks like.
well, I know what it looks like too.
Mm-hmm.
Are you using the terminal radar too?
I'm using all of them.
Okay.
Probably not the terminal radar in Dallas, though, but the one north of that is the best one, and then the actual
I
main
mean,
radar site.
oh yeah, yeah. Lucky's done. Well, tell that to my radar software. 'Cause I didn't see anything get issued.
Are you
Till
using
TOD.
Are you using Radar Mega?
No, GR2.
Okay. Well, you're gonna get that a little bit slower, but weatherwise gets it faster than GR2.
Okay, that pulled up too. I might take off some like warnings because it's actually like really messy. I turned off flood warnings and watches, but it just did not. Okay.
Sam, I wouldn't be so sure of that. The this part of the severe is definitely heading right for Fort Worth. And that's currently warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to head right into Fort Worth. So Fort Worth is going to get hit. May not be 90-mile-an-hour winds, but Fort Worth will be hit. Let me see.
All right. So yeah, now 3 warnings are in place right now. 2 in Oklahoma, 1 in Texas. Or well, yeah, this other one in Oklahoma is literally on the border. Like I mean it's on the border.
Wait a second.
What?
Let me go to here. Okay. I don't know why that MRMS data looks old. It is old. That's why.
All right, let's see.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, that one in Texas is getting pretty tight. You have a 63 touching 30 on mine, at least on GR2. I can look at the other. This one has, well, you have 80 touching 42. Just the next pixel over.
Let me see. Yeah, that I wouldn't be shocked if that's on the ground. It wouldn't surprise me. All right, keep talking, Lucky, will ya? I gotta do this.
Again? Okay. I mean, yeah. See that? So there's a 20 warning in Texas. I'm just that has I'm glued to that. Are you laughing about? Are you laughing at my talking?
No.
Of course you are.
Why would I be doing that now, Lucky?
You're so mean. You know what if I just don't talk just so no one laughs at me?
I said I wasn't laughing at you, though.
All right, what were you laughing at?
I made a mistake on this.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll trust you. It's bad though, but I'll trust you. All right, let's go right here. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm looking for almost maybe even close to a CC. 'Cause I mean, that's pretty gate to gate, like like pretty gate to gate.
Is it
You have
pretty gate to gate?
120. It's pretty gate to gate. You have 80 touch and 42. So
That is pretty gate to gate.
yeah, And then we have now only 2 destructives. We just had 5 not too long ago, but now we have 2. They're all for this storm, and it is on for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And this other one was warned for. Oh, they canceled it. It says. At least says the warning canceled.
It still shows it, but it's canceled, right?
Yeah, like if you click it on GR2, it says the severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Haskell County is canceled. ... Are you see? Are we sure now that's not canceled? Are we sure that it's canceled? I don't think so.
Are you sure it's not canceled?
I don't know, bro.
Bro doesn't know.
Bro, I mean, it's still on my radar software. So
Is it really that difficult to check?
what do you mean? I literally clicked it and it says it's canceled,
So then it's not up.
but it's on my radar software still.
Is it on Weatherwise? All right, what warning are you talking about, dude? It's not that difficult.
Yes.
What warning? I didn't
Right.
say, is it a warning? What warning are you on? Yes. Like, what?
Just north of the KDYX. Just north of the KDYX radar. Really, that is like it's like it's a shape that you would see in math class, and they would want you to calculate the area of it. That's what it looks like. A parallelogram. That's what it is.
This
It's
dude's literally a
Woodson.
kid.
Woodson, Texas. Actually, hold up. Yeah, let me pull this up. But on weather-wise, it literally says that it's a warning.
What storm?
North of the KDYX radar, the Woodson, there's 2 destructives. It's the one that's further back.
Oh, this one right here. Okay, so it's there on GR2. Go to
Click it.
Weatherwise. Go to here. The one for 90-mile-an-hour winds.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And if I click on it here. It hasn't been canceled.
Oh my, bud.
90-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping-pong-sized tail. Radar indicated you're in a life-threatening situation. And it expires in... Well, this says 10:25 Eastern. What?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, hold on. Lucky's right here. What's going on?
Look at DMs. That's the one that's what pops up whenever I click it.
It's up for 10 more minutes. It's not canceled, from what I could tell.
Okay. Okay, because that's
but
what.
it's outside of the warned area, so it's really you're good to come out of your safe spot if you're in that severe. Just don't go outside.
Yeah. But that's what it says in DMs. That's what it says whenever I what's it called? Click on GR2. All right. Let's go back to that storm in Texas. That's tornado warned. All right. The good thing is that the rotation looks like it's died down just a bit. It's not as gate to gate. It's a little more broad now, but it's still there. It looks like so. Obviously, still be in your safe spot because you're still in a tornado warning until y'all's time 10:15 Central Time 10:15. And the 2 storms in Oklahoma, I really can't tell y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I can't tell y'all. I mean, you're in a tornado warning, so still be in your safe spot. But I can't tell you about anything about like radar data because it's in a radar hole. Dude, now that I think about it, we have so many radar holes. I used to think we only had like just a couple. We have a lot of radar holes.
Mm-hmm. I'm in an EDS. You are? Oh my word, you are. Wait, what? When did that pop up? That just got issued, didn't it? I had no idea that was issued. We have a PDS severe that is EDS as well for 80-mile-an-hour winds going to the northern side of the Dallas Metroplex. Yeah, there is definitely 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds with this. It's actually been up for a little while.
Oh,
I just
so
missed that. I
extremely
apologize.
dangerous situation.
Lucky did not inform me.
I didn't know that. I don't know it was. I don't see it.
You don't see a destructive for Dallas? Northern Dallas, that is. Hello, Mr.
I'm looking,
Sleepy.
bro. I'm looking, bro.
It doesn't
Calm
take
down.
that much work to
Oh,
look in front
I
of you,
found
bro.
it. I found it.
This dude is having a
Oh,
hard time today. After all the hours of sleep, probably near 12 hours, and all the food, you'd think he'd be having a little bit more of a functioning
no, I
brain.
went to sleep at 4 a.m. last night.
Sure, buddy.
I,
What what in the world is chat doing, bro?
at least Kayla's
Nah,
trying to get
Caden,
number
you'll be
3.
fine, dude. Just don't go outside. Make sure all your electronics are unplugged so nothing explodes when the lightning rolls through. um,
But it's a channel.
and get ready to go to your safe spot. If not, go to your safe spot.
Dude.
Good area of rotation right there, going towards Honey Grove in northeast Texas. Mods, can you please stop spamming the chat? Thank you. It's not very appealing,
Not very mod like.
says the guy who doesn't even chat in the chat. The only time he ever chats is to self-promo.
That's not true.
Mm-hmm. Let me go to velocity here. The main wins with this destructive severe may be actually behind it. There's a chance it's actually back up in the main rain-wrapped region of this severe, so you could be hit. You'll likely be hit with 2 different gusts of wind. One when the line first hits you, which in Denton, Texas is at any given second. And then the second, as it pushes through Denton, it will be probably about 5 minutes before that second gust hits you.
Oh, TG. Oh, TG, can you mute me? I meant to tell you something earlier.
What? I already said yes like a month ago. Like, jeez, bro. You should have did it a month ago. So tornado warning, again, has been issued for Honey Grove in Texas. Pretty strong area of rotation there. Definitely could drop a tornado at any moment. Also, the one over Tom Bean, Texas, could drop a tornado at any moment. Most of these storms have been producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, but we do have a EDS, extremely dangerous situation, severe, going towards Frisco, Little Elm, Lake Dallas, Fairview, McKinney, Allen, Plano, Murphy, Flower Mound in north central Dallas, Texas. That will eventually go right through the downtown Metroplex. Let me see this. So this is a higher resolution, closer radar site to the severe storm. And you can see earlier, it did show 78 to potentially as high as 80 mile an hour velocities. Those have chilled down a little bit, but still 60 to 70 mile an hour winds is a very, very real possibility as this moves into Little Elm, Frisco, Corinth, right around that area. Is it raining outside? Okay, no, that must just be a jet passing by. I had to go check. Nah. Let me go back to... I want to change to... difficult. Difficult choices. I'll just get a new one. Put it right over that radar site in Dallas. This one. Where? Dude, of course. I always find these 1-minute loops extremely satisfying. So I apologize if I'm literally just going to sit here for the next 30 minutes watching this storm go into Dallas. Because I find these loops very, very satisfying. Just sitting peace and quiet watching the radar loop. I literally this is what I used to do before I really started to live stream. I literally would just sit here and watch radar loops and satellite loops.
There's gotta be a
Yes,
way.
it's
Cause
top
yours is
left.
much slower.
Top left, there's file
Okay.
view. It's view and then animation settings. Mine is
Oh, okay.
set to it's a little under halfway for speed and a little under halfway for hold last, whatever that means.
You said for hold last, which one is it?
It's
Like, where's it?
my hold last is a little bit lower. Here, I'll send you a screenshot.
Okay, yeah, but just do that. Yeah, that'll help.
That's what mine's at. Let's go back to our other Fort Worth tower here. Terminal radar site. Still could easily be seeing a tornado on the ground at any moment south of Tom Bean. Go to the larger radar site. Whoa. Newest scan, significantly stronger rotation. Going towards... Is that Bonham? Bonham? Out there in north central Texas. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, so just downstream if you're in Dallas, just heads up. But also, you're not in any warning yet. Just Just be ready just in case. Northern Dallas or north of Dallas, you're in what was it? An extremely dangerous situation, an EDS. So just be inside, away from windows, stuff like that. Don't go outside,
All right,
as
let's see
this is a
this.
destructive storm.
We got a new. Oh, also there was 82 mile-an-hour winds observed in Valley View. That's another reason why they
Yeah,
issued the PDS severe. Apparently, new MCD. I didn't get notified of it. Caden, are you sure you're not just very late? Is it the one where it says Derecho likely? If so, you're just very late. I think this northern tornado warning could drop a strong tornado at any moment. It's very strong. Even being that far from radar, it looks really strong. You know how nice it would be to have a radar site in southeast Oklahoma?
but that'd be great.
I have said that probably like 20 times this year,
That
if not
rotation just
more.
wait. Actually, is this? Oh no. The rotate.
Hey, make up
Can't
your
tell if
mind.
it
What is it?
can't tell if it got more gate to gate or it's become a little more broad. Part of it's more gate to gate. Part of it is more broad. If that
I
makes
think
any
the
sense at
Durant
all.
radar's down, actually.
Durant,
Durant.
please,
Said it
bro.
just like you.
I keep saying that. Like every single time you talk about that radar, say it like that.
Durant.
It's not the same thing. You're saying
Same
Durant.
thing. Oh, okay, Durant.
Durint.
Durant.
No.
Got it. Durant, Oklahoma. Don't Oklahoma. I think that radar site's down. .63 mile-an-hour wind gusts reported in Denton, Texas. Go back to our higher resolution radar.
Oh man.
One of our terminal radars is about to be directly impacted by 60 to 70 mile-an-hour wind gusts here.
Dude, Pete.
See? Told you, Lucky. Durant. I told you that's how you say it.
I. You know.
Let's see what the
I'm not
next
gonna
scan
argue
has
with
to
you.
show here for our tornado warning over Honey Grove in northeastern Texas.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That rotation just absolutely fell apart in the past two scans on my
Oh,
end.
really? I'm about to see it. Let's see how bad it fell apart. I've got
Oh wait,
5 seconds. 2, 1, 0.
oh, never mind. I
Oh,
lied.
you lied.
I
Absolutely fell
lied.
apart. Still literally
I was looking at the wrong area.
110 mile-an-hour rotation.
I was looking at the wrong area again.
Again, bro, dude, you gotta be stepping it up over here.
Wait, hold on, wait. Okay, wait. Let me see. We got that touching that on that scan. Then we got that touching that.
And that with that, and that over there with this.
Uh,
Looks like our MCS out here in Breckenridge has really, really weakened. Actually, some of it has even fizzled away. So I do think the way this line is moving, I think this is a better scenario for people in southwest Arkansas and south central Arkansas. But I do believe that Shreveport could still be clipped by 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds tonight. Oops. All right, we're going to go back over to our main Dallas site here. Still looks like it's on a weakening trend, but still 60, maybe 70 mile-an-hour winds ongoing here. I doubt we're going to be able to push 80 mile-an-hour winds with this storm, but it is about to move towards... weather-wise, you okay? I don't know why the beep was delayed, but that tornado warning over Tom Bean has been canceled. But yeah, this storm is going to start to push into Dallas. So, Dallas, get ready for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. There is a small chance the line could strengthen as it goes into the city. But likely it will stay on, hopefully, the weaker side of things. I mean, it strengthened up to 80 mile an hour winds out of nowhere, so it could do it again. All right.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but we are now left with one tornado warning. Is that correct?
No. Yes, it
How many
is.
tornado warnings do we have?
You're right. You're right. One tornado warning,
That's what
one
I'm asking you.
destructive. And then we still have, what,
Four considerables.
three
Three?
significance?
One,
Yeah.
2, 3.
Yeah,
Three.
1, 2, 3. Yep. All in this, along
Have
this
four.
line. Yeah, I don't even want to bother counting how many severes.
I will. Like,
Okay.
wait, like every single severe, even destructive?
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
even the ones outside of
5,
Texas,
6,
too.
7, 8, 9, 10,
I'm
11,
going to
12.
mute him. Really? I'm going to go double check if you're right. You're right. See, I just used Radar Omega because it has a number displayed at the top right, and then I was instantly able to tell.
Well, I don't have Rare Omega even opened.
I've barely used it this stream. This is by far the least I've ever used it in a moderate risk for severe weather.
I remember we used to use this every day,
I
non-stop.
still use it every day, but so much less. It's weatherwise. If I do get the weatherwise app, yeah, bye Radar Omega.
I'm thinking about getting it.
The thing is, weatherwise doesn't have model runs yet. They did mention adding them in the future, but they don't have model runs just yet.
That's why we have Call of Duty page.
Yep.
And a ton more sites in general.
See you later, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Thank you for
All right,
tuning
see you,
in.
Brooklyn.
And I appreciate the kind words. Glad I could be here for. I got to be dead real. It doesn't feel like we're coming up on 9 hours.
Yeah, no,
that
dude,
is insane.
You started when I left.
Lucky took 3
PC
naps in the top. Oh, sorry, I'll stop.
one nap, guys. OMG.
Language. Fire,
Goodness.
done. Lucky's been removed from all credit on the channel. It's Jover. He's gone, canceled, sued.
It's sued. It's how much? How much?
Yeah, I think Shreveport will get
stolen?
the tip of the top of the line. That's a good way to put it, Tyler. I agree with that. But I think
Sued is
most
crazy.
people in Arkansas are going to avoid the worst of this, and then it will barely hit Shreveport. The tip of the top of the line could hit Shreveport. That's a good way to put it. All these are for 60 mile an hour winds, with the exception of the one in Mineral Wells, one for 65 mile an hour winds.
Hello there, Samuel. How are you?
Samuel.
In my chat.
I was like, what? I know a Sam. Samuel. Bro got me confused. I thought I was blind for a second. I was like, Samuel. Ain't nobody named that in my chat.
Lucky doesn't know how to count.
Shockingly, he
Yes,
doesn't.
I do.
Oh.
Wait.
I don't know if I will, Brooklyn. I'll be live tomorrow. So I'll try to get some good rest, but probably won't. So Weatherwise has a bit of a bug there. How close are we? So if you click on it, see how it says expires in 3 minutes? That means it's canceled. Whereas the current tornado warning, it says the hail threat and it says what it is: radar indicated, observed, PDS, Tori. In this case, it says radar indicated. So if it doesn't say that extra tag, if it doesn't say radar indicated, observed, or whatever it may be, that means it has expired. So that's how we know this has expired, because it no longer says one of the radar indicated to Tori status. So it's no longer tornado warned.
Interesting.
That's a well-known bug on Weatherwise. I don't know if they plan on fixing it anytime soon. I haven't reported it to them or anything, so I know that it's a well-known bug, but I don't know if Weatherwise is even aware of it. I should probably contact them, let them know, see if they know about it.
Probably, yeah.
Let me go to this radar site. It looks like that area of rotation in Dodd City. Looks like that's
Dodge?
fully... No, it's D-O-D-D.
Interesting.
Dodd City, Texas. I promise you I can tell the difference between an E and a D, buddy. I may be blind and have glasses, but I can tell the difference between those two letters. The only time it gets difficult is when there's like a I think I've mistaken 3 and like 5s. The number 3 and 5 I've mistaken quite a lot. Because the
Sorry.
reports on GR2 just they're tiny for me.
Pete, I agree.
Wait, what? Why?
Something. No, it's my chat, bro.
Wait, tell me. Go ahead. I muted you. All right, fine. I'm gonna go over to your chat. And you know what? I'm gonna dislike the live stream while I'm at it. I'm ready. What am I waiting for? Do I have to unmute it? Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Great. What am I gonna hear? Oh, bro. Uh, you know that's probably copyrighted. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it definitely is copyrighted, but it's probably free use. Any plot twist to this stream? I mean,
Actually, no, that's
nothing
not a plot
crazy.
twist.
65-mile-an-hour winds going into Dallas here. New severe warning. Richardson. So let's see. We got a Richardson, Ohio, Richardson, Michigan, Richardson, Indiana, Richardson, Illinois. I'm sure there's some Richardsons probably on the other side of the world too. So
Probably.
I have to do that every time somebody in the chat comes in without a state name.
Like you assume it's gonna be the U.S., but I've had someone.
I've had UK.
Yeah.
I've had Canada
Like,
too.
yeah. No, Canada's reasonable. UK. Have we ever done a live stream for the UK? I know we did one for what was it? The Philippines or Japan? It was at a overnight.
I've done South
cyclone.
Korea, Hawaii, Japan, Philippines, Australia, India, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Leeward Islands, and I didn't dedicate a full stream to it, but I did talk quite a lot about a cyclone for Ireland and the UK.
I bet 95%
Mexico,
of
of course, Baja California.
I bet 95% of those streams from the other side of the world were for cyclones, weren't they?
Yep, yep.
Yep. I was there
All
for
of
one of
them.
them.
All of them.
Oh,
All of
all of them.
them.
Yeah.
Not one for severe weather. Lucky has no crowds. I just noticed. Yeah, he'll never have one.
Cause I'm not a cause I don't need a chat in your chat when I'm talking to you.
Valid point. He makes a good point.
Now if I'm not in call, yeah, I'll probably chat. Yeah. Y'all seen it a few times. Not every time, but a few times.
So you think the PDS watch is verified?
Bro, aren't we like only an hour into it?
Yeah, but we've
Or an
already
hour and a
seen like
half
100-mile-an-hour winds.
in it? That was wasn't that before?
Oh,
Or
you're
was
right.
that out?
That actually might have been before.
I'm about to
Well, we
say.
had two PDS watches, so
And I mean, we had an 86. I'm pretty sure after that watch was issued. So I mean, so far, I mean, what was it? You said 100 mile per hour likely.
it was 100-mile-an-hour winds expected.
Oh, expect. Oh, whoa. Okay.
But I mean,
Well,
we kind of have till like what,
you got
5
1 a.m.
a.m.
Oh,
No, like
oh,
5
yeah.
a.m.
I won't be up for. Actually, that's a lie. I probably will be up for that.
Bro, what?
5 a.m.
No, I'll
I
be
will.
asleep.
But you should see me the first couple of nights out of school. My bedtime
Yeah,
was
and
5
guess
a.m. at
what?
least.
Guess what, chat? None of those were with me. None of them. He hasn't spent one overnight stream or one overnight call or one overnight anything with me. Not once.
All
But
right,
yet he can sit
you
in
want to do
his
it today?
bed for 6 hours into the overnight hours and stay up till 7 a.m. and then text me at 7 in the morning. Good night. Like literally, I can't tell you. I've asked this guy tens of, if not hundreds of times, can we please pull an all nighter in summer?
I got
We
you,
have
bro.
gone through 4 full summers with
Okay,
no
well,
overnighters.
okay.
I to the
Okay.
point where I have just completely given up. I just quit mentioning it. I gave up.
All right, well, okay. Do you want to pull an all-nighter? Maybe not tonight, but if we pull an all-nighter, just know I'm gonna have to take a nap before it starts.
But that's not an all nighter. That's like me saying, all right, I'm gonna pull an all nighter. Goes to sleep at 3 o'clock. I gotta
Well, I
take a
mean,
quick nap from 3 o'clock to 10 p.m.
no, it might be like from like 6 to 7:30.
Dude, you're the only person I know who takes naps like that.
Bro, I grew up taking naps in the middle of the day sometimes. I used to
No
go to
wonder
sleep at
why
like,
you're always so tired. Your body's gotten
but
into that consistency of I always need a nap.
I don't always need a nap. It's just
You
sometimes
talk
I need a
about them
nap.
pretty much every time you come into this stream. Nap and
Yeah, because I
food.
know it's funny. I know it's funny. Because that's what I'm known for. That's why I mention it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Quit mama on your bed.
What?
So quit mumbling under your breath.
I didn't understand anything you just said right there.
Yeah, I know, because I was doing the same thing you were doing.
Bruh. Alright, go take your nap, Lucky.
I'm taking a nap, bro.
Why?
I'm not tired.
How? You're always tired.
Bro, I'm going to be tired till at least 2 a.m. At least.
I could go to sleep right now.
I know you can. You've been here for 9 hours. You've been here for 9
I
hours.
could go
Of
to
course you
sleep
can.
right now. Also, something I want to note is the HRRR doesn't have these storms moving into central Dallas until 2 a.m. Eastern. They are about 30 minutes from being into downtown Dallas. So, another reason on why you shouldn't be using the HRRR. Ooh, NATO cast for tomorrow. Ugh, huge 5% tornado risk. You've got to be kidding me.
Tomorrow?
Yep.
It just get issued?
Yep. Even larger than today's, according to NATO cast. And notice how me and Lucky, not even in a 0.1%.
But SPC?
2%.
2%.
Logic.
Hey, man, if anything is going to be Eastern North Carolina, I'm telling you. If anything.
So we
I'm
could
telling you,
definitely
bro.
see a couple tornadoes tomorrow. I wouldn't even rule out a strong tornado if we could get a fully discrete storm, but I don't know if I'll be covering or doing a briefing tomorrow. We'll just see. We'll see how I feel. And I know I will be asleep all day Wednesday.
He's lying, bro. He's gonna wake up at maybe 10:30.
Or, my goodness, Tuesday. Tuesday. I keep
He's gonna be
thinking
at
in 2 days it's Wednesday.
10.
Tomorrow is Monday. Oh, tomorrow is Monday. Help me.
Yeah, that means like he has work. Help.
Yay!
You know what?
Oh.
I know, right? That's
I
exciting.
mean, boo. I don't get to talk to Lucky for like half the day. Let's go.
I'm telling you, bro. This dude doesn't like talking to me, bro. He doesn't like to talk to me.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yay, I don't get to talk to Lucky."
In reality, though, I love talking to Lucky.
I know. I love talking to you too, bro.
Cap. You sleep half the time I'm on call.
Bro!
He eats, sleeps, listens to music, and watches YouTube for well over half the time we're on call. I'm over here playing a game, telling Lucky to hop on a game, and then he says, "Oh, I'll hop on in a minute." And then in Lucky, no, you're gonna listen to me real quick.
No.
Yesterday when
No,
we
no,
called, no, or was it the day before yesterday? I played a game for 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours without you, and you just weren't there for half of it. You weren't there, and you even hopped on a phone call. This dude called other friends on his phone while on the call with me on Discord.
Okay, no,
And he didn't play for 1 minute, and then eventually I just gave it. I just left.
Bro,
I just said bye,
mentioned
Lucky,
a
and then left.
game.
And I said yes. I hopped on it. I hopped on it.
What game was it? I don't care if you say it on stream. What game was it?
I'll mute myself real quick.
Okay, wait, hold on. That means I gotta mute
No,
you
you
then.
don't have to. I just
Okay.
It was the NASCAR game. It was a NASCAR game on Roblox that Lucky wanted to play.
Oh, you did, didn't you?
Yep.
Because didn't you say you won?
Yep.
Oh, you did.
I wish I said it on stream the other day, because then I would have had proof of it. And I played
My
for
bad.
2 to 3 hours with that dude. And then I even went and played basketball for an hour straight. And you know what I came back to? He's still on the phone.
Bro, okay, no, my phone call was 15 minutes. I have proof.
Uh-huh.
What day was it? Tell me what day. Tell me what day.
It was
I will
either
prove
yesterday or
it.
the day before that.
I know who. I know
The
who I
line
was
is
on the phone
weakening
with.
right now, yes. The line is weakening right now. There's definitely going to be brief periods where it re-intensifies to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Well, then you just simply weren't talking to me. Well, there you go, y'all. He wasn't on the phone call for longer than 14 minutes. He was ignoring me for 2 hours straight. So 90% of the time, I just end up leaving him on call by himself because he ends up just leaving me. He leaves. That's what happens. That's what happens. I call for him, he leaves. And then he starts calling for me while I've left. So it's a never-ending cycle of him leaving and calling me, and then rinse and repeat. I call for him, he's gone. He calls for me, I'm gone. And so we just never catch each other. We stay on call for like 5 hours, and we just never talk to each other because we keep doing other things and not talking. So it's just a never-ending cycle of that. I do want to do an ATS stream with you sometime, Lucky. I know it's very random.
It'll be the overnight stream. We could start with that. We could
do that. You know, we could just do a bunch of gaming stuff on the main channel for 10K.
I can't do it this week. My schedule is booked for this week. I'm busy Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
I am busy the last 2 weeks. Like the last week of June and the first week of July. I'm booked. I hopefully can fit in some streams, but I'm going to get very busy.
What about next? We'll do...
I have family that I haven't seen in a very long time coming down in early July.
Oh, nice. That's what's up. It's always good to see family.
And then we're going to go see like 2 to 3 different movies in theaters, so it's going to be really, really fun.
Hey!
You are not invited. Oh.
What movies?
You know, they probably would love for you to come. But, I mean, we're already booked. We have like... Jeez. There could be like up to 12 people. There could be like 12 of us. There's going to be a bunch of TRGs in a movie theater. It's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna have a lot of fun though. What movies? Here, I'll send it to you.
Oh yes, tell me, cause bro, do not watch that F1 movie without me. I'm sorry. I know I said on stream, but I don't care, guys. That's a movie to watch. I'm telling you, especially if you're into like NASCAR and stuff.
Yeah, F1. I want to watch that with you eventually, but it comes out at a bad time. Like I said, it comes out at the end of June, and I'm booked at the end of June into early July.
If not, I have a this thing. I have a this thing where I can just watch it in like 2 weeks after it's played in theaters. I'm pretty sure. It's like an app. It's well known.
Looks like Fort Worth is going to be spared from any significant severe weather. You've
Oh
got
wait, oh wait.
65 to your west, 65 to your east. I bet. Who lives in Fort Worth? I bet we have somebody who's a frequent viewer who lives in Fort Worth, and that's the mod dome that's holding right now.
I was about to say because Dallas just got put under a severe. I don't know how long ago. I wasn't paying attention. Don't yell at me. But it's 65-mile-per-hour winds. And were we thinking yesterday? This was yesterday. Though. I
Well,
know it's like
Proxy, you
pages.
guessed one of the movies we're going to watch. We're a huge fan of that series.
Wait, let me see.
We've watched like 3 or 4 of those movies in theaters day of them releasing. We're a huge fan of those. I hope the new one's going to be good. It looks good.
Can I
right
ask
now.
a question? Can I ask a question in the
Depends.
chat?
It depends how stupid it is, because with you, it ought to be very dumb.
It's about a movie. It's about a movie.
What
A recent
happens
movie.
when you combine pineapple and frosting?
Guys, has anyone
I'm sure
watched?
you said that before.
Has anyone watched the Lilo and Stitch movie? 'Cause I want to know
Oh,
if it's,
it looks really good.
it looks
It
really
looks
good,
awesome.
and I really want to watch it, bro. I love Lilo and Stitch, bro.
It looks like
That
they
movie
added a
that's
lot more
childhood.
funny jokes with it.
All right,
I really want to
bet.
watch it.
I need to watch it, bro. I have to. I was supposed to go watch it, but I was busy
Yeah.
that one day.
Legacy.
Mid.
We talked about that at the beginning of the stream. We went over that mod dome. Legacy's house was literally lucky. There was a marginal all around her area, and then a general thunderstorm risk to her north, and she just wasn't in anything.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I heard it wasn't good. Really?
Whoa. Actually, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me just look at reviews online. I'm not gonna read them, but
Really?
let me see.
See if I got anything here.
Bad.
Bad.
Yuck. Out of 5, they rated it a 3.0.
Okay, well, not as bad as the Snow White movie that was rated like literally 1 star.
Isn't the more Rotten Tomatoes the better or the worst?
I think that's typically more strict. Pretty sure.
Well, then it's 72%.
Wow. What do you know what the public reviews are? That's the one I always look at.
I mean, hey, I'm looking on Google reviews, so I'm pretty sure that's public.
Yeah.
So that's 3.0.
Wow. Yes, that's the
Their
the
budget
public.
for that movie was $100 million.
Yep. It's literally tied between. It's nearly tied between 1 stars and 5 stars. So it seems like people either really hated it or really loved it.
If you actually had a good childhood, I'm pretty sure you might.
Okay,
like
now
it.
let's not insult over 2,000 people here, Lucky. That's not a good thing to do.
Well, okay,
you're
well,
saying
think
2,000
about it.
people who rated it 1 star didn't have a good childhood.
Okay, well, okay. Let me reword it. If you didn't watch kids movies
Okay, bro, just quit it.
as
You're already canceled. It's over for you. Twitter's
well.
coming after you.
If someone comes after me because of a movie, bro,
You
I
almost
might
dropped
just,
the F-bomb. I heard that.
I know. I
Good
know.
catch. Good catch.
If someone comes to me for a movie, like, or like me saying something about a movie, I'm just done.
Proxy,
I'm done with.
I have a
with
new
social media.
favorite show. I've been obsessed with. It came out like the week of it releasing. I watched it 3 times. Like I literally watched.
Okay, guys, I don't watch stuff like that many times.
Hello.
You just lied. Were you speaking?
Where did we just got a tornado warning? But we don't have any tornado warnings. We are tornado warningless.
Oh wow.
You heard the beep, but there's no tornado warning. But yeah, I have a new show I'm obsessed with. And for movie, oh man,
Hey, can I tell you my favorite show and movie? Actually, do I have a favorite movie? No, I don't.
there's
I
so
don't.
many good movies, y'all. There's
Like
so many.
I want to go to childhood. My favorite movie is or movies. Honestly, this is just as a kid and loving this type of stuff. Cars, the whole series. Cars 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, those were all
Dude,
really good.
Cars 2 especially. Cars 2 was like peak. That was peak, bro.
I don't know.
Oh,
There's so many good movies, dude. I
there's a
couldn't
lot of good movies.
choose.
If you really think about it, there's a lot of good movies. When someone says, "What's your favorite movie?" I'll just say a movie, but then in reality, there's a lot of good movies.
But I could probably say like 10 to 15 movies that I would love to watch again.
I want to watch the Cars series again. I see. There's rumors that Cars 4 is in the making or something, but I've never gotten like an actual like official, you know, announcement. I guess you could say
For
that
what?
it's true. Cars 4.
Oh, is that out?
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's Cars 4 in the making. There's no official confirmation for Cars 4. Blah 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 blah. That they are developing new projects related to the Cars franchise. We finna be have we finna have a movie called F11, F12, F13. IndyCar 1, IndyCar 2.
In series in June, F11. And then next June, F12.
5 years later, F13. The best movie on the planet.
30 years later, because it always gets later. Dude. What was the... Oh, Twisters. Yeah, we waited like, I don't even know how many years, like 30 years, 20, 30 years for the
Something like
sequel of that.
I remember, dude. That was
That was
wasn't
one
the
of the
first one.
best movies, too. There you go. That's one of my
Dude,
favorite movies
yeah,
right there.
Twisters, yeah. Dude,
I just
that wasn't
rewatched it like a week ago. I'm
nice.
not even
Dude,
kidding.
that wasn't the first time that we met, but that was like one of the few first times that we met. I think that was like the third time maybe.
Yeah.
And dude,
That was
no,
one of the earlier
that was
times.
great. That was great, y'all. If you somehow have not watched it yet, you
It's
should.
free on Prime.
It's
Free
it's free
on
on Prime.
Prime, so
You should really go watch it. It's actually a really
it's
good movie.
very much worth it.
I
I
want
don't
to say
know.
something so bad, but
Some people in the weather community didn't like it, but I mean, I absolutely loved it.
dude, I loved it. Me,
Yeah,
CRG.
now I don't get people saying it's better than the original. There is nothing that's gonna beat it. Nothing will beat the original.
Yeah, no,
That's
that's
just not possible. I don't get why people were saying it was better than the original. I think the thing I believe people who watch that movie and say it's better than the original forget how good the original was.
they got to rewatch the original
The
to
first
actually.
time you watched Twister, it was life changing for me. I mean, it was a crazy experience. It was absolutely wild. Fast and Furious movies too dirty.
I like Fast and Furious. I RP.
I don't like shows that have all that stuff in them. When they have too much cussing and too much dirty stuff, it, in my opinion, it just kills the show.
RP Paul Walker, man. Fast and Furious was, bro. He low key carried him and Vin Diesel carried Fast and Furious usually, in my opinion.
The only scene I
Uh,
remember from that movie is like the one with Dwayne Johnson and they were on
I
ice.
don't know if it was the Wayne. I think you're thinking of Vin Diesel.
No. I can't mistake those two up. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see. What Fast and Furious movie was Dwayne Johnson in? Ta-da! Fast and Furious 6.
Me and my family were supposed to watch the whole series, but we never like got to it.
Thinking I'm
But yeah,
mistaking him with Vin Diesel, like, bro, come on. That's the only scene I remember from Fast and Furious because I caught like it was on TV and I caught like a middle portion of it. I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. Things go boom boom. Sweet. Okay, bye.
Hey, hey,
That's
you don't
literally how
know.
my experience with Fast and Furious went.
Hey, hold up, TJ. I'm gonna mute on my end. Can you mute me on your end?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Never listen to it. Huh? I have, but I won't again. I don't like it. Nope. Yeah, of course you would have a song for that. I should tell chat that. Sure, Lucky, sure, sure. Yep, Proxy, same here. I've never really watched one. I've never watched a full one ever. Like I said, I caught clips of the one of them, whichever one had ice in it. Yeah. Well, good for you, Lucky. You want a cookie? Because you can't have one. He said yes, and I said you can't have one. Oh, man. Do you want one? Yes, can't have one. Yeah, that's the best movie ever right there. Police body cam footage. Now that's some good movies. Man, yeah, they are. They are lucky.
That's a movie.
Now
I thought
I grew up. I didn't grow up, but like in my early teenage years, Cops was the show I watched a lot.
oh, oh, I don't know if I could say this. Okay, you mute me again.
Bro, I just unmuted. I watched them on TV Legacy, so oh my word, the bleeping was crazy. Every 5 seconds, beep, 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 beep. Everything was beeped out, so it was just consistent beeping. Okay, that does say 80-mile-an-hour wind. See, I had to look closely. I couldn't see the difference between an 8 and a 6. Tell you, I'm blind. Yeah, 80-mile-an-hour winds. That possibly could have been from tornadic wind speeds there in Dodge City, Northeast Texas. Yeah, you've been muted. I didn't watch that second one. I didn't watch that second one. Don't worry, Lucky, you'd find a way. Would have been funny if I forgot to mute you and now that's all recorded on live stream. Yeah, I've done that before with copyright things. Like I think I accidentally played a Chaser's audio and I'm pretty sure he went like he screamed and I had to edit it out. One time I started the live stream with Connor's audio playing and he screamed so loud. Dabby me. See you later, Proxy. Thank you for tuning in. I don't know if we're gonna go for too much longer because this threat is actually dying out quite a bit. We weren't expecting it to be in Dallas for a long time, so it's almost midnight. Let's see. Yeah, we were expecting it to approach Dallas at 1 a.m. Eastern. So it's like an hour and 20 minutes well ahead of schedule.
I know it changed, but weren't we talking about like, if I'm not mistaken, someone said 115 or 110?
It was
going through
105
Dallas?
to 110 mile per hour winds.
105, 100, 105. It had a 5 at the beginning. I forgot if it was 05 or
105
15.
mile an hour winds was likely. That's what the first watch said. 105 mile an hour winds likely.
I mean, we had 100.
Yep. And we had a lot of velocities that showed upwards of 100, but I didn't see any reports. I did see one observed report of 100 mile an hour winds. It won't be in Shreveport until like 3 a.m.
3
and
a.m.
there is no way I'm staying live for that, Tyler. I got to be honest with you. Worst case scenario, you get like 60 mile an hour winds.
I mean, yeah, at this rate, yeah.
Because, yeah, at this rate, this line's weakening. The strongest
But
portion of the
yeah,
line, though, is heading towards Shreveport, so I would definitely keep an eye on it.
I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. This thing looks like terrifying, but it really doesn't even look
It doesn't look
that
that bad on
bad.
velocity.
That it doesn't look that bad on velocity. Now, rain wise and stuff, flash flooding wise, yeah, that looks.
The very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and 60 mile an hour winds looks to be the main
And it depends
threat.
how fast it's moving. Southeast at 45 miles per hour. That's just from one warning. So I mean, yeah, flash flooding is gonna be likely. Actually,
Whoops.
let me just see real quick. I haven't checked this. So yeah, we have a slight risk for excessive rainfall for this area that is going into. I mean, it's a big slight risk, but if we're talking about from like here on out, there's a slight risk all the way till I think
I don't think this is a derecho, do you?
nah, dude, didn't they say it had to be like what? Didn't they just up the classification like 250 mile per hour, dude?
Dude, dang. That's a big classification. Okay, then it would actually be impossible.
250-mile long or wide?
The
I
new
think it's
one?
long. Yeah,
The new one
it's
is
like
400.
400. Yeah, this is not nothing crazy,
400.
bro.
It
This
has
is
to
not a
travel
derecho.
400 miles with wind speeds of greater than 58 miles per hour through that entire 400-mile stretch. It has to be 60 miles wide from, obviously, whether it be most of the time north to south orientated. And it also has to have multiple different areas of widespread, spaced out 75 plus mile an hour wind gust
That's crazy.
over that entire 400-mile stretch. And like I said, it has to be
Yeah,
60
this
miles
is. I
wide.
don't. Me personally, I just do not think this is a derecho. It was close to it. Don't get me wrong. I think it was pretty close to it, but
I mean,
I
how
just
wide is this single severe west of Fort Worth?
I don't know actually.
50 miles, that's not going to cut it.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it.
To like 40. Depends on where you stop. Right here, it's 50 miles, but if you go to this portion, it's 55 miles. I do think there could still be some damaging winds here of near 70 miles per hour in Mineral Wells. That storm and then the one here in far northeast Texas are the most damaging right now. This one might actually, I wouldn't be shocked if this produces upwards of 80 mile per hour winds going into Sulphur Springs in northeast Texas. So those are the two storms I'm watching the most for damaging winds. I'm also watching southeast of Abilene, Texas, toward possible severe. We're about to lose our PDS watch. We've been tracking for so long. We watched the first watch in the West Panhandle of Oklahoma. Holy moly. We've tracked a severe storm from the Panhandle of Texas and the Panhandle of Oklahoma all the way into Fort Worth.
In Dallas. Yeah,
That
Dallas,
shows
Fort
you
Worth,
how
yeah.
far these storms have traveled.
That's just crazy, bro.
I'm not gonna guarantee I'll be live tomorrow, but I likely will be. But like there is a small chance that I'm just so exhausted I can't stream again. Cause I had a long day this morning and then I hopped on earlier than I expected and started streaming.
Okay, TRG, I'm gonna mute myself. Feel free to mute me too if you want. It's not about weather. Are you gonna mute me?
Give me a second.
Okay, got you.
Alright, go ahead. Dude. I like everybody more than him. Pete says he can't even say his name anymore. Pete knows who we're talking about now. Texarkana, it's going to be a close call, but 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds will be possible. There's a still a strong portion of our line that's going to be pushing through for the next, at least the next 3 hours. This will stay producing 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. It should stay severe for that long. For the next 2 to 3 hours, and that should go through Texarkana. Oh yeah, I did see that. I mean, if I do that, there's a low chance I'll be able to stream tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know. It's not that bad of a risk at the moment. The HRRR looks very, very meh. I didn't check the NAM. The NAM just is. The NAM just throws a huge bow echo across Mississippi and Alabama like it always does. I don't know. Depends on what we're going to do. You've been muted the whole time. Alright, they did upgrade this to 70 mile-an-hour winds. I'm not surprised with that. Mineral Wells likely seeing 70 mile-an-hour winds there in Texas. Sleep. Let's see here. Okay. Wait, what? What? Wait, back that up. What'd you just say?
I want to do a weekathon stream.
A weekathon?
Yes.
What's
Stream
that gonna
for
be?
a
Where you
week.
sleep all week?
Nope.
A
I'm gonna stream.
weekathon.
I'm gonna stream. Go to sleep. Wake up. Do stuff while I'm streaming.
Yeah.
Go about my day.
Goodbye. Nope. You can't catch me dead doing that, dude. 95% of the stream would literally just be me not even being present.
All right, guys. All right, guys. The first time. Here is TRG.
Yeah, no. You wouldn't catch me doing it. Max I can do is a partial overnight stream.
I will do an overnight stream.
Anything that revolves overnight is very hard for me to do.
Whenever you want to do it all nighter, bro, just
Like
let me
after it
know.
gets past midnight, which is literally in 10 minutes, that's when streaming becomes a lot more difficult. And I have to prepare for it. I can't just randomly out of nowhere stream to midnight. Like the other day, I started a stream and it was going beyond 9 o'clock and I just couldn't stream anymore. I had to go to sleep. So I have to prepare myself to sit here for 10 hours into the night hours to be able to stay up and stay live. We'll have to watch this storm approaching Fort Worth. I don't think Fort Worth is entirely out of the question here for being hit. Likely the southern side of Fort Worth. I mean, right now this is on track to go right through much of Fort Worth. That's the portion of your 70-mile-per-hour severe, and that's going to go right through Fort Worth and Dallas again.
So Chirji,
And this is probably pushing 80-mile-an-hour winds here east of Mineral Wells. That's becoming quite significant. What you want now?
so SPC has a slight risk for us, right?
Yeah, so they say.
I don't think I'm in a marginal for excessive rainfall. So I don't know if that says anything or not.
Well, to
But
me, that kind of screams discreet.
that too. You are right. That is bro, we never look at that. I forgot. We never look at that when we chase cuz if we're not under flash flood risk or, excessive rainfall, you know what I mean?
Put it this way: the crazy Nam 3K barely even has us getting rain. There's some rain to my north, and most of NC and Virginia is dry.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get downgraded to maybe it's summertime. I'm going to say general thunderstorm risk.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me much either.
But I mean, I don't know. If something happens in my area before I go to work, I don't know. I might go out there and just see what's up. Say, hey, Storm, how are you? What you doing? But I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen. If anything, it's probably gonna be after 5.
Yeah, so our most significant damaging winds currently in Mineral Wells, likely about to head into Weatherford, Texas here over the next few minutes. That's a pocket we're watching, and also a secondary pocket back up here in Sulphur Springs. That's our two most intense areas of significant damaging winds moving off to the southeast. Not sure where that storm west of Fort Worth is going to go. I don't know exactly how long that's going to last as it pushes towards Fort Worth and Dallas. I need to get that Minecraft mod. That Tornado Minecraft mod. That's what I need to do. Legacy just reminded me about it. Speaking about tornado weather and video games. I wonder if they're going to issue a new watch out here. It expires in 6 minutes. Oh, they extended some of it for 51 minutes. We'll see how much of that expires in 5 or so minutes. Well, we are back up to a EDS severe. Extremely dangerous severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds about to move through the city of Sulphur Springs, Texas. Back up to radar indicated 80-mile-an-hour winds. There you go. What? We probably didn't even make like an hour without an EDS.
Yeah.
Also, I do think we could see this upgraded to 80-mile-an-hour severe as well. Caleb, during tornado season, I barely have a good amount of time to play games like that. Normally, I'm consistently forecasting the weather and preparing videos or something. The last time I played Outbreak, I don't know the last time I exactly opened it. But it's been a while. Outbreak, it's just... I don't know, it takes up a lot of my computer, so I don't like to really play it, to be honest with you. But I'll eventually play it again. We'll see where those winds are moving to. Is that upgraded? Nope, still 70. Yeah, it looks like these winds are surging right towards Weatherford, so anybody in Weatherford going into the western side of Fort Worth likely going to end up seeing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Could get gusts as high as 80. We'll see if they upgrade that severe. Our new EDS, extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning is still located over Sulphur Springs in northeast Texas. So make sure you're in your safe spot, Sulphur Springs, Texas. I mean, we only did it like, what, maybe 2 times, Pete, when it first came out, and then Lucky ended up just drifting away from the game altogether. He ain't touched it ever since. At least I played it a couple times without him, but he just, whoa, went right away from it. All right, see you later, Caleb. Thanks for tuning in. Good night.
TRG, you want to mute me real quick?
I literally just unmuted you. Go ahead. Bro. Oh, he saved that? No way. What a nerd, bro. Man, Caleb's a L friend for that. Yeah, I'm not playing Caleb. I'm not playing Fortnite with Caleb ever again. Bro's a L friend. Everybody knows it's illegal to clip things like that. L friend. Just for that, I'm gonna start clipping things that Lucky says. Yep. In reality, I just won't play with Caleb again since he's not trustable, apparently. That was with Pez, too, so that was a big mistake. That's something that I won't be doing again. Yeah. I probably said don't. Nope. I'm trying to do weather coverage here, bro. No, I said no. So still 70 to 75 mile an hour winds going into Weatherford here. These winds have rapidly intensified over the last couple of scans. Oh, wow, that's a EDS severe for 70 mile an hour winds. So, very early warning there for 70 mile an hour winds. That's an EDS one, likely due to the population if I had to guess. Let me go back over here. Oops, I don't want that. Trying to see the population in this severe. Yeah, 101. Oh, wait, no, that's a new PDS severe. This has 523,000 people, but we just got a new PDS severe, an EDS severe for Weatherford, Texas for 80 mile an hour winds. It's going right into Weatherford, Texas. Good mood killer right there, Lucky, not gonna lie. Bringing that back up. See if we have any cameras in Weatherford. There's not much worse than people clipping your mistakes and rubbing it in your face. Can't find a map for the cameras here in Texas. Weatherford. All right, this might be it. Very slow sight. Cameras are very slow to load here in Texas. But yeah, we got a EDS severe for 80 mile an hour winds going into Weatherford, Texas. Oh, that's why it's slow, because there's like 1,000 of them. I bet there ain't one of them in a good view, though. Oh, none of them are live, yeah. I don't really use still photos for cameras. Only time I do is if it's a still photo of a tornado. Yeah, very dangerous storm going into Weatherford. 80 mile an hour winds heading right into the city. A very strong pocket of 80 mile an hour winds. So really good call issuing that PDS and EDS severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a potentially life-threatening situation and an extremely dangerous situation for Weatherford, Texas. And then we still have an EDS severe thunderstorm warning over Sulphur Springs for 80 mile per hour winds. So Fort Worth, Dallas, you're not out of the woods yet. I would also keep an eye out for a spin up tornado on the southern edge of this. But I don't think our environment so far in much of our severe weather risk, our environment hasn't been very favorable for tornadoes. We saw one tornado in southern Oklahoma, one tornado in northeast Texas, and then we did see that line of tornadoes from a supercell in the panhandle in northwest Texas way early on, like 8 hours ago. So we'll see if that tries to ramp up. But outside of a low-end tornado risk, the main threat is by far 80 mile an hour winds heading into the city of Weatherford, Texas, right along the I-20 corridor. That will eventually spread into Fort Worth over the next hour or two. For what? Oh, okay. I thought you meant you were taking a break for 27 minutes. Also a extremely dangerous situation, severe for Longview, Texas. Like I said, that's likely due to the population of it. It's also warned for 70 mile an hour winds, but the EDS tag was added due to the 500,000 population that's going into. These warnings are weird? Not really. They're normal severes. Well, they're actually very significant severes, but normal in the sense of how the warnings are issued. This is normally how they do them. Well, that's because of how these storms are moving. They're moving southeast across this area, so yeah, these are a little bit weird. Like this one here is a little weird. This one's a little bit weird. And then this PDS one, that was introduced because of the population area and potentially up to um potentially up to 80 mile an hour winds there. How desperate are you if you have to come into a weather channel asking for people's Snapchat? That's a very quick way to get an insta timeout. That's almost as desperate as Lucky. Lucky stoops lower. Still 75 to 80 mile an hour winds here. About to go right into Weatherford. I mean, those 80 mile an hour pixels, they're going to go right into Weatherford, Texas here. And all this blue, that's all 60 mile an hour winds there. And then again, this blue right in here, that's 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds, and that's going to go right into Weatherford, Texas. Still watching for a little area of broad rotation south of Weatherford. It's really not doing much. We don't expect much of a tornado threat with it. Tornado threat was never anticipated to be that elevated in the first place. We've seen probably about near 10 tornadoes overall today. But I didn't even expect that today, to be honest with you. I didn't even think we'd see that many today. That's all good, Legacy. If you're leaving now, have a great rest of your night. Thank you for tuning in pretty much all day today. I mean, you've been here almost just as long as me, so understandable. Those wind speeds are intensifying as they are entering Weatherford, Texas. And then still watching for that area of rotation on the southern side. Man, Weatherford is getting slammed right now. Maybe there's a live sky cam. Possibly. Yeah, I see from 24 hours ago. That's gonna be real useful. On what? I can't tell you how many times I've already pointed that out, Lucky. Still continuing with the EDS severe over Sulphur Springs for 80 mile-an-hour winds. They issued that apparently for an hour. 52 minutes remaining on that long duration EDS severe for 80 mile-an-hour winds. Pretty surprised that's such a long severe. This line, I gotta be honest, this line looks a lot more intense than what we were thinking. It's also a lot more to the northeast than what models were projecting. At least the newest model runs. So this, I mean, this is definitely, the worst winds are definitely going to head right towards Shreveport, unfortunately. That's where they're going. Tyler, Texas, Longview, Texas, Marshall, Texas, Carthage, Henderson, Tipson, Center, Texas, and then eventually the city of Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't really see it strengthening much more, really, after... Once this gets to Longview, Texas here in about an hour, we should start to see it break apart in terms of strength. We've officially covered an entire PDS severe thunderstorm watch today. We were live hours, like 3 hours before it was issued, and it is just expired. The entire PDS severe thunderstorm watch was expired. We still have a PDS severe thunderstorm watch all the way until 5 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. local time. And that is the only watch active in the U.S. I mean, Weatherford, again, just being slammed by likely 80 mile-an-hour winds right now. Jeez, dude. There could be wind gusts up to 90 with this right over the city. This is a very dangerous situation. Now a tornado warning on the southern end of this EDS severe. That is going to be south of Fort Worth. So new tornado warning just issued there. That's for that little area of rotation, that hook echo that we've been talking about. Trying to ramp up in rotation here. So we have a tornado threat developing on the southern end, and a 90, potentially up to 90 mile per hour winds developing on the main portion of our line. The far southwest side of Arkansas is a likely area to be hit the hardest. Let me see. Yeah, this area will likely see around 60 mile an hour winds tonight. But it still won't be for about another 2 hours before it gets there. We'll continue to watch this severe in Weatherford to see if it does continue to strengthen or not. I mean, it looks like it's going to go right into Dallas, or rather Fort Worth. Looks like it's going to go into Fort Worth. Let's go back to here. Does our terminal radar reach that? Not yet. And I know our other one's not going to. Actually, our other one does. Never mind. This one is the longer one. I mean, I'm telling you, man. I could literally just sit here and watch this loop all day. That's your winds that went through Dallas just moments ago. And you can see, even though this is very far, this radar site is still saying 70 plus mile an hour winds over Weatherford, but that's inaccurate. We actually want to use the closer radar site, which is also our better radar site, our main radar. And yeah, that definitely shows widespread 80 mile an hour winds here, with some pixels up to 90. Lucky Esper, if you just said tornado warning. Did you?
Yeah.
I went over that like 3 minutes ago.
I know.
Or it was almost 3 minutes ago. Hey, I'd rather know about it 2 times than not at all. But you was a little late on that.
Yeah.
Lucky sounds like he's already ready for sleep. Mr. Stay up till 4 a.m.'s already about to fall asleep over here. I'm really curious to see what the velocities look like on this storm as it gets closer to Shreveport. We easily could have gusts up to 90 mile an hour winds over Sulphur Springs, and there's no way we'd be able to know unless we get reports of it. They've gone ahead and issued a 70 mile an hour severe for Fort Worth. Includes the entire metroplex of Fort Worth. That severe definitely could be upgraded in the future as we have a 80 mile per hour wind gust ongoing to the west of Fort Worth. Velocities still indicate mid to high 80 velocities there. Not into the 90s like it was as it went over Weatherford. There were some velocities as high as like 95 over Weatherford. Now they've kind of calmed down a little bit, but still easily could be 90 mile an hour winds there. Do we have a mesonet in that area? Let's go check. Nope. We do not. We do have one on the northwest side of Fort Worth, but I don't think that area's... Well, that area could see definitely some damaging winds, but maybe not the worst damaging winds out of this line. It looks like that surge of outflow. You can see it on velocity. That surge of outflow hit our tornado warning, and it has decreased the area of rotation. You can see it. You can make it out right in here is where it's now located. And you can see it hit our tornadic thunderstorm, and just moments after it hit it, it's now, the hook echo is completely gone. I don't know if that was a complete reason for the hook disappearing, but that may have played a role in getting rid of some inflow for the storm. Let's go back to, let's see. This is our closest terminal radar, but our main radar is still closer. And again, still shows 80 to 85 mile-an-hour winds approaching Hudson Oaks. And eventually near Willow Parks here. Willow Parks will be hit in about 5 or so, maybe a little bit longer. Right about 5 minutes. This is west of Fort Worth. Let me see. Okay. Let's go back over to the Shreveport radar. Just to see if we can get an eye on this storm. Still very difficult. Still an extremely dangerous situation for 80 mile-an-hour winds, moving now east of Sulphur Springs. Still an extremely dangerous situation for far northeast Texas, for Longview, Tyler, Texas, surrounding areas, due to the population that this storm's going to affect. Over 500,000 people under that EDS severe for 70 mile-an-hour winds. Well, go back to Radar Mega real quick, show you MRMS, and very clearly can see we have a full line of severe storms here. And that stretches a whopping 230 or so miles, depending on exactly how you measure it. We could measure it more like this. So that's 97 plus 170, whatever that is, that many miles. So very large, very large. That's the point. Over 200 miles worth of severes. I don't know. You have to replay it, dude. I don't think this will last long, but if it does, who knows? This might actually be our derecho. I highly doubt it's going to be able to last that long, though. Well, you know, where did this begin in southeast Oklahoma? Let me see. Warnings. I mean, it began way back in Norman. So, if it travels from Norman all the way down to Shreveport, that's 310 miles. It would have to make it to central Louisiana, staying severe all the way until Alexandria, which by the time it gets to Alexandria, that's going to be like 5 a.m. Eastern time. And I don't know if it's produced enough significant damaging winds in south central or central Oklahoma to hit derecho criteria that way. Actually, no, Ben. We're about to exit our crazy radar hole. We've been in it for like the last 3 hours. We've been in a radar hole in southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas, and now storms are getting close to the Shreveport radar. Still could be seeing up to 80, 85 mile-an-hour winds there, approaching Willow Park over the next 5 minutes, so you need to be in your safe spot. Willow Park in Texas. Sulphur Springs, Texas, yes, is still under 80 mile-an-hour severe, EDS severe. The one going towards Longview, Texas, is still warned for 70 mile-an-hour severe. 70 mile-per-hour winds there. We'll have to see how strong these wind gusts keep up here, but at least 70 mile-an-hour winds will be heading into the Fort Worth area over the next hour or so. Could get wind gusts up to 80 with it. Like, you want to cover for a minute while I go take a quick break?
Yeah.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right, guys. So let me do this. All right. So again, we are tornado warning list now. We just had a tornado warning a few minutes ago, but those like outflow winds caught up to where our area of rotation was, and it just completely just demolished it. And we still have 2 destructive severes. That Weatherford severe is one for 80 miles per hour and a quarter size hail. So that is something crazy. And then we have this one that goes that's a big warning, if I'm not mistaken. That goes all the way to Longview, East Mountain, Tyler, Winona, Lindale. That goes until 12:15 Central. So almost just under an hour now, and this thing is pretty intense. It's a big line with just that bow echo shape, which indicates very strong winds. And I mean, as we can see, we've gotten reports. Let's see if there's any reports so far near it. I don't think we have any reports near it so far. Not that I see. But I'm sure we'll get reports really, really soon. So, yeah. Just tonight, y'all just be weather aware if you're in a risk for damaging winds, because this thing is gonna be producing some pretty crazy winds in excess of 80 plus mile an hour. So yeah, just be weather aware, y'all.
Time for you to go to sleep, right?
That's the best thing you could do. Huh? No, not yet.
Okay, now why did you say huh if you heard me?
Because you sounded crazy saying that.
I sounded crazy saying go to sleep at 12:24 a.m.
After I took a nap.
Yeah, you took a nap a long time ago.
Dude, I got up 4 hours ago.
That's wild.
I think it was like 8:30.
Yep, that's clipped. Bro got up at 8:30 p.m.
from a nap. But okay, clip it. I don't even care.
I ain't gonna go through all that trouble. You kidding me?
Yeah, you don't want to clip it, bro.
I ain't going through all that. I'm too tired, man.
Bro doesn't want to clip it.
It's not worth it.
He said I'm gonna clip it. All right, bet, clip it. I don't even want to anymore.
Not worth it, man. I'm too tired. I realized I just went 6 hours without getting up, so I had to get up.
That's crazy.
My legs were cramping. That's never a good sign. And and
I'm gonna go
and I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna go.
And you cannot. All right, I'll talk to you in a little bit.
I am going to.
Good night. Good night. See you later, brother. Bro's just programmed to say it. Oh man. Bye. Ah. Hurry up and go on, Devin. He did. So still 70 mile-an-hour winds likely about to move into the western side of Fort Worth. I believe the 80-mile-per-hour winds, we could still see a gust up to 80, but velocities aren't as intense anymore. There's still the random corruption of 170. Or not 170, 107. 107 pixels there. But that's corruption, so. They actually did pull the tag. Man, I'm tired. They actually did pull the tag of a 80 mile per hour EDS severe going into Fort Worth. I should have expected that because when you have velocities at 76, 77, yeah, that's going to warrant 80 mile per hour severe. Especially when it's that close to the radar site. That's a terminal radar, also showing 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. But again, our main radar site is definitely going to be better because it's literally right there. Our main radar site is right at the tip of my cursor, scanning this storm. So that's a new EDS severe for 80 mile an hour winds moving into Fort Worth. That's for 720,000 people. Sheesh. That is a lot of people under that EDS severe. Let's go back to our Shreveport radar again. Still an EDS severe for 80 mile an hour winds over Sulphur Springs, but definitely 70 plus mile an hour winds now moving towards Mount Pleasant. So that's where looks like that's where our strongest winds will be, from about Mount Vernon all the way back down into Grand Saline. And that's going to keep moving off to the southeast like this. So that is definitely going to hit Longview, Texas. Longview, Texas, this area in here, definitely at risk of seeing up to 80 mile an hour winds over the next hour. But we're going to really stay with Fort Worth here. Pixels have re-increased upwards of 80, actually upwards of 90 mile per hour pixels being picked up there. So let's just loop that, see if that's possibly corruption. Nope. When it appears suddenly like that, there is a chance for it to be corruption, but you can see it was right in here, and then on the next frame it moved into here. So we'll see where it goes on that next frame, possibly maybe southwest of Benbrook. So could see upwards of 90 mile an hour winds there. Here's the terminal radar, and that is still showing about 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. But again, our main radar site in eastern Texas, the Dallas radar site, the primary radar here in around the Dallas area, that is much closer, and it shows 91 mile an hour winds. We just got another another PDS severe for 80 mile an hour winds being observed for Abilene, Texas. Marcus, you're in that. 80 mile an hour winds has been observed over Abilene. 78 mile per hour winds on the northeast side. This is another case where velocities are lying. Velocities are 20, maybe 30 mile per hour winds here, and reports is a report of 78. So not 38 or 39, 78 mile an hour winds. So that is that is not an EDS, but it is a PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds being observed. Little surprised that's not in EDS, considering it's in Abilene, Texas, which is very populated. We have seen a crazy amount of EDS severes today. I don't think I've seen this many EDS severes ever since like early last year. Swaths of damaging wind potential will continue into the overnight hours. New mesoscale discussion there. A local extension of the PDS watch and or a new severe watch may be needed eventually. Also, a line of embedded tornadoes cannot be ruled out. And that is going to be, it's going to be pretty difficult to see the MCD with everything we're tracking. But it's right in here. So that includes Shreveport, Louisiana, Texarkana, all the way back down into Fort Worth and Dallas. And a new severe watch or an extension of our severe watch will likely be needed at some point further into Louisiana. Yeah, I think there may be 90. There's likely 90-mile-per-hour winds about to move into Benbrook. I mean, you're looking at 85 to 90-mile-an-hour pixels here. That's likely 90-mile-per-hour winds about to move right through the city of Benbrook. Very significant, very, very significant downburst ongoing right there. All right, there we go. No. It's not showing any signs of rapid weakening. It's maintaining between 70 and 80-mile-per-hour winds at the moment. It should weaken. It should weaken as it gets close to Shreveport, but I mean that's a crazy line. That is a crazy line. That is a very well-defined line of 80-mile-per-hour winds right there. Or 60 to 80. Going into Mount Pleasant could be 80. Good morning.
Good morning.
There's a EDS severe for Fort Worth, and pixels are upwards of like 92 miles per hour. It's broken on GR2.
That's crazy.
Oh man. Yeah, so this is actually upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds possibly. That downburst is very, very significant. Wow. Hold on, I'm gonna quickly just tweet about this because that's very, very significant.
Wait, hold on. Un momento, por favor.
What the heck did he just say?
Un momento, por favor.
Okay, there we go. Still 80-mile-an-hour winds, but that's likely much closer to 90. If not 95. Well, Pete, I'm glad you're still awake, because at this point, I am so tired I can barely even remember what I'm saying. I'm just going with the flow right now. Jeez. That is so broken, it's crazy. Hold on. Let me go see if this helps. Oh, no. Oh my goodness. That just made it even way worse. That just made it so much worse. I really feel like you should never do the storm mode thing on GR2. It messes up the radar sight every time I do it. We could definitely be seeing 80 mile-an-hour winds in Winnsboro, north of Longview, Texas.
I'm back.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I love how everybody an hour ago on Twitter was like, the dome is holding across Fort Worth. It's a bust. It always holds. I should have never thought Fort Worth was going to get anything. And now there's a huge pocket of 80 mile-an-hour winds heading right into the city. Everyone called it over too early. Like, we literally just had 90 to 95 mile-an-hour winds on the west side of Benbrook. And an hour ago, people were saying it's over. It's nothing more than light rain for this area. In Texarkana, let me see. And there shouldn't be anything in Texarkana. I mean, man, if it's the lightning and thunder right now in Texarkana where radar says there's not even a drop of rain, it's going to be very, very bad in an hour when this big boy moves through. It does look like the northern side has weakened very significantly. From what I can tell, it looks like it's significantly weaker. The strongest portion by far is still from a little bit further south, probably south of Mount Pleasant now, all the way back down into Lindale. So that's still going to head right into Longview here in about 30 or so minutes. You can still see the remnant velocity signature of that downburst, locally 85 mile-an-hour winds still heading into Benbrook. Still warned for an 80 mile per hour extremely dangerous situation, severe, heading right into Fort Worth. It's also important to note that the worst winds with this storm could be associated behind the gust front.
Bro, this keeps it up. Longview is gonna get smacked.
Yep. Go back to the storm Lucky's talking about. So Lucky's talking about this in Longview. And this is different. Right on this edge, that's where the greatest wind speeds are. Right on the edge of that line is where you're going to see 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds. Whereas with the one in going into Fort Worth, the main portion of the line may be about 60 mile-an-hour winds, but then it's actually the downburst behind it that's producing these 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds. Good velocity coming together there, southwest of Clean, Texas. I don't think it's rotation. Very strange signature there. We'll keep an eye on that just to see if anything comes together there. Just in case. But yeah, like Lucky was saying, Longview and anywhere around Longview, I mean, I'm surprised we don't have an 80 mile-an-hour PDS severe in effect out here. Because these pixels, even though they're far from radar, they are still indicating 70 to 85 mile-an-hour winds. Oh, it is an 80 mile-an-hour severe. Whoops. Yep, just got upgraded to 80 mile-per-hour severe. Literally right now, you can see it turn from yellow to orange. It just got updated right in front of us as I was mentioning them probably upgrading that. So instead of putting a special severe inside of a severe, they just upgraded the entire warning to 80 mile an hour winds. And man, that is a crazy bow echo right there. That is a wild bow echo. And we could also be seeing winds up to 70 mile an hour winds in Canton. That is in Texas as well. Still observed 80 mile per hour severe over Abilene, Texas. There's another storm moving through Abilene. I don't know if that's going to have as bad of wind speeds as the first one, but definitely very significant damaging winds, likely near 70 miles per hour moving back into Abilene. You already got hit by the first round, and the second round definitely could pack just as much of a punch as the first one. Now, the round after that, yeah, that guy is much weaker. So you got a very strong first round, a slightly weaker second round, and then a much weaker third round. It's just training thunderstorms here. Yeah, that's why we have a flash flood warning, too. Over Abilene. I'm not surprised about that. All right, let's switch over to a terminal radar quickly. Terminal radar indicates these wind speeds have died down very significantly as they are moving into Fort Worth. And our normal radar also correlates quite well with that. So I think Fort Worth might be spared from the worst damaging winds, but still at least 60 to 70 mile an hour winds will be moving into Fort Worth here over the next 2 to 5 minutes. Yep, that's how a derecho looks like. I think Lucky would agree too, but the only problem is it's probably not going to last much longer than an hour or two. And that's what we were expecting through the entire risk. That was the high-end scenario today, was this derecho forming in Oklahoma and then tracking through the entire risk area. Or forming like somewhere up in here and then tracking through the entire risk area. Thankfully that didn't happen, but we still saw it. It's been a very notable event, can't even English, event out here in Northeast Texas. Very, very notable event. All across this portion of Texas. It's been very, very notable. Wichita Falls, that is really the main area that got spared today. Wichita Falls really didn't see much at all. Let's go back to our analysis radar here again. Yeah, definitely going to watch that convergence signature south of our destructive severe in Fort Worth. So the convergence signature is actually just to the northwest of Covington in Texas. We're going to see if those can keep coming together. We could get a hook echo and then possibly even a tornado out of that if we continue to see that strengthen. This might require a tornado warning here shortly. That's going to be going very close to Grandview, Texas. Go back to our main radar. Going to have to open the Shreveport radar site. I think the main terminal radar that I'm no longer going to be using. Let's see, which terminal radar looks more accurate? I would say probably this one. So I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm going to move this radar site to the Shreveport radar site. Yo, dude. That is crazy winds. Look at that. That is 90 mile an hour pixels, 80 to 90 mile an hour pixels all across the northern side of that severe. And that is about to go right through very populated areas. Those worst pixels will probably stay north of Longview, but still, even north of Longview is such a populated area. This is all very populated regions. Yeah, closer velocities or a closer radar site with these velocities would probably indicate, I imagine, maybe even upwards of 95-mile-an-hour winds with this storm, considering how crazy they are this far. But typically, when you're further from the radar site, the wind speeds are actually higher, stronger up with height. But with a line that strong, I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually 90 to 95-mile-an-hour winds ongoing as opposed to 80. Either way, very, very dangerous situation developing right now over Pittsburgh in Texas. And that's going to head around the metro of Longview, Texas, pointing north. We'll have to see how strong the southern portion of this line is. That's going to head right into Tyler, Texas here over the next about 10 minutes or so. You still awake there?
Yeah,
Oh, when he screams that loud, that means he's singing to music.
I'm not.
Spotify says different, not gonna lie.
I mean, I'm not singing. I'm listening to it.
Well, it's on track to go right into Shreveport, but it's still like 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half from Shreveport. I'd say an hour and a half from Shreveport. It'll probably be close to 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Central. 1 a.m. Central is when it will likely go into Shreveport. It should weaken, but it's such a well-organized line. This thing is just chugging along. It's so well organized. That PDS Severe was dropped for Fort Worth down to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And the one for Abilene is still observed 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. Our most dangerous storm right now is definitely the one nearing Longview, Texas. Definitely wind speeds of at least 60 miles per hour and upwards of 90 miles per hour. Going to move very close to, if not into, Longview, Texas. Very dangerous line there. I don't know how we still have 40 people watching right now. I appreciate all you guys for staying up this late watching me cover this.
Because we love you, bro.
Just hit 200 likes. Just hit 200 likes right on the nose. So thank you guys for hitting that like button. I want to go see this. Wow, video did very well today as well. Over 600 views on the video, so
That's what's up.
I can't imagine how much the TikTok got.
Oh, I got you. I got you, bro.
No, I'm gonna pull it up, man. I want to see myself.
I haven't checked. I'm gonna guess 75K.
140,000.
Okay, I was gonna guess 150, but I went half of 150.
140,000 views on the TikTok video.
That's what's up, bro.
So overall, we've reached near 150,000 people. 1 billion views? Yeah, right, Ben. Yeah, right.
All right, TJ, you gotta reply to all the comments on TikTok.
I don't reply.
116.
Lord have mercy.
Good luck. Hey, bro. Hey, you got 2,832 shares.
And actually, I have an auto hider on it. Like, it's just setting TikTok you can turn on and off, and I have it on. And let me go see how many comments that's hidden so far for me. Someone in the comments is very upset that I was correct. It's
Wait, which comment? Hold up.
hidden.
Oh, it's hidden. Oh, okay.
There was 22 hidden comments, automatically hidden. What?
That's crazy. They're just mad that you're right.
Let's see. Here we go. Normally I just turn off comments, but on TikTok I just end up ignoring him on TikTok. I could care less. 95% of the people who hate on TikTok are the people who believe that hurricanes are caused by cloud seeding planes.
That's just crazy.
So I either delete the comments or just let them be and let everybody fight. There has been so many fights in my TikTok comment section. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude. No, the thing on TikTok, you just let them be. You just let them do
Exactly. Yep.
what they want.
Yep. Exactly. Just let them be. YouTube is much easier to moderate.
If anything, they're helping you get pushed out more by commenting.
Exactly. That's why I turned the comments on, because I'm like, you know what? I could use that engagement, and then possibly it could turn into me pushing out, me being pushed out in the YouTube algorithm or the TikTok algorithm, and for you page. Hey, if you got to hate on me to push me out to help spread weather awareness and help save lives, shoot. TikTok be hating on me, but they help me save lives, so. YouTube is a lot less toxic than TikTok. And YouTube I can moderate a lot easier. On TikTok, for some reason, it's so easy to get views. I'm not trying to brag at all by any means. I'm not one to brag. But TikTok, just the views take off. I've gotten, in my first week of TikTok, I got about 2 million views. It's just ridiculous how quickly you can get views on there. So I can't imagine the people who overhype things or like lie about hurricanes and stuff. I bet they get possibly hundreds of millions of views over the course of a few months. But then there's the downside to it. When you're wrong about any specific location, people come after you on there. And so that's why I quit posting. It was just annoying. Every time I opened up TikTok, there was always hundreds of hate comments. Or not hundreds. A lot. Let's see here. Yeah, Rebels is his statement is definitely, yeah. He he probably still didn't learn his lesson. I bet he'll still use the HRRR 30 minutes or an hour in advance tomorrow. Yeah, but no matter what I do on TikTok, I just get hate comments because people are always upset on there. It's like Twitter. No matter what you do, you're always going to get somebody who hates you. That's just how it is. It's just you try to be correct for the majority of the risk area. And if you're wrong here and there, that's okay. But just try to be right over much of the area and get the majority of the forecast correct. I would say the moderate risk verified well. I would say it verified very well. I don't think it verified very well on the southwest side, like in this area. I believe it was an underperformance right in here. I believe that underperformed quite substantially. But everywhere else, I think performed just as expected, really. Just different. Not what we were expecting with the timing or the convective evolution, but eventually the risk performed. It just took quite a hot minute. Like, same for Fort Worth. Fort Worth thought, well, at least from what I saw on people I follow on Twitter who are in the Fort Worth area, they thought it was over. Light rain, that's it. And then an hour later, here comes a 80-mile-an-hour severe, potentially producing 95-mile-an-hour winds to the southwest of Fort Worth.
I'll be back.
All right. See, and that's all it takes for you, Marcus. That's all it takes. All it takes is for the event to impact your area quite substantially, and then it's an overperforming enhanced risk or moderate risk for you. That's all it takes. For some people, it was a big underperformance, and then for others, it was even an overperformance. So the main severe storm right now is actually still the cell in Abilene, Texas, for another hour. Observed 2.5-inch hail and observed 80-mile-an-hour winds. And then a very close second is definitely the 80-mile-an-hour winds radar indicated out here near Longview, Texas. That's nearing Longview. It should be in Longview here in about, I'd say, 10 or so minutes. This will be in Longview, Texas, or very close.
I'm back.
No way, Ben. Ben said the hail threat's over, and we just got an observed 2.5-inch hail.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, dude.
You see the Meso? I'm sure you did.
The one from like 20 minutes ago, yeah.
Is it from 20 minutes ago?
1217, I believe, was the MCD number.
First report.
If it's 12 MCD or 1217 MCD.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that one.
All right.
Doesn't this look like a Derecho now?
Yeah. Or at least close. How about that?
No,
My
this
respect.
is what a Derecho looks like.
I mean, it looks like it, yes.
This would be classified as a Derecho. If this lasted for 4 or 5 hours and tracked 400 plus miles, yes, this would be a Derecho.
Well, if it
But
traveled 400
the
miles
thing
in
is,
2 hours.
it probably won't. What?
Well, if it traveled 400 miles in 2 hours,
That would be insane.
dude, would they still classify it as a derecho, or does it have to be 4 or 5 hours?
I just did it logically. I don't think the storm's going to move any faster than 100 miles per hour, Lucky.
Well, I mean,
It doesn't
I'm
have
sure,
to move at 4. It doesn't have to be over the course of 4 hours. Just, it has to cover 400 miles. And I doubt it's going to maintain 100-mile-per-hour storm motion for 4 hours straight.
You mean 200 for 2 hours, or 400 miles per hour in 1 hour? How fast would that be? That's
It would literally be exactly what you said, 400 miles an hour. I saw a video of that somewhere. It's like
it would be 60.
fragment, hello.
66 miles every minute. So it'll go from Dallas to Shreveport in 2 scans.
Dude.
Actually,
Could you imagine
Probably.
that?
all right, guys.
No,
see
that
what
would be
happens next scan.
30 minutes, dude. If it moved 400 miles per hour, it would take 30 minutes from it to move from Fort Worth to Shreveport.
That's crazy.
That's
all right, guys,
still insane.
all right, guys. Let's wait for the next scan. TRG Lucky, why are you 20? Why are you 50 miles ahead of the storm? Trust me, don't worry. All right, guys. Here comes the next scan. Boop. Just.
Teleports all the way, dude.
Dude, that's crazy. That bro. Oh, okay, hold on. What is the fastest
Ooh, how many
moving
power outages? That's a really good question.
thunders.
There is 134,000 people without power in Texas, over 11,000 people without power in Oklahoma. So there's nearly 150,000 people without power.
Um, a derecho that occurred on June 29, 2012. This intense line of thunderstorms traveled eastward at nearly 60 miles per hour from the Midwest to the mid-Atlantic coast.
Hey, yo,
Apparently that's
2012?
yeah.
That's the most prolific derecho out here in Virginia.
Well, according to Google,
We were at a
what
slight risk
is
and we saw like 80-mile-an-hour winds.
that's crazy. So according to Google, from what I
What
typed, what
date?
is the fastest moving thunderstorm ever in the U.S.?
What date was it?
June 29th, 2012.
That anniversary's coming up. Yeah, look at it here. It's classified as the violent derecho. Dude. This is pretty low resolution because I got it from nothing more than Google. But from 2 p.m. it moved from Michigan, and then in 10 hours it made it all the way to Delaware.
That's crazy.
Average speed of 60 miles per hour. That
According
is
to Google, that's the
insane.
fastest thunderstorm ever, which is so BS.
Language.
Sorry, I forgot your life. My bad, gang. My bad. Banana split.
Yeah,
Like,
I knew you meant that, dude. I knew you meant that.
bro, I said it last stream. Remember?
Yeah, you also said the F-bomb a few streams ago, too.
I saw my stream though, dude. I'm
No,
pretty
that
sure
was
we
on
had.
mine. That was on mine.
Was it?
Yup.
No, it was on mine.
It was on both of ours.
You were streaming at the time.
Yeah.
No, you weren't, because I was in mine, because it was a day
You
after.
said it on the gaming stream for you, and then you also said it on the gaming stream for me too. No, I remember it, Lucky. I remember it. Believe me. I remember it.
You're gonna have to find it for me, because I don't believe it.
Lucky got a potty mouth. Yep.
Bro, you should see me on Fortnite, bro.
Yo.
The
He's like
other
an uncontrollable teenager.
bro, me and Charity played Fortnite for the first time in like 2 months the other day, and oh,
Nah, but we
you know,
got like
I'm not
five.
gonna
We
finish
got
that.
4 wins in a row, bro.
But then
We
when we
popped
died,
off.
but then when we died, I lost it. I lost it. I was low-key thinking about doing a gaming stream, but TRG's covering and I want to help, so.
This dude. See, now you're gonna make me feel bad because I'm holding you here against your will.
Well, no, I'm enjoying
All right,
my
Lucky,
time.
I'm totally ending stream in like 1 minute, so I'll talk to you later.
Oh, okay. See you later, brother.
All right, bye. He's gonna end the call. I gotta join back. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. He would actually leave. I had to join back.
All right, bro. That's crazy.
This dude.
How long do you think you're gonna go for? Cause I'm not even tired yet. I could look at you do another stream, gaming though.
I don't know.
That's just me though.
I mean, I'll go till at least 2 a.m. because we'll get a new Outlook
Dang.
from the SPC.
Hey Pete, by the way, I did the boom noise when he said 2 a.m.
Ha ha ha.
Mood killer. Bro, I'm trying to be funny, and bro's like, ha ha ha. I did it again.
This dude, man. This dude.
How's your day going?
This dude's totally eating already.
Uh-uh.
He's got a mouthful of something.
Mm-mm. Water.
This dude. Can I fix this real quick? Let's see. There we go.
I don't know. Can you?
I just did, so shut up.
Dang, bro. Boom. Roasted. Canceled.
Canceled. If I just say it so fast. Canceled. I think bro just turned into a zombie chat. I'm currently trying to make something for Twitter.
All right, chat. Question of the day. Listen up. So, does pineapple belong on pizza?
You're so funny.
Yes or no?
I don't know.
It has to be Hawaiian though. For me, it has to be ham and pineapple, not just pineapple.
It's personal
No,
preference.
it is. But me personally, yeah. Yes, no. So no, yes. TG, what does it depends? I
I
guess
say yeah, it depends.
if it's ham and pineapple, I guess. Like and actual pizza that should have pineapple on it, which is Hawaiian.
Mm-hmm.
Pineapple is the bro. Oh! I want me some Hawaiian pizza right now. Ham and pineapple. Thanks, Lucky. But
There we go. Yippee. I did it. Man, that is a big PDS severe.
I just teleported 5 hours back in your stream.
Dang, bro. That might barely. This is going to be a very close call for Shreveport, dude. The northern edge of it looks very close. The northern edge of 80 mile-an-hour winds looks very close to Shreveport. We shall see. Wake up.
I'm up.
Are you?
Yeah.
Like 12,000 people just lost power in Texas in the last 10 minutes. This thing is knocking out like 5,000 people worth of power like every 10 minutes. This line alone, just this line. And it's about to hit Longview, so a lot of people are about to lose power over the next 30 minutes. A lot of people. Now, right now is when I would start to call it quits if we had a big risk for severe weather tomorrow. But we don't. So we're going to stay live tracking this. We're probably going to go for max. We're probably going to go for as long as we can until YouTube shuts us off.
Which is...
I'm not going to say it out loud. I will just text it to you.
Dang!
Well, I did say it like near 2 a.m., so do the math, Lucky.
Ow! Yeah. Ow.
Can you quit screaming? I'm sure some of people
bro.
in chat don't appreciate a very loud and obnoxious Lucky at 1:10 a.m. in the morning, blaring through their speakers.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, you better be.
Won't happen again.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Don't you lie. That's a flat out lie right there.
Longview's about to get smacked. I said
Okay.
that like 30 minutes ago.
Okay. Bro
Whew.
said it so aggressively, like he's got a bunch of caffeine. Longview's about to be smacked.
And Tyler is getting demolished by
Well,
wins, by wins, by wins, by wins, guys. Which means tiny little branch is gonna be flying
all
through.
right, we're muting this dude. He's getting too crazy. If you're in Tyler, Texas, just make sure you're in your safe spot. You'll be fine. Don't listen to Lucky. You will be perfectly fine. Dude's a hype caster and a clickbait user for sure. Tyler, Texas is, contrary to what Lucky said, probably getting some of the weakest ones out of this 80-mile-per-hour severe. The strongest winds will be focused likely from Liberty City all the way back up into Lone Star. That's likely where our greatest 80-mile-per-hour wind risk is. So, Tyler, Texas, I wouldn't be shocked if you're not getting much more than 60-mile-an-hour winds right now. See if we have a MEDAR there. But still, make sure you're preferably in your safe spot because you could be getting higher. Yeah, wind gust of 39-mile-an-hour winds measured there. That was 10 minutes ago, so it's probably higher than that. A little surprised this isn't for 70. Oh, it is for 70. My bad, my bad. It is for 70. I was about to say, I'm surprised it's not, but it actually is for 70-mile-an-hour winds here, south of Dallas. Man, that severe in Fort Worth died out so fast, it's crazy. There's probably not more than about 20 to 30-mile-an-hour winds with that going into Dallas, and it literally produced a downburst of up to 95-mile-an-hour winds west of Benbrook? Yeah, Benbrook, Texas. Now it's very weak. Yeah, could be seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds here near Maypearl back down into, going into Hillsboro, Texas. Hi. Bro. You can't just stay a little longer? Mm-hmm. You are? Yeah, that was when you were going crazy. That's when you were going crazy. Now you're back to normal. The worst... Yeah, the worst will miss you. You're east of Shreveport. Yeah. It looks like the worst will miss you, but if it shifts a little bit more to the north at all, somehow, it's going to go right towards you. Shreveport is in kind of a 50-50 situation. Either the worst barely misses you or the worst barely hits you. You're in a 50-50 situation. Yeah, may also be up to 80-mile-an-hour winds over Maypearl now. We're going to keep seeing this at least for the next 2 hours, all the way till about 3, 4 a.m. Eastern. We're going to keep seeing just wind gusts, widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then there's going to be these little pixels of 70, and then some isolated gusts could approach 80. And another 10,000 people just lost power, just like that. That fast. 10,000 people lost power in 10 minutes. Here, this is a good screenshot for you. I could do smoothing or not smoothing. I like not smoothing. And actually, we can clean this up a little bit more if we go to radar. This is at -14, so we could... Actually, I might have to go for MRMS settings. I don't know where those are. If I do that... Okay, yeah, this doesn't affect it. I can't clean it up, man. There we go. Ooh, that looks weird. Look at that. It looks so weird seeing just the strongest pixels. Honestly, negative 14 is like the perfect amount, honestly. That makes it look the best. But that's it. That's your 80-mile-an-hour wind bag. I'm on to my last bottle of water. If it wasn't for Lucky, I wouldn't have had this bottle of water. Because of him, I was able to take a quick break. Even though I would have just taken one without him, but... Be pretty surprised if we're still seeing 80-mile-an-hour winds and 2.5-inch hail here. I doubt these storms are producing that high of hazards anymore. This leading one, which is warned for 70, could still be producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and near 1.5-inch hail, but I doubt it's as high as 2.5-inch hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. I doubt it's that high. Again, still could be seeing 75 to 80-mile-an-hour winds here, now south of Maypearl. Just little downbursts. That's what we're expecting to see. These downbursts of higher velocity pixels that could produce 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds tonight. The good news is our main damaging wind threat is staying with this storm here. The bad news is it's damaging winds, but it's a lot shorter of an area. We're not at a very widespread MCS anymore. Like, if you are up here towards Texarkana, you're probably about to be into the clear in terms of severe weather. It doesn't look like severe storms are going to impact Texarkana, but there's still going to be some very heavy rain, some loud thunder. Could still see some wind gusts near 40 miles per hour, but the northern side of the line fully fell apart, and the middle portion of our line fully fell apart in terms of damaging winds. So it's the very tail end of our line near Grandview, Texas, and then the northern part of our line, at least in northeast Texas, that is the most damaging right now. Those are the two areas to watch for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And this one down here is going to be moving off to the southeast like this, likely weakening with time. Unsure how much this is going to weaken, but it is going to be moving off to the southeast with time, just like this. And that's what we're going to have to watch. We're going to have to watch this northern edge here to see where that goes. The greatest wind speeds have kind of subsided on the northern side, though. You can see the wind speeds have gotten weaker and weaker on that northern side, so now it's actually an even shorter area of the greatest 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's going right into Longview, though. If anywhere is going to get 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds out of this, it would probably be Longview, Texas. Still continuing an 80-mile-per-hour severe for this storm. Yeah, the HRRR continues to have wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour being possible. Actually, mainly with this cluster of storms as it moves to the southeast. So we're still going to see a lot of severe storms today. Or I should say tonight. But I think our main event is done. At least in my opinion, I think our main event is done. It's starting to wind down. We're still left with that PDS severe in Longview. And then our PDS in Abilene. But I don't expect we'll see any winds over 80 miles per hour tonight. Our main threat will be widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds through much of this area here. If I can draw, hello. Much of this area in here will see 60-mile-an-hour winds tonight. And then, like I said, isolated wind gust of 70 really could happen anywhere in that area. Same with isolated gust of 80 will be possible as well. See our power outages not updated yet. We're losing, like I said, about 10,000 people without power every 10 minutes. So about 1,000 people a minute are losing power. All right. Yep, the northern part is a special weather statement. That's weird. That's how sharp of a boundary, or not boundary, but how sharp of a cutoff it is. Literally right here, this line, that's all that separates an 80-mile-per-hour severe from a 50 to 55-mile-per-hour special weather statement. That thin of a distance. It's this small area of a difference between 80-mile-an-hour winds and 50 to 55. Either way, it does look like velocities are decreasing nearly every scan. Well, Sam, I said I would do probably a maxed live stream, if not even start another stream now. I can tell you this, we are not starting up another live stream. But I will do the max stream, so we'll be live for the next 45 minutes or so. Now, if there's 100-mile-an-hour winds ongoing in 45 minutes, I might contemplate starting again. But even if there's a 80-mile-an-hour PDS severe, I'll probably still conclude. Claremore, Oklahoma, you're done. I'll see where that is, but Oklahoma's done. Yeah, you're done. You got some rain around you, but no severe weather. There's still some storms in the far southern and southeast side of our moderate. That's what's crazy. That is what's crazy. Today's convective evolution was so uncertain, and it has been insane to watch it play out with y'all. It has been crazy. 2 PDS severe thunderstorm watches today. It has been a wild day for severe weather in Texas and Oklahoma. Could have been a lot worse. Even though it was really bad, it could have been a lot worse. What an event, though. Like, jeez. Yeah, our line is weakening out here, but this bow echo that is formed between Tyler, Texas and Lone Star, Texas, that probably will continue to produce at least 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 2 to 3 hours. And in the short term, could produce 80-mile-an-hour winds over the next, 30 minutes or so. I think we got a new PDS severe. Yep. We got a EDS PDS severe, so extremely dangerous situation and particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for 35 more minutes out here. Going from Maypearl all the way down to Dawson in Texas. Another PDS severe. We'll lose 2 PDS severes in 34 minutes, so hopefully we're allowed to lose both of those. Hopefully we don't see any extensions to them. But we're still very far up there. We're still up to 15 severe warnings. That's actually getting a bit further down than what we were at before. We probably hit, at one point, I imagine we probably had about 25 severes. Power outages went down by 5,000. 5,000 customers just got their power back on. Wow. That's a lot of power being restored there. But we're still around 150,000 people without power in Texas. I mean, 150,000 people, Ben. That's a lot of people, dude. I remember the Houston derecho. Didn't we have like almost 400,000 people without power with that? I remember that was insane. That actually, it might have been even way more than that. I just know it was a lot of people. Am I finally done in Abilene? No. You thought I was gonna say yeah. No, there's still another. There's one more blob that has to go through you. And after that blob, you're good. That blob could produce 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, so you're not done just yet. You got very unlucky in Abilene. You got training thunderstorms. You've had about 6. By the time this one goes through, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, it's definitely going to hit you, but I don't think the strongest winds will hit you. The strongest winds are actually starting to weaken and get into even a smaller area. Velocities are not that impressive anymore. I don't think this is producing anything greater than 70 mile-an-hour winds in Longview, Texas. I know they'll downgrade it eventually, but I don't know if the next update that they do, they'll downgrade it. It wouldn't shock me. It would not surprise me if they downgrade it. It would not surprise me. I think our main storm to watch here might be this downburst still producing 70 mile-an-hour winds near Italy. Northeast of Milford, Texas. Outside of that, I'm really not impressed by any of these other storms. They're still producing severe weather, but compared to what we saw earlier, they don't look very impressive. Like I said, I think our main event has actually come to a close now. We're starting to go down. If you imagine it as a chart, like imagine it as a chart, say this is like baseline of seeing absolutely nothing right here. And today we got all the way up here, and this is where we were seeing like 100 mile-an-hour winds, then we went back down, and then that derecho started to form, and it went way back up, and now we're over that peak. This was the peak intensity of our severe event, and that was probably about 3 hours ago, and now we're going downhill from there. We're getting all the way down, further and further down on that spectrum of intensity for this event. Just to show you, like, you know, we're past that crest of the severe event. We've passed the peak crest. You sound super tired? I may or may not have been live streaming for nearly 11 hours straight. And I've only gotten up twice. I streamed for about 5 hours. Then I ate supper for about like 10 minutes while Lucky covered. Then I sat down for 6 hours straight, got up, got me a bottle of water, and then sat right back down. So, 2 breaks. I had to take that second break because my legs literally were getting cramps, and it's very rare my legs get cramps, so that was my body saying, get your tail up and stretch. You shouldn't be sitting down for 6 hours straight. Down to 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. So one is for actually 2 is for this one here. Out here in Italy, we have one for 70 mile-an-hour winds, a large one for 70 mile-an-hour winds. And then we have a 80 mile per hour severe right in here. Or no, right in here. That's your 80 mile per hour severe. Which, yeah, we could still be seeing 70 to maybe 75 mile an hour winds here with this downburst. If it strengthens any more, it's going to be able to produce 80 mile an hour winds. They downgraded this severe. So we're down to 2 destructive severes. And I really think this one west of Shreveport, Louisiana could be downgraded to maybe even as low as 60 mile an hour winds. It's really, really started to weaken. Its structure on reflectivity, man, if me and Lucky saw this coming to our house, we would be flipping out.
We have a mod dome. But let's just say that has no play in it, then yes, we would flip.
I mean, Lucky, I don't know if a mod dome's gonna help you with this.
Probably not.
But for Texas and Louisiana, it's not. This is not anything too crazy. It's warned for 80 mile an hour winds, but like I said, I really don't think it's much more than 60. The velocities have, like, I mean, if you look at the velocities here, let's pause this. Back out here in Pittsburgh, we saw some velocities upwards of like 80 to 85 miles per hour here. And now, if we go to our current radar scan, it's difficult to find a pixel over 65. Like, all of this is 60 to 64. Once you get back here into corruption, you might be able to find it. I can't find a single 65 mile an hour pixel here, so I don't think this is producing more than 65 mile an hour winds. Worst case scenario, we could get a gust up to 70. Is there a... Okay, there's the Austin radar site. That's way too far right now. Yeah, still likely seeing some downburst here of 65 to 75 mile per hour winds. Somewhere between Milford, Italy, back out into Bardwell in northeast Texas. Or actually central Texas. But that's now, that destructive severe is our only severe thunderstorm warning on our big time bow echo. There's still severes on the tail end of it, but there's nothing north and there's nothing imminently to the west. That's our only severe on our main line. And then we still have these leftover severes around the Abilene area. Those are going to continue for a while, possibly the next 3 hours or so as they slowly move off to the east-southeast. But our main line is weakening. Slowly but surely. Still warned for 80 mile an hour winds there. They haven't updated the polygon. They haven't updated the whole warning yet, so that's why nothing's changed with the text at all. Power outage update still a little under, or rather a little over 150,000 people without power in the state of Texas. Yeah, this looks like it's going to hit Shreveport, but now even the northern side up here is no longer severe, so yeah, it's going to hit Shreveport, and that is a extension of our PDS severe watch. So we just got an extension. Now a much larger chunk of Louisiana is inside of a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. Quite surprised they issued an extension and not just a new lower end severe. But I mean, they already had a severe watch in place, so why not just extend it? But that's a pretty big deal there. If you are in all the way into Monroe, Louisiana, you've been put into a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Very, very rare, and this is a very high end PDS watch, a 95 and 90 watch there. But it's really this is still on a weakening trend. It is still weakening. It is definitely weakening. Yeah, Oklahoma's just getting rain now. Parts of Oklahoma. Very isolated rain showers across the northeast side of the state, but most of Oklahoma isn't seeing much. Far northeast Oklahoma and far southeast Oklahoma are the best chances for rain at the moment. Semi-truck got knocked over by winds in Abilene. It's on the news. Well, hopefully the driver's okay. I mean, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, that's definitely enough to knock over a semi-truck. Back up to 155,000 people without power in Texas, so it went back up a bit. They haven't updated this severe warning ever since they issued it. They should update it at least one time within the next 37 minutes. We'll see if they do. Let's go back to the Abilene radar site. Actually, I want to go to the Dallas radar site. Yeah, still looks like mainly 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts out here in our PDS severe from Milford, Blooming Grove, back towards Dawson. I don't believe this is going to be producing up to 80 mile an hour winds anymore. Could still see some downburst produce 75 mile an hour winds here, so definitely want to be indoors away from doors and windows if you're in that severe or any of these severes. Yeah, the line itself, reflectivity doesn't look a lot weaker, but velocity, it's definitely weaker. There's still some pockets of 70, 65 to 70 mile an hour winds definitely could occur still. So I don't know if they'll drop it all the way down to 60. That might be a little bit too drastic, dropping it from 80 mile an hour winds all the way down to 60. Still alive, Lucky?
Yeah.
What are you up to?
Listening to music
This dude.
and staring at radar.
Go play a game. You ain't gotta stream it every time you play. Do you have a thumbnail and everything ready?
Nah, I mean, I don't know if I'm doing YouTube. I might.
I'll be asleep.
I know. That's why I might just do.
Maybe.
Okay, well, makes me want to wait.
I mean, the HRRR just completely killed tomorrow's severe threat. I'll likely still go live at some point, though. Waiting to see what the SPC does with these warnings here. Or the NWS. See what the NWS does with these warnings. The SPC outlook for tomorrow comes out here in about 20 minutes. We will be live for that. Downgraded it to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Weird how they didn't disextend the warning, though. I thought they would have taken out some portions of the warning. But they just decided to downgrade it, not disextend it yet. I'm not surprised they put it at 70 because we are likely still seeing 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds in here, and there could be a downdraft that forms of up to 70 mile-an-hour winds somewhere along that line. We are down to just one PDS severe now. They actually continued that PDS severe. So PDS severe storm continues for Blooming Grove for 17 more minutes. I would not recommend standing outside during a thunderstorm. If you have a more interior room where that window didn't break, that's definitely a smarter idea. Depending on where you are, I'm not sure exactly where you are. Let's see if we got any new updates from this real quick. Yeah, still an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning issued. They did disextend the severe over here. There you go. There you go. So they just disextended the severe. No longer Tyler, Longview, Lakeport, no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, it was downgraded to 70 mile-an-hour winds.
The southern part looks to almost be dying out. I wouldn't say dying out, but a
It's
little bit
all starting to
weaker.
die out.
Yeah, I don't want to say the whole thing though. I don't want to get yelled at.
Lucky when it's starting to go sub-severe, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Okay.
Even on the southern side of the considerable severe, it's starting to die out. Really, the only area that's not completely died out yet is the far northern side.
One that's part that's heading to Shreveport.
Yeah.
I was gonna agree with you there. Yeah.
So the best chance for 70 mile-an-hour winds in this is definitely around Marshall right now. But that even looks a lot weaker too. All of these are normal severes for wind. There's two, actually just one that is significant for hail. So the one over Abilene is still significant for hail, but most of these severes have been downgraded. The only severe that hasn't been downgraded in the last few minutes is the PDS severe over Blooming Grove, Frost, Dawson, Milford, Texas. That's the only one that hasn't been downgraded. This went from destructive to considerable. This went from considerable to normal. This went from normal to normal. And this went from destructive to normal. So, our destructive severe over Blooming Grove in Central Texas is the only one that is yet to be downgraded. We'll see what our new severes say here. We'll get a few more severes over the next 15 minutes because we lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We lose 7 of the 10 severes in 14 minutes, so we should see some new warnings come out between now and 14 minutes from now. And again, we'll also see the SBC outlook. Hopefully the SBC isn't too late, because if they are late, then there's a chance we don't see the outlook. There's also some severe scattered out. We have one east of Columbia and south central Mississippi. And then we have 2 up here in southeast. Actually, we have a significant severe in southeast Missouri right now. Look at that. What risk is this? Is this the slight risk? That's on the edge of the slight and the marginal. Wow. Yeah, that storm formed in south central Missouri, and it's tracked all the way to southeast Missouri now. So, actually have one of our significant severes well outside of the enhanced risk area. Which it's still, it's still possible you get significant severes and slight risks. That's a very common thing. I haven't checked our long range model runs in a hot minute. Ooh. Definitely downtrended a bit, but we could still see some northern plains action towards the middle of June. And then going into late June as well. See how that looks on here. And no consistent signal for significant severe weather right now. But there will definitely be the chance for severe weather in the northern tier of the U.S. going towards the middle and latter half of June. If there is a severe for Shreveport, I expect it to be 60-mile-an-hour winds. I would be very surprised if it's for 70. This line does not look capable of producing anything near 70 miles per hour right now. Even the little downdrafts in here, I would say the downdrafts, really, that's the only thing capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. Outside of that, it's widespread 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds in this severe. Significantly lower. The best chance for 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds would definitely be up in this region in here. All right. Yeah, it likely would include Shreveport, but it keeps weakening. I see 0 signs of strengthening or maintaining. I don't see it maintaining even 60-mile-an-hour winds, to be honest. It continues to weaken almost every single scan. Whereas before, it was definitely, around Longview, northwest of Longview, it was definitely maintaining 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Now it looks like it's having some issues even maintaining 40 to 50. But we should get, I don't know if we will get we'll get something, probably something new here in the next 20 minutes or so for Shreveport. It might be a special weather statement. It might be a low and severe. Oh, well, there's a severe 70? I'm quite surprised by that. I'm quite surprised by that. I don't know about that. They just continued that warning for 70 mile an hour winds. Personally, I doubt we see that, but it's... See, this is what a 70 mile an hour severe looks like. When you have a big pocket of 65 mile an hour winds here, capable of producing isolated gusts up to 70. And if we look at the Shreveport radar site, you don't see that. You see widespread 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, and maybe isolated gusts as high as 55 to 60. But either way, be indoors and away from doors and windows if you're in that severe warning. I don't see it being that strong, but the local National Weather Service does. It could also potentially strengthen a bit as it moves southeast. No way. We got a day 2 slight risk now. For Tuesday.
Us?
No, not us. Southwest Texas. Unless that looks like a notable tornado threat, I will not cover that. Southwest Texas is a big time radar hole. And the Carolinas, we're still in a marginal though, Lucky. You and us.
Crazy.
You and us. You and me.
Crazy.
Maybe coastal NC could see something on Tuesday, but even that's pushing it. Tomorrow looks like it's a little bit more a chance for a bit more widespread rain across our area. I don't see us getting much severe storms. Main area tomorrow will definitely be across Mississippi and Alabama, maybe even into portions of Georgia. Texarkana go to bed? I mean, I say so. It's some isolated lightning and very heavy rain. It might keep you up for a bit longer, but I mean, there's no tornadoes or significant damaging winds or anything like that. Tipton, Texas. So the line is weakening. It's going to be a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. There could be some wind gusts potentially near 60 miles per hour, but it is continuing to weaken. The further east it's moving, the weaker it's getting. It's gone from 90 mile an hour winds back out in Sulphur Springs, all the way down to likely 60 mile an hour winds here in Carthage, Texas. So there will probably be some gusty winds there, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. But tornadoes, you're not going to see any tornadoes out there. So just some gusty winds, but the main issue is a lot of heavy rain and some lightning. It will reach this area, but I imagine it's going to be very weak by the time it does. Still, lightning is going to be an issue. Heavy rain still going to be an issue, but damaging winds should be on the lower side. We will probably see closer to 40 mile an hour winds here as opposed to the 60 mile an hour winds we could be seeing in some areas right now. to your north. Yep. Still going, just for a little bit longer, though. We're about to hit the maximum time YouTube allows me to stay on here. So if you guys did enjoy this live stream, we're not fully ending yet, but if you have enjoyed the live stream so far, make sure you hit that like button. Share the channel with your family, friends, social media, and hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when I go live, whether that be tomorrow or eventually sometime in the later half of the week. We'll see. They did maintain a slight risk in North Carolina, too, for tomorrow.
What?
Yep. I have been removed from the marginal, though.
Unacceptable.
I've been removed from the marginal.
Still 2%?
Oh, not... Wait. Yeah, not even close.
Okay, good.
Not even close. 2% over Alabama and Mississippi. Such a smaller 2% tornado risk
I still want to
tomorrow.
know what they saw. Put a 2%.
There's also a new, or not a new, but still a 2% tornado risk up in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia tomorrow. So it looks like tomorrow's actively downtrending, from what I can tell.
I think a watch has got extended.
Nope, that was them taking the watch out of Dallas. So Dallas is no longer in a severe watch.
Oh, because it was flashing past Shreveport, so.
Yeah, they updated the entire watch because they removed Dallas from it, yes.
Okay. I don't know how that worked.
I'm just glad to see it didn't get upgraded to a 5% risk. So we have a 5% hail risk tomorrow and 2 different 2% tornado risks tomorrow. I'll show you that. So up towards Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia, and then a separate one back down to Mississippi, Alabama for tomorrow for tornadoes. Damaging winds will by far be the biggest issue. Widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds will be possible tomorrow. In a secondary area, also back out in New Mexico. Could see a gust isolated up to 70 miles per hour somewhere in that yellow area, but the main issue will be 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail, and a spin-up tornado can't be ruled out in both the central mid-Atlantic into the northeast, as well as back out into the deep south and portions of central Mississippi and central Alabama. Like I said, every scan, this gets weaker and weaker. Now I'm having a hard time finding 60-mile-an-hour pixels here. Can't even find 55. That's about almost 55 right there, and that's only one single pixel. So worst case scenario is this thing's producing 55, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't see a way how it's still producing that considerable 70-mile-an-hour threat there. Yeah, we're going to lose that severe in Abilene, Texas. We may see a new one for lower winds and lower hail, but I mean, both of those expire in 1 minute. We're about to lose a lot of severes in 1 minute. I think we're going to lose 5. I appreciate you being in here, Angel. We did get an extension of that. Barely south of Abilene, 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds there. So Abilene, Texas, once this line moves through, you are good to go. Not like you're going to, but just in case you're thinking of it, if you are in Abilene, Texas, don't go outside for a couple more minutes past the storm because of the lightning. I don't think you'd be going outside at 1 a.m. in the morning, but just in case you thought of it, I recommend staying indoors for a little bit longer till that lightning fully passes. And with that newest update, we are down to just a few 7 severe thunderstorms, 0 PDS. It's still 70-mile-an-hour winds, Tyler, for some odd reason. I really don't agree with that. We did get a damage report of multiple trees down. Those storms west hit Dallas. No. Nope. Dallas is going to have rain overnight, but you are really, in terms of severe storms, you are clear. Still could be some rain and some isolated lightning overnight. So if you guys have any more questions, go ahead and put them in the chat before we begin to conclude. Things have finally calmed down enough to the point where I am comfortable ending. And not only that, YouTube's about to kick us off anyways, so we're going to end here as we hit the mark of 11 hours and 11 and a half hours on our live stream today. Collin County. I mean, if that's in Dallas or Fort Worth, yep. Oh, yeah, yeah. You're one county north of Dallas. Yes, you are good. A lot of rain is the biggest issue there now. You guys got some pretty rough, probably near 60-mile-an-hour winds earlier today, though. Let's see. Yeah, the HRRR has everything dying out here in an hour. It has most stuff dying out here in an hour. Still could see a few isolated severes, but much of our risk will die out in an hour. We'll see more severe wind reports and everything surveyed tomorrow when all is said and surveyed, but apparently we had 2 tornadoes in eastern Virginia. National Weather Service has gone out to survey that area today. They will possibly survey a little bit more tomorrow. Overall, 6 tornadoes, 189 damaging wind reports, 138 hail reports for 333 total reports today. And we will likely see more added to that. I do believe yesterday could hit, personally, I think yesterday could have hit Derecho classification across Mississippi. If you look at the swath of damaging winds, we had a very clear swath of widespread significant damaging winds through much of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Mississippi, into southern Tennessee. I don't think it's close to hitting Derecho qualification from yesterday's storms, but I don't believe there was enough 75 plus mile-an-hour wind reports. We didn't get enough significant reports. A lot of wind reports, but not enough 75 or 80 mile per hour wind reports for yesterday's storms to be classified as a derecho. I'm huge on chicken. My favorite type of food is definitely chicken.
Don't get me started, bro. Food, bro. Chicken. Oh, man.
Yeah, so the greatest severe risk for the rest of the night is going to exist with these storms here continuing to produce isolated, very isolated wind gust of 60 to as high as 70 miles per hour. I don't expect anything greater than 70 for tonight. And then back out here, we could also still see a few isolated severes continue. But the main line and the main risk is definitely going to be back out here in East Central Texas and Western Louisiana. Like Indian food, Italian food, etc. I just eat food. I just, if the food's good, I'm gonna eat it. There's a lot of food that I love. I probably couldn't choose. I mean, I do like, I like a lot. I couldn't choose. We had this discussion earlier in the stream about food. I really can't choose. But yeah, Lucky, if you want to go ahead and wrap up the stream, because we're going to start concluding here.
If you guys enjoy today's live stream, please like and subscribe, turn the post notification bell on so you can notify when TRG goes live or makes a video. Please share this channel with your friends and family to help get the word out to people, let them know what weather's coming their way. And please join the Discord server, link in the description. It's a very fun server, a lot of cool members, a lot of active members. You're always gonna have someone to talk to. If you ever want to catch me and TRG outside of stream, that is the best place to do so. And yeah, I think that's gonna be it for this one.
There you go. I appreciate you helping out today, Lucky.
Yes, sir. Of course. Anytime that I'm available.
Yeah, better add that to the end. And yeah, if you guys haven't already, again, like Lucky said, hit that like button, subscribe, share the stream. It's greatly appreciated. I appreciate all you guys for tuning in. All over 7,000 of you today. And yeah, just if you're in the rest of the severe watch, make sure you stay hyper weather aware tonight. I know a lot of other people are also heading off. I mean, it's 2 a.m. here on the East Coast, so many of your weather coverage live streamers are starting to head off here. So, yeah, stay safe, watch severe weather. Thank you much for my chat, and I'll see you guys all in the next live stream that I do, maybe tomorrow. Again, stay safe, watch severe weather, and I will see you guys in the next one. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Goodbye. See you later, brothers.
Stay safe, watch the weather, and I'll see you guys in the next live stream.